Right, so we're going to do the open. Afterwards, we're going to take a look at the brackets really quickly. We do have a bunch of... Are you all right? Okay, well, we have...
Is he good? What are you doing?
Danny?
Danny?
Oh. What's going on? What are you... What's going on?
Get back! Help! Help! Help!
Sit down.
Bend over. Get him. Kick him.
Input error. Input error. Input error.
Sit down!
Input error.
Make him sit down, guys!
Input error.
Sit!
Input error.
Wait, what's happening?
I like punched it.
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. That's one. That's two with the blade and make it three.
It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Just give it to him, bro. One, two, three. Get three on the ground.
That's so devastating.
What a rampage for Smurf. I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Overwatch League Week 2 of the Western Play-ins. Today it's going to be for all the marbles because two teams will be eliminated, and joining me for all the carnage transpiring on the servers are my colleagues and friends, Danny, Jake, and Johnny. Guys, last week was incredible. We saw some great surprises, ups and downs, and there's certainly more to come. Let's take a look at the bracket first things here to see exactly what's coming our way and what matches we can expect from today.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! Ow!
Happy birthday, Zoe!
Zoe, it's Zoe's birthday, everybody. Wish her happy birthday.
Do I have one too?
Happy birthday.
Yay!
Oh, come on.
Woo, let's go. Oh, it doesn't.
It doesn't work. What? Are you supposed to make a sound?
It's not a kazoo. It's not a
Doesn't
kazoo.
make sounds. Yeah.
Give me the kazoo!
Me.
Happy birthday, Zoe!
Aw. Angie, thank you so much. This is too cute. I got so confused there for a second. I was like, why are you reacting to the brackets like that?
Because we love brackets.
love the
More than
brackets.
brackets,
But
we
what
love you,
about-
Zoe, and happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. 35th day, and I wouldn't want to spend it with anyone other than you guys. I actually probably rather be with my family right now, but...
No, you want to be here.
No,
Not
bring
your
them in, bring
baby.
them in.
I'm happy to be a close second. That's a win.
You're the closest second that I can think of. So let's get it done. Let's see which teams are going to be in, which teams are going to be out. Let's take a look at the bracket. As much as I love Angie's art there, also I need a printout of that. Thank you very much.
That's a great one.
It really is. New York Excelsior were the first one we had to say goodbye to. After that, some teams had to find themselves in the lower bracket, namely Shock, Titans, Justice, and Spitfire. Those two, rather four teams, they are fighting for all the marbles today. If they lose their games, they're out. Their season will come to an abrupt end. We're also going to see the upper bracket match between the Uprising and Defiant today. And you don't want to miss any of this action, so make sure to sync your calendars right now via our QR code. It's on your screens right there.
Do it.
So make sure to do it.
now.
Do it. Do it. Don't be a coward. Do it.
Yeah.
Sync that QR code. That's right. What he said. Well, of course, we're not just fighting it out over here in the Western region. The Eastern region is currently also in their play-in stage. So let's hear it from the boys over in the Eastern region and know exactly what went down overnight.
Hello everyone, welcome to the East Region recaps here. We're deep into the play-ins here with me, Avril, and Leg Day. It's already been a couple of days of fantastic matches. We already have an eliminated team.
We do indeed. We've been 2 days so far, so let's talk about day one. Our teams are pretty much split into two tiers, as our first two matches were both 3-0s, with Dallas slaying Shanghai Dragons 3-0 and Dynasty taking out Guangzhou Charge 3-0, leaving Shanghai Dragons and Guangzhou Charge in our lower bracket ready to face elimination.
It ended up being a 5-map series as well, with the Guangzhou Charge coming through. They leveled up in the course of the series itself. Jinmu receiving player of the match for his Genji. And the Shanghai Dragons, unfortunately, in the final hour could not pull it through, so they will be our first team eliminated from the season in the East, followed by the Dallas Fuel versus Seoul Dynasty in their upper bracket game to see who would end up lower bracket after that. And Dallas Fuel come through clean in a 3-0 sweep as well. Seoul Dynasty, they had some really good showings in the first two maps, but they couldn't pull it through. And on tomorrow, we're looking at the Seoul Dynasty versus Guangzhou Charge rematch, which is another elimination match. And the winner of that will face Dallas Fuel in the finals, of which the winner will go to Toronto. Only one spot to get into Toronto. We'll see who takes it tomorrow. Don't miss out. We'll see you then.
There, indeed. Thank you so much, Leg Day and Avril. What is the biggest surprise here for you guys?
I mean, I don't know if I'd call it a surprise, but to see Fuel make a resurgence now that Junker Queen is such a dominant pick, looking to the the future, it seems like maybe Zarya is going to have a resurgence too. Hanbin fans are eating.
Yeah, getting hot at the right time, and who knows what we're gonna play in playoffs. They're a team to be scared of, but they gotta secure their spot tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, tonight.
That's right.
Tonight.
It is tonight.
Tonight.
Those teams are not the only ones trying to secure their spots. No, you should as well. Grab your tickets to the Grand Finals 2023 in Toronto right now. They are on sale. You see the URL on your screens. So I'm just forcing you to do so many things. Scan this code, get a ticket there.
But really get the tickets.
Yeah,
that's the most important.
That's
Drops.
right. Also, if you don't make it, even if you make it to Toronto, make sure to tune in regardless. Grab the phones, bring the stream up, because you get some drops.
Overwatch League Mercy skin?
Drop.
I am watching so much of this playoffs.
Are you like a low-key?
I have this skin. It's a good
player.
I need the Mercy skin.
I like
There's
Mercy
so many
recolors,
gifts.
right? Mercy's a great hero for recolors because her base kit, it looks so good, and then just Al skin.
Exactly.
No, but the tokens, bro.
The tokens.
That's a skin.
Everything.
A must
It's about everything. So get excited for that, and also get excited for the matches we have today. We're starting things off with the Shock and the Titans. Afterwards, Justice and Spitfire. As I said, the first two matches are elimination matches, and afterwards we're bringing out the big guns. The upper bracket final match there for the ticket to the playoffs. Boston Uprising will take on the Toronto Defiant, and I want to focus a little bit on those individual matches. Starting here, of course, with what looks like, I don't even want to say it. Does it look like an easy win for London, one of those matches? Did Boston give us maybe a blueprint on how to deal with them? There's a lot of questions for this one, but I do feel it's fair to say that London might be the favorite heading into their match.
I think watching his performance recently, you've got to think of London as the stronger team. I do think it doesn't bode well for them that Boston had a look that they played consistently into the Ryan comp, looked strong on, right? This is the comp you see on your screen here with the Orisa, Baptiste, Lucio, Genji, sometimes Bastion, sometimes a little bit of Sim. I like this Bastion and Genji though. Overwhelming frontline pressure damage, and then the Genji able to constantly be annoying, whether he's flanking, he's pressuring the car, able to play lots of different styles, but still be effective against the Ryan comp, which doesn't really have great tools against the Genji. In particular, we saw Admiral succumbing to the pressure of Decay's Genji time and time again this series. And so I think for Washington, the blueprint is there, but I mean, you have to ask, is it the comp or is it Boston's incredible level of skill? I don't think this is ever going to be a free win no matter what comp you play against London.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, they're playing the Bastion, they're playing the Orisa, so they make it difficult for Hadi, but also the skill of Lee Jae-gon and Decay on the Genji and the Lucio to go into the backline and do put pressure on the backline. That is a skill in and of itself. So not only do you need to be great on Bastion, you need to be great at diving aggressively with the Genji and the Lucio too. So that's two difficult things to pull off.
Another thing I really want to hone in here, I mean, London Spitfire, we know what to expect. Hardy's going to roll out, most likely on that Reinhardt, although they did show us a few different looks as well. Washington Justice, what do you want to see there? Ben Best, Mirror, who's playing what and why?
It's a good question whether you're going to stick with this Jungle Queen, because Washington Justice has been one of those teams that has played some Jungle Queen. But Boston Uprising, they were successful with the Orisa. But the Orisa players primarily come from Benbes on this lineup, right? So Washington Justice, I do think that, I'm not going to speak for all of you guys, but I kind of like when Mirror is playing the tank for this team. But Orisa sort of feels like the better pick going into this matchup, and maybe even for the rest of the play-in bracket. So maybe a tank change should be in order here.
Yeah, I think with what Boston showed, no one before Boston had shown something that looked like a potential counter to London's comp, right? Like, yes, Houston won a match versus London, but that was very much like 10 different comps Houston's running. Incredible skill from them to be able to pull that one out. This is the first comp that looks good, and I want to see Washington make it work too. I do think I am a bit worried for them because I'd rather see Mirror playing those high mechanical heroes, but recently it has been Benbes coming in for the Orisa, so questions there.
Yeah, and we'll have answers very soon. And I mean, honestly, again, everything on the line here. Those teams both have obviously shown us great performances leading up to the play-in. So let's see which one can continue their run into the playoffs. Next match I want to discuss is the upper bracket match. Toronto Defiant going up against Boston Uprising. This one is so exciting to just think about, because I mean, Toronto, they've been, rising together, but now they're up against their probably hardest boss yet. They will be facing off against the Boston, a stack of veteran. Will the power of friendship get them through there? Like, what's
I think if it was a couple months ago, I would say no. But right now, I think they're coming up. Like, Toronto Defiant is looking scary, and I do want to highlight a certain player named Hydron, because he was all one last time we saw them play, and also he's got a lot of confidence. Let's check out a video.
What was the game plan going up against the Boston Uprising?
Nothing too crazy. All-star team, all of them want chips, but they're all washed, right? So their time plan.
Oh, he said it.
Out with the old and with the new. Style or not.
Go on, okay, let's go. This guy's got the skills. He has the confidence. I don't know if they could really beat the Boston Uprising, but I definitely think they can make it close.
Well, let's compare apples to apples here, or how you like to say, blueberries to blueberries, which is absolutely not a saying. But I want to hone in on the individual roles here. Hydron obviously coming in with confidence, so let's chat about the DPS matchup for both of those teams.
Yeah, I think Hydron is good that he's confident, because Toronto plays a comp that relies a lot on individual playmaking from both DPS, often in split positions on the map. So often we're going to see Hydron on the Soldier taking these really wide flanks, Spectra playing anything he needs to play, really, right? Whether it's the Echo, the Torb, the Mate, like he's got the flexibility to cover all of that. I do think, though, they're up against veterans. Birdring has been so good this season, and as incredible as Hydron was, like especially on Widow, on Dorado, Birdring has had insane pop-ups on Widow this season as well. I know he can compete in that matchup, and his Bastion has been really impressive, and particularly significant in this meta recently, significant in their match against London Spitfire. So mechanically, I don't think that, I think a lot of teams Toronto can beat on mechanics. They can just take the 1v1s, Hydron's gonna gap, Spectre's gonna gap, they can feel really good about those matchups. I think they need to be very smart, very clinical as a team, pressuring the same opponent, together, in order to have an advantage against players like Birdring and Decay, because those guys are not going to go down easy, no matter what the comp matchup, no matter what the situation. But I think this is going to be hotly contested here.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, if we're shifting our focus here on the tank matchup, we have to talk about Smurf and Kalush. Who do you think has the upper hand here?
I think if it was any other meta, I think it would be Boston, because they have Smurf who could play literally everything. But right now, we're heading to a meta where we're seeing a lot more Rissa. So I think it's gonna be very close, like we're seeing in the stats. And talking about Rissa, I think Kalush has been a fantastic tank for the Toronto Defiant. We talk a lot about Surmajed with the new hero Iliari, but I think Kalush, he's definitely a very mechanically gifted player, and he's been a very good, solid Orisa player for Toronto Defiant. I think that's how it's one of the many reasons why Toronto has been winning a lot of games coming into the summer stage as well. I mean, into the play-ins as well. So I think we're going to see a lot more Orisa, and also for Boston as well. Like I said, Smurf, we all know that he's a great Winston player, but we've also seen how good he's on Junker Queen. And in the recent matchup against London, as we're seeing right now, his Orisa has been really good as well. This guy is a very talented, very intelligent player. So I think it's going to be, even for the tank matchup, I think it's going to be very close.
Which is crazy. Again, if you would have asked that question at the beginning of the season, like Smurf, I mean, he's just such a standout player. Like his Winston, like top of the crop. But we're not in a Winston meta right now, so we'll see. Last but certainly not least, I want to take a look at the support lines here. You just mentioned Surmajet. Who is he going up against here?
Well, he's going up against two of the best in the business. I mean, it's going to be Lee Jae-gon and Isayaki, and Twilight is there, of course, in the backline for Boston Uprising too. But here's where the biggest difference really lies between these two teams. Toronto Defiant, Surmajet, has been relying on the new Illari pick, of course, and he's been arguably the best Illari in the league as well, playing this hero. He's been fantastic. And so now, this is Toronto Defiant's shtick. This is the composition that they will be playing. It is what they feel comfortable playing with. There's no way in hell that they change up this composition now with one more week of play-ins. So they are the best team when it comes to this poke composition and Surmajet getting these frags, right? The question is, can Boston Uprising adapt to this style? We've had some teams, and even Toronto Defiant themselves, describe themselves as a team that plays wide. They spread themselves out. It makes it difficult for the enemy team to really dive onto them and really to like stack them up and get all the frags necessary before Toronto Defiant picks them apart, right? Boston Uprising, though, we had them talk about their match against London Spitfire. They said, hey, we saw what London Spitfire were doing, and we adjusted. We adjusted on the fly. We recognized what they were doing and how we were going to beat that composition. And I think we could be in for something similar today, where they are very much experienced. I mean, they're some of the best veterans in the league, right? They've faced a lot of different compositions and metas throughout the years. So when it comes to positioning around the map, when it comes to approaching some of these team fights, they've experienced so many different metas that they're going into this matchup with some understanding of how to approach Toronto Defiant's composition and the way they spread out. So Boston Uprising, I could very much see them come out with something pre-planned today and have a really good understanding of how they're going to beat the Toronto Defiant.
Absolutely. Now, of course, the winner of Toronto and Boston will head on over to the playoffs, where they will join the likes of Atlanta Reign. And speaking of which, Reign fans, I know that you're waiting to see them play in Toronto, but why not rep them in-game while you're at it? With the latest Wicked Moira skin, it's available in the shop right now. Such a good look. I absolutely love it. And speaking of good looks and supports, right here on your screen, get your bundle. Illari, Zen, and Mercy skins can be yours today or tomorrow if you're too busy today. You know, I'm not going to fill out your schedule
but
like that.
You need to get them.
But you need to get them. That's the whole point.
Put it on the calendar.
Another thing you need to know. There you go. There you have it.
Put it all together.
I'll give you guys some time to do all of that because we're heading into a very quick break. And after that, we're going to discuss Shock and Titans. Hisang double revenge match, maybe. Woo. Let's chat this matchup, predictions, and much more after this break. Real.
No, do it with again.
More good stuff.
Determination. Confidence. And
The dust with the new Biker 76 skin. Get it now.
Vroom, vroom.
That's what I'm
With
talking
the voice
about.
pack of me going. It actually
Need
doesn't, but it
the
should.
vroom vroom Zoe voice pack. Overwatch Team 4, please.
I'm in my mom's
I will
car.
spend
People have been asking.
I will spend money.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to transition from that into this match. It's gonna be a race to victory
Yeah.
for both the
There you go.
A big stretch here.
They're playing to win.
True. Yeah, no, but they're
This
all
is a serious
they're all-
matchup. One team will
It
get
is. We should really be
eliminated.
serious about this.
Yeah.
I want to talk about this because there is a lot to say about both these squads. Of course, we know the players. We've been watching them all season long, and there is quite a bit.
Okay,
to
this
discuss
is-
when we're looking at those.
Is this graphic right?
Is our
this graphic
discussion
right?
point
Yes.
Is this graphic correct?
Is our discussion not perfect? We
No.
are
Is-
ready for this.
What is this?
We were ready for this.
Yeah, we-
I was
Max
ready for
and
this.
support.
I was
talked-
ready for this.
Yeah, we talked about what we wanted
What?
to talk about heading into this.
I mean, this one we know.
Their
Big
starting lineup
surprise,
is
the 5
already-
players on the team.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Okay, Titans. Like, I don't even want to.
No, this is
No, you're good, Titans. You're good. You're good.
This makes me
Titans,
safe.
you're good.
I feel safe. I feel safe.
So before we dive into that, of course, you can support both these teams by ways of getting your team jersey. They're on sale right now. Limited time offer, I have you know. Shop.overwatchleague.com. Now that we got that out of the way, after just seeing that lineup, this is perfect. We were ready for this.
Nice.
What is going on?
Guys, let me
Talk about
cook.
it.
What is going on?
Let me cook. Allow me to
Max on support.
allow me to cook.
Okay.
Okay, but I want to start off. Let's take a look at their last match they played, because if you zoned in onto their all chat, and I don't want to steer drama, I really do.
We love it.
I just want to throw it out there, like proper turning on his teammates in all chat. That was something there, Jake.
All right, I am a connoisseur of the all chat. I, talk some smack in the all chat. What I have never seen, certainly not done, but not even ever seen at a professional match level, is for somebody to type, well, you'll see it here, but and he's openly blaming his team here. Like, and you could say for the Shock side, you could, if you were just absolutely giving them the benefit of every doubt, oh, like, they're just joking around, Shock doesn't care. I mean,
GG.
look at, GG?
They just
gonna come
ignored
up
And then,
GG.
look at London. London's eating this
They
up.
love this.
London is
Done.
getting psyched.
Done.
You're up 1-0 in the series on Shock right now, and you're psyching up your opponent. You're making them feel like they've already got this, that the momentum's on their side. This is like worst case scenario. You do not say negative things in all chat to your teammates. That is out of control. And you could say it's like a joke, but I don't think that's a joke. That doesn't seem very funny to me.
It seems a bit excessive to be a joke. If it was like, someone had to be on point and then like rip or something.
You could
it
take
could
like
be a joke. But if it's
C9
like
GG,
GG,
it's like
it's
whatever.
done. Like
Saying GG done is like, yo, what? Even for your team, if you could laugh it off, the other team is gonna feel great. You're psyching them up.
So that was after one C9.
Yeah.
And then they C9, forced or not, like they stepped away from the point 2 more times that map.
Yeah.
And it was really downhill for the San Francisco Shock. They looked
Actually,
dominant
3
in the
times,
row.
I believe, since then.
One we didn't count properly.
On London's attack, it was like, you can argue the nuances, but it was bad. It was bad.
And now they're playing Max on support. Like, look, we were already going to talk about Max versus Junbin coming in for tank for map 4.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about that. And I have no problem with Max playing, Junker Queen, but then Junbin comes in and plays map 4. Now Max is on support. I believe we've seen this one time earlier this season.
We did?
In like June or something. I think Max played
Look,
support
everybody
once.
on Shock gets a
But
chance to play support.
This is
That's
unbelievable.
this is the
This is potentially your last match of the season.
Yeah,
and you're
like-
putting Max on support? They're cooking. They're cooking. You can cook. I have no insight. I'm not in the Shock
maybe
Prize
it's
room.
too much cooking. Maybe
I have no insight.
ingredients, maybe
Honestly,
overcooking.
You're cooking.
we've seen a lot that, Shock always cook. That maybe sometimes
Yeah.
a little too
There's-
But
much.
this time around,
Speaking
they
of
might
cooking.
have gotten into the kitchen whilst they're also being mentally boomed. So I just don't know if that's the kind of menu you want to have on your table afterwards. And I mean, point in case might be Heesang here, because if we're looking at Heesang, when he was on the Shock, didn't seem to have that great of a time. Now, on his new roster, though, he's really starting to shine. I feel like I don't know. Like, this is the best Heesang you've seen in a long time.
I mean, with all that's going on right now with the Shock, you have to wonder. I mean, it feels like maybe it's too simple, it's too obvious. We don't know exactly what's going on internally, but it feels like it has to be internal issues that was limiting Heesang's performance when he was on the Shock, right? A lot of people were criticizing him, blaming him on the Shock, and now on the Titans, he's looking insanely good. He's looking the best he's ever looked. And so now with, like, you know, we've got Max coming in on support, we've got Proper BMing his team in all chat. Like, these are serious issues for the Shock. And I think, honestly, if their season ends here today, you know, you have to, like, look at that as the reason why. We have not seen any other team in the league do this kind of insane roster swaps all season long. Yeah. Tons of swaps. I mean, you know, there's reasons on the inside, but there has been some hard to understand decisions. I'll say.
It is worth saying that, of course, Heesang and Proper, they kind of share the same hero pool, and so naturally they had a bit of a clash when Heesang and Proper had to split time on the Shock, of course. But that being said, I mean, Heesang had such a glow up in a more comfortable system like the Vancouver Titans that I think it's undeniable that just confidence-wise, Heesang feels better playing for the Titans than he ever did for the Shock.
Yeah, and I think the same can be said about other players on that Vancouver Titans roster as well. Like, people who finally have a chance to shine because they're the sole people responsible, like Punk, for example. There's a lot of consistency on the Vancouver Titans roster, which we haven't seen from the San Francisco Shock, as they are playing musical chairs throughout the season.
And honestly, now with Junmin coming in on this tank with Max on support, are they going to, like, be fully committed to playing Junmin tank for Junker Queen maybe this whole matchup? As it seems like both of these teams show that they kind of like playing Queen, likely to be a Queen matchup here. It just begs the question, like, how much time has Junmin had on this hero? And all season long, they've been swapping back and forth. And you have to contrast that, right, with Punk on the Titans, who he's had his fair share of having to share play time. He's been on a number of teams where even back in Overwatch 1 6v6, he was sharing time on just the off-tank role. And it felt like he was always in that spot. Every team he's on, they're subbing him in, they're subbing him out. He always had that potential, but it was never realized. And now on a team where he's been able to start consistently, he's been looking great on the Winston, right? That's a game where he never really played before. And a team that had the confidence to say, you're going to be our tank, we're going to give you the full play time on the role, get you to get that experience and improve. He has looked so much improved. And so I think it begs the question of the Shock of, like, you know, in the alternative world where they had been a little bit more committed with the tank role and said, like, all right, this meta, we're going to have Junmin take it. Even if you're going to have two players, right? Being more consistent within the meta, it's hard to argue with looking at a player like Punk and how well he's played this season.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I had to go with the Vancouver Titans. Not only do they sport the second best Australian player right after Costa in their roster, but they also had so much consistency, everything we just discussed. Shock has not been confidence-inducing after their last performance last week.
Same, I went to Vancouver Titans. You know, Shock has the talent, but I think consistency is the key here, so I went with the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, I went with Titans as well. I do think Shock has incredibly high peaks, and they have incredible players on their team who have the potential to take over situations, team fights. Any one of these players, even the ones we've been saying, you know, what about this roster stuff? They're still amazingly good players. They can make this close, but I do believe in the Titans in the end.
I'm going Vancouver too, but make it a 3-0. Scrap the 3-2, make it a 3-0 Vancouver Titans. I'm done with the Shock, okay? The only analysis I have for the Max substitution is that maybe communication was an issue. They want an all-Korean lineup in there because Lucio, C9ing was maybe an issue in the last series. Maybe they just want everyone on the same page, but still, putting Max on main support, we'll see how that works out.
It doesn't get much later than your potential last game of the actual season. Let's see how it plays out for them. For all the action, we're going to bring in the power duo. It is, of course, Lemon Kiwi and Nikra. Hi, girls.
Hi, happy birthday again.
Thank you.
Zoe. You're getting an entertaining match for your birthday, but what did you wish for, little girl, for your birthday? Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho.
Sorry? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, that's how birthdays fit to me. It's every birthday is a Christmas too. I wanted good entertainment and Overwatch, and that's exactly what I got, obviously.
Well, yeah,
especially with Max on support.
We had all these points to talk about, but we gotta address the elephant in the room, the tank in the room that's on support. Necro, what is happening?
I feel like the desk covered so many different options, but only one way to find out, and that's to throw us into the game and see what they're actually going to bring to the table. Because even you and I were talking about this when we saw the lineups and heading into our very first map, like, okay, Titans picked this, so San Francisco Shock, this is out of their control, but they can start to make adjustments here in terms of their lineup to actually give them a better shot at this. And Jen, you were even talking about the fact that maybe we get a chance to see some Wrecking Ball or Winston come out from Junbin here.
And I'm glad we're seeing these maps, because that's the exact point of Junbin. Last patch played the Hammond, played the Winston, that's strong on Gardens and City Center. Maybe not so much on University. Don't worry about that though, because that ain't the case. Now, if I had to cook quickly, I would say off tanks have good mechanics. You sometimes see that on flex support. The Washington Justice had Mirror do this. It's quite uncommon, of course. Usually it's DPS that would pick up that role, but Max is on the Zen, and we made sure, Nekra, to look through his resume. Never once has he ever played support in Pacific or Korean contenders.
I would have liked to see the double flex support here, but I don't think that's what we're getting. I don't... Max? We'll see about this one. Everything else looks pretty stock standard coming out from the Shock. We haven't seen a whole lot of the Sombra actually within this patch, and it might prove beneficial for some of these higher mobility characters come out from the Titans. Especially if you're able to nail Crimzo in the backline, you're now forcing him to have to use all of the survivability cooldowns to keep himself alive versus the rest of the team. But if you nail somebody with that hack like Faith or Sugar Free specifically, one of the better Genjis that we have in the West, you're really limiting their ability to actually do anything against your team.
Ooh, yeah. Junbin went for the boop and actually got booped himself there by Faith. Shock playing the composition of last patch, and the last time these two teams met was less than 2 weeks ago on the last patch of the Winston double flanker, and it was the Titans that won that 3-1. So Titans, especially Punk, can he pull Junbin before he escapes? Of course, Hammond has a lot of health to get through. Do the Titans have enough? And it looks like, well, while Junbin is summoning all the attention, the flankers of the Shock made their way behind the Titans, took care of Crimzo, and a bulk of that healing is now gone. Of course, it's City Center of Oasis, so you can contest this for a long time, but Junbin wants to end things quickly. What a pile drive as Titans were stuck in the corner with the anti of Finn. It's just a cherry on top.
Oh, it's so good. And you could see too, like, Crimzo feels forced in this moment to have to switch over to the Kiriko because the Baptiste is just too vulnerable. Looking at the Sombra coming out from Proby, those hacks have been so impactful. Not only to be able to shut off those cooldowns coming through from the Titans, but also to initiate the dive. Because this is a composition we've seen so far coming out from the Shock, we know that this is tried and true for them. I mean, look at the pile driver there. Everybody gets flattened like a pancake.
Yeah, Crimzo already had to use the Suzu. They have to be aware of Junbin's setups, but he could just be a distraction like we said before. Proby and Proper can be the true threats, but 150 HP. Junbin gets away just in time. I like that Sugar Freeze on the Tracer. It's a good counter to chase down that Hammond before they get the health pack. And Titans unleashing. He's saying, who strikes down Max, no supports for the Shock, and it's a flip back over to the Titans.
Titans using the overclock there was a really nice way to shut down what the Shock were trying to throw at them, but there weren't too many ultimates used here. Finn invested the Nano, tried to make Max the ultimate raid boss on the Brigitte, but it wasn't quite enough to deal with that one-shot potential coming through from the Sojourn. But now that the Titans have control, this is where the going gets really tough because Proby now has free reign of the backline to try to land this EMP, since that was not something that they utilized in this last fight.
EMP hitting 3 though, and Faith does even want to use the sound mirror. That would have to have been the quickest reaction. You're only hacked for a second, but with Crimzo down, this might not be a fight that Titans want to invest in, or maybe Crimzo can get back in time with the teleport. Fate does make the call still. 4-man barrier as Titans still holding on by the skin of their teeth. This point still accumulating in favor of the Titans. The rampage canceled by Punk. Not able to escape in time. Shock barely any healing with Max as their only support. As everyone is fighting on the point, it's now, what, 3v3, and now slowly going Shock's favor. With great coordination at the end, it's Shock that prevailed.
Okay, all right. I was gonna be a little patient waiting to see what the Shock were cooking up for us, but Jen, I think I'm eating. This Max Brigida was so strong, especially if you're just able to put the Brigida in a little room. I don't think anyone on the Titans is going to want to face up against that. And this has been so strong also to really help keep Proper and Proby alive. Fortunately, you are going to see that pulse bomb miss, but Titans have to come into this one with the Kitsune Rush.
Ooh, Proper got caught off guard. Titans came through the stairs and Proper didn't know. So here's a Kitsune Rush. Titans, great rotations, again, to surprise the Shock. If you let Shock set up off the hacks, off the pile drive, that's how the Titans were suffering. So Titans take control in their own hands.
Great point, because the dive coming through from Shock, when you have the Sombra in play, does have to play a little bit more patiently. One hack is not normally enough to be able to initiate the dive. It's enough to be able to get out some of those bigger cooldowns, like if you can force out the Suzu from Crimzo, then you can go in with something else. But Shock did get their point to 1 fight potential, and they did just knock somebody off of that high ground.
Sugar Free dueling against Proper, but Heesang strikes down Proby. So you got that 5v4 for the Titans. I mean, Shock weren't really ready to engage. But this is 80% plus territory coming down to the last fight. So Vancouver want to push that envelope against the Shock, and now taking down both supports. Max and Finn gone. Junbin doesn't have any healing. And at 96+%, maybe Proper and Proby can contest. Proper shut down on the highway side, so he can't. The first round goes to the Titans.
Titans had such a nice comeback in this round as well. San Francisco Shock came out of the gates with something that was really surprising and unique in terms of what we have seen from this meta so far. We have seen a little bit of Wrecking Ball if you take a look over in APAC, but hasn't really made too much of an appearance in the West during this patch. So what a nice way to kind of, you know, surprise the Titans a little bit, see if they're gonna get a little bit smart to this strategy. But as you said, going over to University, that's not a strat that can work here. So we have to see what Shock can come out with in terms of Dunbin being in this lineup instead. Over Max, when they play the tank, it's usually going to be the Junker Queen.
And with that comp that the Shock ran, they were so dispersed, and Titans running that Queen. With the Genji, you just need a firm target to go after, and with how mobile Shock were, that just was too difficult for the Titans. The surprise factor helped them a little bit. Now we go to University, where Shock swap back now to Orisa, Reaper, May. Seeing if they can wall off Punk, that would be a big key to success. Heesang and Sugar Free can climb over it, so can Faith and Crimzo. So how do the Titans make sure they break down the wall and enable Punk as much as possible? Shock using it defensively so far. Titans had someone behind them, don't seem to be too perturbed. But Titans still want to cap this first, and Punk is separated away from the Flock, and Shock realized this, putting a lot of damage into the Titans backline while Punk is rotating back. And that really costed Titans being able to defend this point or even be almost able to cap it. So Shock are back in the driver's seat.
They traded support so early. Finn and Crimzo both went down within milliseconds of each other. But San Francisco Shock had that positional advantage where they were able to play around that natural architecture of the map and start to push the pressure. Titans will be able to come back into this one, and it's going to end up being more of that Punk Orisa. But the Mei wall gets forced out really early here from Proper. This is a great opportunity for the Titans to go in.
And the fact they scouted Proby, who was ready to react to that Mei wall, hiding into the corner, then gets headshot. So Titans again reading what Shock are putting down and having a reaction, having a plan. But now that Shock are ready for this fight, well, they are able to trade blow for blow, but Titans are flipping the point. Shock will at least die on this objective to extend what little they have, 41%, before Titans take it back.
They're doing a great job of stalling too, especially when we have the Reaper. It's not super easy for Punk to just start to push forward. Otherwise, you do know that you have to kind of deal with that damage mitigation, but take a look at that. Like, Shock still walk away with 40% of this point. And now Vancouver Titans get a chance to start working up that percentage of their own. But Jen, this is going to be rough for San Francisco Shock. Titans have 5 ultimates in the bank. They could throw literally anything that they wanted at this fight and should be able to find the value, but it's about actually converting these ults over without blowing everything in the tank.
Great javelin there from Junbin. It got Sugar Free. You want to deny that blade, but Junbin committed so much to it while forgetting what was happening behind him. Titans dismantled the Shock behind Junbin and, well, take the fight.
That was just the amplification matrix and the overclock used as well. Both of those just such great zoning tools. Finn only had to invest the coalescence there, so now it's starting to look a little bit more even. Max having this sound barrier is so big to be able to deal with Sugar Free's Blade, and Heesang goes down already?
Heesang extended forward to look for Poke, but he gets headshot by Proper. Still a 4v3 in favor of the Shock. The Blade for Sugar Free to find the equalizer, and so he does! And he even lives through the death blossom, the rain of bullets coming from the Shock, and it's Titans that stand tall.
That is what you expect from one of the top Alarm Rookie of the Year candidates. Sugar Free able to get that Blade through, and where did Max's sound barrier go? Who got that? Okay, well, what happened? He's saying, stop, please. Please stop getting kicked off.
Who needs a barrier when you get kills, I guess? But Titans are giving up that space. 97%. They know that winning one fight will give them the map. It's Shock that needs to place this Blizzard and control, manipulate Titans into an area where they can maximize the value. But Faith, it'll be up to him to speed them out of this ultimate. Titans being careful where they enter, using the Amp Matrix to find some picks off of the Shock, who hide through the hallway. Junpin is closing that down, so there's no access to that mini pack there from the Titans. So they have to go in through the center, as Sugar Free is rotating through the flank thanks to Faith's rotations. Sugar Free gets picked off yet again by Proper. The mechanics on the Mei has gotten Shock so many picks, and now Proby adding to that equation. Shock very close to tying the score.
And Punk too, just playing on his own, trying to duel head-on with Junbin. Was a little bit of that 2v1 scenario, but it also left the rest of the Titans vulnerable to what was going on through their amplification matrix. Just saw Proper put up the wall, and there was nothing to be done about that one. And now Finn has one of his own. And can Shock actually close it out here? They still have that Blizzard to use.
Titans have to wait for this AM Matrix to be done. It's really well placed there by Finn. Good coverage on the point. Now the final fight for the map or round 3. It's the Blizzard from Proper. It doesn't freeze anyone. It was just on top of themselves. And Punk, well, he makes the space of his own. Now surging forward. Junpin is off on his own. Sugar Free dismantles the backline with the Blade and saves the fight once again for the Titans. They take back the point. There's no one to contest. Map number 1 goes to the Titans.
Titans with a nice strong start, especially after the San Francisco Shock tried to pull the hood over their eyes, and it almost worked. Jen, that was a much closer map than I would have anticipated. Seeing those roster swaps come through here for the Shock, for Max to play a bit of an off role, and then Junbin to come in and play that tank. Didn't quite work out this time, but now the onus is on the Shock to pick the next map.
I feel like Junbin had a lot of good ideas, but didn't have the support. Proper's mechanics got them picks. Finn and Matrix, great usage, but it's team play. That's what's hurt the Shock. That's what hurt them against the London Spitfire. They're changing a composition that they feel they were more confident in from the previous patch. And yes, they were able to surprise Titans at some points on City Center. But it's Titans that have practiced together as this 5-man squad with this composition. And Titans, well, against maybe a composition that they haven't practiced much against, you know, the Hammond, at least not for a while, they still were able to prevail.
It was really cool to watch those adjustments happen in real time as well. And that's something that I think is very, speaks so strongly to how the Titans usually end up approaching these matchups as well. Like, this is a team that has played together for a long time. There's only 5 of them. There are no roster swaps that they can make except to try to put players into off roles, but it is great to see what they can do when given the opportunity, and let's see how far this series can go.
And we'll find out how the series will go on Numbani. Shock's pick, fate in their hands. We'll find out what happens after the break. Vancouver Titans up a map after Oasis went their way after both rounds, but Necro, they've been known to have strong starts in series, but it's how they end that maybe the Vancouver fans don't want to talk about. They haven't won a match this patch yet, but 2 Game 5s. And usually a lot of success around Control.
Yeah, 2 Game 5s and a lot more during the season that they haven't been able to finish out either. So I'm just hoping that they can also keep up that momentum and bring forward that confidence into these next few maps in the series. Usually where they start to struggle is when we do go to maps where we switch sides. So having an explicit attack and defense, such as our hybrid map that's next up in this series. But there's another change we got to talk about here, and that's going to be the San Francisco Shock lineup.
Yeah, Luke Camino in over Max. The cooking is done. Luke Camino, last time we saw him was when the Shock played the Vegas Eternal on this very patch, where he came in on the first control map of Antarctic and New Junk City Flashpoint. So really needing that aggressive Lucio. Don't get to see Luke Camino as much as Renko, but they seem to be wanting to go back to their old patch prowess with keeping Junbin in that lineup.
That is something that strikes me as very interesting. Like, I don't know if I would consider this fully cooking. Like, yeah, Max out of the roster. Okay, maybe we're starting to bring things down to a little bit of a simmer. Luke Camino coming back in is still interesting because we haven't seen him so much more recently. It has been Renko on the Lucio, but Renko's nowhere to be seen so far in the series. I wonder if they're actually going to come out of the gates with this one, but at the very least, what we're seeing from the Titans is what we kind of expected. Punk going to stick to the Orisa, despite the fact that we did see the Junker Queen a little bit earlier on City Center for Oasis, but the Orisa is just able to push the pressure just a little bit more and has a lot more staying power than something like the Junker Queen.
And Shock are going away from that style that they began play-ins with, which is a lot around the Symmetra, at the very least the Bastion, and realizing that the coordination, yes, that composition has so much high damage potential, but the coordination, the execution is something so difficult that Sugar-Free misses the dash, and the focusing beam almost claims him. The burning of the dynamite does the job, and Proby's 2K may just open things up for the Shock, but they still need Junbin to push forward. With these 2 picks, the Shock should be pressuring the point more, and it seems like the Ashe of Proby and Finn are starting to cap that. Junbin is always that pain train that is chasing targets, and well, Shock will finally cap.
Oh, that's so rough to watch. Like, Titans at that point, I know what they were trying to do was just stabilize themselves, but now Faith is in the back, could get picked off, is going to be able to escape with his life, but that is such a rough position to be in, where it is one of the tanks that goes down last, so now you gotta wait to be able to come back into this one. But Punk is gonna take the immediate swap. It doesn't feel like the Orisa is it, and I really like the Junker Queen look from Punk. Punk was one of the only players last season that decided to pick up the Junker Queen when no one else was. And that's why he got like the cute little moniker of the Punker Queen. So I'm excited to see the Punker Queen back in action. This is one of the strongest looks that this team has, and it's because of how much experience Punk has on this hero.
And Sugar-Free to the Tracer. This is just going to be to chase down this proper Echo when he can, but with the support of a Mercy, can be a little difficult to take that 1v2, but when you have a tactical visor, when you have a soldier, even without the ultimate, that can pick off the Mercy, if you catch her in kind of mid-Guardian Angel crossing a path in that straight line, that's where these hit scan of Titans can dismantle that proper Luke Camino duo.
Luke Camino is a slippery one, though. Like, we have seen Luke Camino play this hero before, and if you're able to use the Guardian Angel really effectively, especially when there's so much space around Numbani, you might just be able to keep yourself out of dodge, but Proby this time could not. That's why Luke Camino is here.
It's a good nano from towards Punk so that he can anchor the objective as much as he can, but how much space that an Orisa can create. You hit the Javelin against the Junker Queen, you push her back, you have Fortify, you have a lot more sustain as an Orisa compared to the Junker Queen, but it's how you enable it. The Suzu to help Junbin, and he does back away, holding on to that card as much as they can. The Shock want to go towards point B, and the Titans are so unhealthy, but they are supporting each other and removing that tank. Junbin is almost too aggressive and sometimes goes in on his own, and Titans are realizing this and putting all that focus into that tank.
Oh, that was such a nice Suzu from Finn, though. Like, Jumpin had got stuck with Sugar Free's Pulse Bomb, and you saw the Suzu to even cleanse the ante as well, just so Jumpin wouldn't actually fall to either of those abilities. But Shock, yeah, like, Jumpin just seems to find himself out of position, maybe a little bit too far forward. Oh, look at Hisei behind them! They don't know what hit them!
They don't know! What a play there by Hisei, and... is he gonna stay here? And even if he doesn't want to, he rotates to the left side. How are Shock gonna want to approach this? Do you want to go and dislodge Hisei, or do you want to push forward, hope that you zone off the damage of Hisei and just fight the Titans 5v4? Shock have an important decision to make if Hisei even stays there.
I think Hisei is rotated around. Nope, he's still back there. You know what? I love this position from him, though. Because, yeah, what do you do? Who do you even send after him? Like, you can't get Finn up onto the high ground, and Proby has to hit a shot.
Well, Shock went with the ladder. They played the 5v4. Hisei is still rotating into the fight. So the damage scales tilt the favor towards the Shock. And they've already dealt with the Titans' support, so there's nothing that Hisei could really do, especially without an ultimate. So the creativity from the Titans ends up finding them in the butt, and Shock should be in a position to cap B.
You say that, but Punk and Faith, they're still alive. They're still kicking. They're buying so much time for the rest of the team to get back. And they even had taken down a few members with them. And oh god, Jumpin's in danger.
You gotta match the energy and the vibes of Jumpin. When he wants to go in, Finn has to be on top. Giving him all the cards and the love. Terra Surge from Jumpin, and with all the speed the Titans have, they're mobile enough to escape. The Shock would be in a position to cap B if they kept up the pressure, if they kept up the healing to Jumpin to hold on to the space that they had. But with the sound barrier re-engaged, that is enough to overwhelm the Titans and finally give Shock the point B cap they wanted.
It did take a lot of time and effort, though, and so now Shock do have 3 minutes to work with heading into the rest of this point. But with Proby, actually, with the overclock, this could become a snowball. If Proby's able to round this corner with the cart, you able to get this really nice straightaway, then you're just able to get enough picks to just walk this over the line. You do have Crimso coming back out on the Kiriko, though, that was to be able to get back to the Titans to try to defend that second point. But now, too, that means that the Suzu is available if you want to be able to use that to just keep somebody alive. Punk, though, playing really aggressive, has his rampage ready.
A Sugar Free also pulse bombs Lucamino, must have went up top, and that's a 4-man rampage from Punk. And I love the spacing. He backed away so he wasn't just going too deep there with that rampage. And that's the fantastic understanding that Punk has of the hero.
And such smart understanding from the rest of the team, too, that if they nail Lucamino, all of a sudden, Shock don't have the ability to just kite away from that rampage. And so that is the team coordination we have come to expect out of a team like the Titans. And that's something that Shock are going to have to keep cleaning up over the course of this series to be able to play around Junbin's aggressive pushes.
Well, if Shock have issues with the high ground, which Sugar Free did a good job of warding them away, well, Shock are just gonna send the whole army to zone off Sugar Free. You can still go back up the stairs. It's the overclock, though, from Proby. That's only to focus down Punk, because he knows he likes to escape in funny locations that the Titans can't always access, but Punk is well supported. Crimso pays with his life. Kitsune Rush left behind, and the Titans... well, it doesn't seem like a winnable fight to them. They'd rather play the respawn advantage. They know Shock have to push the cart, so Titans don't want to push their luck.
Gotta back up, otherwise they feed over more ultimate charge as well, knowing that the Shock had just invested ultimates, maybe a team fight to go. So you don't want to give them that opportunity or that gas to be able to just keep pushing forward. And so, wow, Hisei's getting so up close to personal.
Oh my god, the momentum of the Terra Surge pulled Hisei enough that the jump with the Sojourn was not enough to distance him away. Good shutdown there by Junbin, and proper no matter what hero he plays. May or Torbjorn, he proves that his mechanics are supreme. A 2K to stagger off the Titans, who now have Sugar Free on the Tracer to touch. Proper shuts that down. Here comes Punk on the Arista, a lot of sustain there, but with Hisei unable to be left alone on that off angle, there's just no kill potential coming out of this defense, so the Shock will cap with 26 seconds.
Oh man, how many times have we seen Hisei go down first? Like, it's so disappointing to watch, especially when Hisei is playing such a ranged hero. Sojourn does not need to be so far forward to deal with these fights. And if he was a little bit far back, maybe he has the ability to pick off Junbin before the Terra Surge lands. Like, you know, these two teams are very scrappy. They don't always play perfect, but it is about the follow-up there that is so important for both of these teams, especially when they know that this is it. So I just really like to be able to see some of these small micro adjustments to make sure that they're both playing to the best of their abilities.
Feels like Shock have control of this map. The way that they're puppeteering the Titans, who like to take these off angles, like Sugar Free on the high ground gets the pulse bomb on Lucamino. Shock don't let that happen again. They learn from their mistakes, while as in previous matches, you might have thought that that would get to them mentally. And I'm sure Shock, after the previous match, talked to each other about how to stay composed in tough situations like this, because there are no second chances here in this lower bracket. Titans shut down on the off angle, as I said, with Sugar Free on the high ground, to now trying to get Punk by himself, forcing Crimzo to have to step forward to heal Punk, and then picking off Crimzo. It's Punk or Crimzo that are going to die in that situation, and he's saying when he likes to bring out that creativity of the soldier, sometimes he's a boon, and sometimes he's Bane. So Titans, how do they cap this on their own? The offense is out.
That's a great point. I mean, you know, when we see Shock making these adjustments, that is the perfect example of just keep on keeping on until you are able to start to play a little bit more coordinated and together. But one of the ways that Vancouver Titans can really start to disrupt that is with this Bastion. If they're all able to play together like this, then this dive coming up from the San Francisco Shock on the defense might not be as impactful. Like, who do you single out here?
Lucamino and Finn did not rotate away. If you're in the phase of an Orisa, you're already dead. The Javelins is in such a critical stun, and you're just not escaping that. The Discord Orb is a great idea to try and chunk down Orisa, which we said has so much sustain, but not if you don't have the space to do so. Shock really need to communicate that intel and the quick pushes that the Titans do, so Titans cap so quickly off that.
Well, especially when Punk, like he's saying, especially, like, you can call out, maybe he goes a little bit too far forward, but he also just plays so aggressive. And it's the pace overall that the Vancouver Titans really work with that makes it so difficult for a team like the Shock to actually be able to push forward. Like, you're looking at setup here. That's why San Francisco Shock have switched off of that Wrecking Ball, because maybe Propi gets a hack, maybe you're able to move on that. But now when the Vancouver Titans just continue to just pummel you in the front line, you don't have time to get that set up.
Yeah, Shock at least hoping to have more distance to work with to apply that Discord Orb, and Junbin should not be zoning himself off into this room out of healing access of Lucamino and Finn, and that is a critical mistake. And Orisa that is left unchecked, or I guess now Punk that's on Diva, a tank that is left unchecked. It is so much of a push that the Titans can work towards. Halfway now to B, which can turn into a snowball, but Titans once again trying to utilize these off angles for their hit scan is getting punished, even with a Sombra of all things. So Shock, how do they handle now this Dragon Blade of Sugar Free, who's popped off on Oasis before? The immortality is what keeps him up, and he can't escape in time. Junbin on top also to block off the heals with the bubble. It's an amazing idea out of the Shock to stop this avalanche that's being created by the Titans.
We're seeing the most intense game of rock, paper, scissors I think I've ever seen outside of Punk and Costa squaring off during that interview. Because take a look at all of these different hero swaps that are coming through from either team. I mean, you called out the Winston, those bubbles, so impactful to just help stave off a ton of that damage. And you also can't deflect that if you're a Genji. So now we're gonna see yet another swap as Sugar Free goes over to the Tracer this time to try to deal with the backline too.
Crimzo is such a target! The Sound Barrier of Faith! I don't know if that was calculated or lucky, but it saved Crimzo. Saves the fight for the Titans. Shock are not looking so healthy. Titans in a 5v4, but so much time being bought there by Finn's Transcendence. But this is just to help them not die, not necessarily take back any space. But the Titans still need a few more seconds to get this point B cap, and with that stagger on the proper, Shock, if they do want to contest, they have to do so in 4v5, but Junbin doesn't contest. He might have got even booped slightly off of the cart. But the Titans, they're rolling. They have 2 extra minutes to push point C compared to what the Shock had.
Oh, Faith is always calculated. I think Faith might be one of the most underrated Lucios in the entire league. Especially when you take a look at the mechanics, the timing of how the sound barrier went down, and it was a boop that actually pushed Junbin back from being able to get that contest on the cart. Faith is going to move over to the Brigitte. It's a little bit better for staying power versus a Tracer that is so good like Proper, but Vancouver Titans are still investing in this. There's the nano onto Punk.
He got Nano, but he was so low, just jumping right into an amp matrix there of Lucamino. Titans, they did their best to try and zone off that ultimate, but ultimately sacrificing Punk and the self-destruct, not netting any kills. So the Titans will have to reset, but it's not a big deal. They got plenty of time.
They have so much time to work with, and because San Francisco Shock capped with 26 seconds left, it doesn't really matter what the Titans do here. They will always be able to get another chance as long as they just capture these points. And it's going to get easier and easier too as Yisang's ready to go with the overclock. Sugar Free is going to be looking for a pulse bomb, but Barber could also shut this down. Finn, though, with the Transcendence is going to be the best answer that the Shock have.
Ooh, overclock and Junbin jumps on top. Yisang trying to dodge, but Proby and Proper in the equation too. He's saying, man, Shock have kept their eyes on him, not letting him get away with the Soldier or Sojourn shenanigans that he did before. And now Titans, they full send. They have the rally. They have the sugar-free picks. And Shock, the respawn advantage, it doesn't even matter. The staggers are just too strong for the Titans, who will be capping with such a large time bank advantage. Jump in there is recontesting. Maybe to shave off a few more seconds. Here's Lucamino and Finn to 5 seconds gone, and Titans end with 3:21.
That is so much time in the bank. That is so much time. Like, especially compared to 1 minute on a map like Numbani that has such a long travel distance to get to that first point. 1 minute is not nearly enough time. Like, you don't get ultimates online with that amount of time in the bank. Vancouver, they might get 2. Like, charitably, they might get 2 full slates of ultimates, like, in that amount of time.
It's not bad that Titans keep getting their DPS shut down, at least mainly Yisang, who maybe has to play a little bit closer, at least within jump range, or somebody like Faith and Crimzo need to be in line of sight to enable him even more. But maybe you use Yisang as bait. You let Shock use all the cooldowns or have Junbin on jump on top of Yisang, and then Titans react to the Shock engage. It's maybe not necessarily bad to play that 4v5, and clearly Titans ain't doing anything wrong if they got a 3-minute 21 time bank, as you said. That is a huge advantage.
No, I was only laughing because you gave a much more, like, reasonable and charitable explanation of Yisang dying so often than
I tried to give a cookie over.
No, you did it. You're like the Brigitte, for real, for real. But Yisang, yeah, like, maybe you do use him as bait. It's kind of what the Vancouver Titans have been doing, and I think a lot of that, too, like, if you want to commend Shock a little bit more for getting that pick in the first place, is what you talked about before. This is a map that they've been very comfortable on, that they've been playing around and have done such a great job of manipulating where those team fights are going. It still hasn't worked out in full just because of how strong the Titans defense was, but Shock, they get a chance at this, and you can see they're going like super high aggro. Proby and Proper both on some of their best heroes, and it comes down to explosive damage, and you've got Lucamino there as well for the damage boost.
Good dynamites from Proby. His 3K is what opened up the point, but also Titans flopping their defense. It is what let Shock cap so quickly. It was Sugar Free's Genji that overextended, got picked. Now he's on the Tracer, something he's more comfortable with. Shock now starting to surround Punk, and especially those sticky grenades that are damage boosted there from Proper and Lucamino. This can hurt Punk a lot, and he didn't disengage quick enough. The focusing beam too is a killer. That Orisa to hold the high ground. Shock will be looking above this point where Titans can recontest. Punk is back on the Diva to maybe get some extra speed back here. 2 ticks now. Are Titans even bothering with this? There is a slight recontest, but Punk gets there at the last second. Crimzo protecting Yisang with everything they can. The Nano needs to be given to Punk. He's barely holding on. Needs to stay within line of sight of his Ana. And Jumpin's getting pocketed by the Mercy, and even with the extra healing, doesn't survive through. The Titans retake is working out.
Oh, the Pulse Bomb 2 stick onto Proper. That is going to eliminate the second source of damage, and oh, Jen, the Kitsune Rush was just not enough to be able to get Lucamino back into the fight soon enough for the res.
That was the longest 1 minute fight.
Yeah. Whew. I was like, wait, was that actually 2 minutes?
I thought they had another fight.
The clock.
And all of a sudden, the round is over. I was like, oh.
Oh, man. Yeah, I like that they were able to get away with a lot more than I would have expected there. And based on how quick their very first round went for their attack push, I was like, okay, maybe. Like, it's starting to work out a lot. But Titans just got more ults online, more answers faster, and we're able to find more value with their ults, which is something that you're able to do just a little bit better on the defense when you have a particular game plan in mind once you've already set up.
Yeah, it's better to take things step by step than run in and trip. So I like that Shock took their time to remove Punk from that high ground. Orisa is just such a good space holder with all the armor, the fortify and everything. So Shock focused all that attention on setting up Proby on the flank or on the coast side with Luke Mino and then pushing in at the same time. So you're seeing more evidence of Shock working on that coordination. They took care of Punk. The rest of the Titans left, though. Shock didn't want to overextend and get more kills, which would have been a more guaranteed cap there. And it's a really good retake by the Titans to deny the full cap at the end of the day. Titans have so much time to get that 90.7%, which will get them to match point.
They waited so patiently around that corner. It looked like they weren't going to be able to get the touch either, but Faith was already still behind the Shock. And it allowed enough time for the Titans to be able to get back in with the D.Va as well. And Crimzo had that nano boost online almost immediately. So that was really nice to see. But Titans, they're going through to try to play with this blade from Sugar Free. He's saying as well, this is the same comp that the Titans used to try to get the take last time. And yeah, you hope that Shock don't make that same mistake twice. And you saw that immediate backup, Jen.
Yeah. Junbin is also playing from under the Titans. And man, they're just using the most amount of damage that they can with the Genji and the Bastion, but the lack of Symmetra means that they can't go from high ground to high ground as easily, but I guess they could just walk on foot. Jumpin is still below, but it's great positioning because he stayed in line of sight of Luke Mino and Finn, allowing him to not only heal, but get back to his team. Titans would have killed him. Well, I guess deflecting all the damage right back into him is a pick for the Titans. Now a second tick. Shock will have to do this 4v5 without a tank, and Finn has to lead that with Proper to touch the point one last time. Jumpin is on the hip, and Finn is saving the day on the Zen. The double headshot. It's winnable, but how do you do this without healing if you're the Shock? Proper has to hit a miracle pulse bomb, and maybe by time for the Proby Ash, but I guess you don't need it. You don't need the ultimates. You just need the mechanics.
No way. Holy crap. Like Finn. Let's not forget how much of a sharpshooter that this player can be. I mean, you get a chance to sometimes see the Finn Moira, okay? There's not a whole lot of like strong mechanical presence coming out from having to shoot your shot, but Finn single-handedly saved that push, and now you've got the Transcendence to boot, which you might need now because Jumpin to go down.
Sugar Free's deflecting damage and always killing Jumpin. What is going on with that? But Proper, great value on that pulse bomb, finding that trade, 4v4, but here comes the Soundbear re-engage from the Titans, zoning off the Shock, who react with the Transcendence there of Finn to anchor themselves on the objective, which Titans aren't really pressuring. They're almost letting Shock come to the middle of the map so that Titans can surround them once again. He's saying he's ready to decloak on the point, maybe even hack Jumpin. Jumpin has to be careful to not bait himself or walk into the Titans trap. He realizes this and backs away, and the blade of Sugar Free, once the Shock are low, cuts through one, but not the second when I thought he could. But the job has been done by the team of the Titans, who work together to dismantle Shock one by one and get the final tick to put themselves on match point.
Oh, that was so close. That was so close, and for a long time, I started to believe that the Shock could get that map win. Especially after the hero performances coming out from the backline. Finn and Luke Mino just keeping the entire defense alive for that fourth round. I was so hopeful, but Jen, like this entire series, Shock has gotten better and better, and Titans have gotten better and better. The improvement in real time is so palpable and is so fun to watch.
And Sugar Free returning to the Genji was a huge boon for them. The Dragon Blade pop-off, he always finds value with this. Even if he didn't get the second swipe on that second kill that he should have gotten, the Titans knew how to support and move up with him. Sometimes the Shock can be disconnected at those points where there's really good ideas and good windows of engage, but the Shock aren't always together with this. But the Shock are trying different compositions, different substitutes, and they're looking better and better every day. But Rose were also almost close to making history. If Shock lose this next map, this would be the first time in their franchise history that they would miss playoffs. And Titans, of all teams, could be the ones to do it.
Oh my gosh. And that's like so devastating as well, just knowing how many titles, like championships, the San Francisco Shock have won. But it does come down to this next map in the lineup to see whether or not Shock can bring it back. And that's going to be Suravasa on the other side of this break.
It's match point for the Vancouver Titans. Sugar Free all smiles after another pop-off performance. But Rose, it's been so much counterpicking between Proper and Sugar Free. That's been the show match that I've been keeping my eyes on. Whether it's Proper's Torbjorn, Echo, to Sugar Free's Tracer, Genji. That's been kind of the showdown that is defining who is winning these fights, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. I am really excited to see this high-level rock, paper, scissors coming through from both of these teams, because at the end of the day, that really has been a huge difference maker for where these fights are going in the favor of either the Shock or the Titans. If you have the better hero matchups, then that's where that fight's gonna go. But on Suravasa, this is a map, this is a game type that those constant swaps don't pay off as much. Because if you are off kilter at all when it comes down to your ultimate rotations, or how often you're getting those online, that's devastating. These points go by so fast.
I don't know how to feel about Shock's chances on Suravasa when they got 3 out on Suravasa by London, but then won 3-0 on Surabasa against the Atlanta Reign, which is a formidable team. But this is also, who cares about that? Because they have a different tank that's playing, which completely changes the landscape of what kind of style your team plays. It's all directed, especially in this meta, about your either your Junker Queen or your Orisa, or I guess in Titan's case, a D.Va. So see how the Shock do on Surabasa with Junbin in.
I hope they've taken some really deep breaths, because being on match point with one map sitting in between you and potentially going home for the season, that's enough to break anybody's confidence or strength going into a match. And Shock, we've seen how they can get affected by some of these mental booms, especially looking at their last series versus London Spitfire. And I hope that they can feel the energy of all of their fans behind them, because they're gonna need it heading into this next one. I mean, you can even see that, like, Jumpins has to play this so patiently. You're really looking at either the DPS on both of these teams to get an opening pick to really start to open things up, and Lucamino doesn't know what hit him.
He didn't even turn around. Caught lacking. He was just trying to keep Junbin alive. Titans made it look like they were all engaging onto that Orisa, but then the DPS of Sugar Free and He's saying, while everyone from Shock was occupado, they went after the critical components of the Shock, which were the healers. So great first fight by the Titans, and an important bounce back, because we also failed to mention the Vancouver Titans reverse sweep. They got reverse swept by Toronto, and Surabasa was the first map that they started crumbling on.
Yeah, it's kind of coming down to who's going to drop the spaghetti on this one. And you really hope that the series can go the distance, especially if you're a Shock fan. But this is starting to look really rough. They just got picked apart in the same way that we have identified in these past two maps as being a problem. If they're playing too far spread apart, Titans have so much mobility, especially with Crimson and the Kiriko, to follow up on this damage. Either Faith is going to go taxi around Sugar Free and He's saying to make these quick rotations, and Crimson can just meet them for a nice kunai to finish somebody off.
Compositionally, like Titans. Yeah, compositionally, Titans are doing a better job. They had Orisa last time, they go for a Queen. Now he's staying on the Sojourn instead of a Soldier, so quicker disengages, quicker engages. Titans want to be able to put pressure on, and here's the Kitsune rush to do just that. Junbin is slowed too by the Sojourn, and he's saying putting himself in that position, gets picked there by Finn at a distance, who continues to make that subtle impact on the Zenyatta. The Ant Matrix from Lucamino placed by the Shock to protect themselves towards the Titans engage, but once the Titans zone themselves away out of LOS of that Ant Matrix, they still found the damage they needed to kill off the Shock. Yes, they give up the point, but the Titans should be able to take this back once they take care of Junbin.
Ooh, but the Terra Surge, is that a big difference maker? Faith's Sound Barrier was off the board after both of the support ultimates had to be used, but now Junbin's back into a corner. Has to try to get away. Oh, he can't do it.
Good stall. Good stall by the man Junbin, but he was the only one there. And you see how it takes an army to kill an Orisa. There is the Rampage just to close the gap. The Titans don't want to let the Shock re-engage, but their Finn Transcendence is going to keep this contested as much as possible, as Titans are still trying to flip it, and Punk didn't get the healing in time, but he got the bleed onto Lucamino, so Shock don't have any support, but they have all the kills, so it doesn't matter if their healers are missing. Shock are barely holding on.
This is huge, though, because that's not enough time for the Vancouver Titans to come in and get that full recapture. Maybe you end up sending in He's saying now to be able to try to get the touch with the overclock that is going to come out, but where's the picks?
Okay, well, Titans were able to contest the overclock, put fear in Shock's eyes, and made them very unhealthy. No kills, but Shock, once they do heal up, they're back over. Junbin getting chased around is escaping, but no! Punk on the Doomfist collapses on them. There's the Dragon Blade of Sugar Free. And that's all she wrote for the Titans to finally win the first point. That got so close.
That got really close, and Vancouver shocked. Vancouver Shock. Maybe that's a new rebrand looking forward to next season. But hey, San Francisco Shock, they made that incredibly competitive, just being able to force out some of those highly valuable support ultimates. With the sound barrier off the boards, Shock are just able to make it hurt where it counts a little bit onto the Titans. But where we're heading over to next, going over to Temple, like Titans gotta beat the Shock there, but they're bringing a dive of their own. Punk's on the Doomfist now. Oh, see ya, Finn.
A whoop, jump scare. Titans, barrier engage, Doomfist. Doomfist is so good at quick engages. And especially on Suravasa where the walls are so close together, especially around Temple, you're almost guaranteed some kind of stun and some kind of division between the Shock. And Titans taking that initiative is amazing for them.
Most of these flashpoints really are close quarters. Even like you can see Shock walking over Palace a little bit there too. Like that's such a small point on the map regardless. And just how do they get into this one when Punk is able to just kind of slam somebody against the wall? It's gonna be tough. I guess the hack is gonna be one way to do it, but where's the follow-up here from the Shock?
Oh. Somehow Finn is in firing range and Heesang is off the map, so you don't get to see too many environmental kills on this map, but
not really.
There's 4v4. Shock only missing a Zen, but Titans missing Heesang. Not a lot of damage to protect this point, but Punk is doing his best to make sure it's capped, but the rest of Titans are suffering. Junbin redirecting his attention perfectly to kill 2 and actually make it 3 or 4. Junbin's going for the 8s here on Temple, and Shock get the point back.
And Proe's gonna deny it from him. It was a team effort, right? You could, maybe we still give it to him as half credit there. But Junbin, what a fantastic performance there on the Wrecking Ball to be able to wrestle back control of this flashpoint from the Titans. They don't have a whole lot left in the tank right now either. I mean, Punk's gonna switch back over to the Junker Queen. Junbin's on the Junker Queen. What is going on right now when it comes down to how much these teams are swapping? It's gonna work out fine because like there's still ultimates to try to get back into this point, and they're not either in like one fight territory, but you know, Proper's hunting for this pulse bomb.
He's saying overclock enabled by the Kitsune Rush and also the shout of Punk. Titans wanting to flip this and Shock getting close to the EMP. They're win condition, but Proper couldn't get away fast enough. Not enough blinks before the headshot came in. And the dominoes just fall for the Shock, where Titans will be taking Temple and putting themselves on match point, one step away from knocking Shock out of play-ins.
Now we're going over to the bottom left-hand corner, and this is going to be a photo finish to the race line here. San Francisco Shock, they've got Lucamino now going back over to the Lucio. That's going to help them be able to make these rotations just a little bit faster. But Shock might just have to invest the EMP here, try to shut the Titans down and keep control of this point. If they fail to use this EMP, then they might not get another one up in time to be able to actually take this back from the Titans. The Titans are going to get to that flashpoint first.
I'm worried if Proby goes for this. His team are quite far away. He translocates out. It's the follow-up of the Shock there. They advance towards the point, but the cover of the Titans behind this fountain protected them long enough that this EMP didn't really net them the Shock much value. So plan B goes into effect. You got the Kitsune Rush, but it's countered by the Sound Bearer Fate. But Heesang was out of line of sight of that barrier, so he's picked. Great identification of Proper. Now with the shout of Junbin, they move forward to take care of the Titans once and for all. The ante of the Punk Rampage slowed down the Shock a little bit, allowed Titans to find some equalizing kills. And at the end, you're left with probably a 3v3 or maybe a 2v2, where it's up to Proper to clutch for his team, and so he does.
Proper go kill. Proper go kill. Initiated and activated. He's back. This is play-ins Proper right now. And this is what we expect coming out from such an incredible player. Like, it was just his first season last season, and he's able to have such an impressive clutch factor when it really counts. Jumpin has the Rampage on as well. Let's see if they're able to just get it done, though, with just an aggressive sound barrier.
Junbin engages in with the Rampage, the Sound Bearer for the quick fight. Finn was coming in late to this too, so the Shock took a big risk, but had this window of opportunity that they felt they needed to execute. But a Shock, as they overextended past the archway, Titans, they split up and then killed Junbin as he ran in. So how did the Shock do this without a tank? Well, they're just gonna get, well, bulldozed by the Kitsune Rush fight by Titans, but still a 75% cap for Shock is a good start.
It's a great start, and when you also forced out the Kitsune Rush, I don't think that was necessary for that fight. Vancouver Titans only had to deal with 2 more members, and yeah, they were a little slippery. They got the supports on there to try to keep each other up, but you still could have had that as another engagement tool coming into this one. But, you know, he's saying might just be able to shut them down.
Yeah.
Or even points.
As Proby crossed over the headshot before he could find the jump. Shock have to reverse sweep this map. They have to reverse sweep the series to keep their playoff hopes alive. And with not having the point, this is difficult. The Titans are not afraid to initiate early outside of this to really catch Shock off guard. Now Titans are just scouting for maybe a pulse bomb opportunity there by Sugarfree, who doesn't want to take any risks either, is going to play this corner and maybe try to pull somebody behind Junbin, or if Junbin takes enough damage, go for the pulse onto the tank. Sugarfree now letting his presence be known, hides behind the fountain. It is going now to 95+% for the Titans. That could be sending Shock home, and it's Proby that strikes through the heart of Heesang. And it's a 4v5. Shock still at the Kitsune Rush. Junbin bests Punk on the tank, and Shock will flip and buy themselves more time.
This is coming down to the wire. Oh, the Titans still have a chance to be able to get back into this one. Palace is going to be a pretty big point to actually get through. And Proper is hunting down a pick, knows that Sugarfree has his pulse bomb online, is just going to try to mark him. Nobody on the Titans wants to come back in and touch. So we do get to go to a 4th flashpoint on Suravasa, and we're going to have to see where we head over next. Sugarfree and Proper did not get a chance to use either of these pulse bombs yet, but let's go over to Ruin, see where we can actually put the pedal to the metal. Shock, they do have one of those flashpoints under their belt, but they gotta keep up this pressure. Going with confidence.
Sound barrier to sound barrier, but Titans, not every member benefited from this, but they got the Kitsune Rush. Finn drops it too. It's all about mechanics. It's all about the Titans coming together. Great pulse bomb by Sugarfree, and Punk leads the way, slicing one by one. The Titans will be capping Ruins first, but how long do they defend, and do they defend till victory?
Whoa, they're pushing really far forward. They have the Rampage, and they also have this Overclock, and Heesang has been willing to play so far forward just to secure 1 or 2 picks. And at the end of the day, sometimes trading his life is enough if he's able to also take somebody down with him. Oh my goodness.
We thought the Sugarfree Proper was the showdown to watch. It's clearly Heesang and Proby. They've been trading blow for blow. It's Titans in the driver's seat though. An overclock from Heesang. He's unleashing, and Proper has to blink away. Pokey rampages in. He's not letting you escape or hide or cry to your mommy. Titans now take back-to-back fights, and they're staggering Shock. They're getting in their heads.
Shock have one last fight to be able to get back into this one as that flashpoint starts to tick up towards territory that they won't be able to come back from. The Titans don't have any ultimates left in the tank, but they have a lot of mechanical skill, and that has been enough at this point. They're getting surrounded.
Junbin knows he has to contest this and stay on the point, so the rest of the Shock are simply going to have to suffer. It's 5v3. Junbin may get the flip, but now has to come off of the point. The Titans are taking the fight elsewhere, so Shock are so split. Titans get all the kills, and they may have stumbled, but the Titans rose stronger than the fall. They take the series and march one step closer to playoffs, and historically, this will be the first time that Shock miss out on this. The Titans, all smiles. The desk predicted it correctly. Johnny with the 3-0, and Shock devastated that this is where their season ends.
They fought so hard the entire season. It started off rough for the San Francisco Shock. This was a team that had a lot of expectations and a lot of weight on their shoulders, especially knowing that a lot of this team was founded on the principle of strong mechanical skill and also helping some of these more rookie players rise to the occasion of the Overwatch League. Sadly, it's just not going to be enough, and despite overcoming challenge after challenge, you can see how that loss affects them. This was just a playoffs. Winning in every single match here is kind of a win in when you look at it, and sadly it's going to be a loss and they're out. That is the end of their season, but they had such incredible comebacks through and through.
And you and I were talking like, man, we really thought Shock were going to be able to pull through, make the series close. They tried changes that we weren't expecting, but one difference maker for the Titans is your player of the match. It has to be Sugarfree. Who else?
Sugarfree. Every time there was a Blade online, felt like there was going to be 2 players, 3 players, everybody falling like dominoes. Sugar Free has really shown us why he's one of the strongest Alarm Rookie of the Year candidates. Not just his mechanics on the Genji, but also take a look at how well he's able to track players on the Tracer as well. That was a double pulse bomb kill, heading into a ton of fight finishers from this player as well.
Just Genji value, Tracer value, that's what you need of him, and that is what he delivered in this meta, where going up against Proper, even I was worried for him. Sugar Free has been competing since he's, 13, 14 years old?
Yeah.
From the last night's leftover days. This is a guy that we can call a veteran at the age of 18. Because of what he brings to his team. The Genji Tracer pop-off is what allows him to take the win for his team. And also the fact that Proper tried to counterpick him so many times with the Torbjorn to stop the Tracer, with the Echo to stop the Genji. And Sugar Free proved that he may trip up sometimes, but at the end, he gives his team a win, and Sugar Free well-deserved.
Well, every player is human, right? Every player is human, and so yeah, they can end up be stumbling a little bit, but it is such a strong testament to how Vancouver Titans play together as a team. This is a team that has been together since the beginning of the season. They have had so much time to be able to work with each other in order to form those bonds and form that trust to be able to pick each other up when somebody does fall. And especially when you've got such strong mechanical skill and of course that teamwork to all align together, that's when true stars are born. Let's see how far this Titans roster really can go in this play-ins bracket.
And stars were born and molded on the side of the Shock to a great season for them, developing these rookies to bringing out changes in a lower bracket, high stakes situation. The Max and Junbin swaps to some support Max to Lucamino in. Shock knew that they had issues and did everything, worked so hard to correct them. They looked good, but not good enough against the Titans. So it's a 3-0 for the Titans as they move on to our lower bracket semi-final. But we'd love to hear what the desk thinks, because they were all right on their predictions for once. Let's hear it.
Welcome back, one and all. Yo, Lemon, what have we ever got to?
Lemon!
I even got the 3-0 right.
Once? Maybe twice. We were right, you know?
We were at least 2 times we were right. Well, Lemon chose violence. So did the Vancouver Titans. So everything is on brand. This was a dominant performance. This was a beatdown. I mean, Shock clearly did not find the answer to what Vancouver Titans were throwing their way, and Vancouver Titans looked so good.
The answer was not Max on support.
It was not, indeed.
Close. Could have been.
No, I don't think it.
Maybe.
Well,
so.
no, they figured it out right after the first map, right? They played Max on Brig, and then after that, was Max on Lucio, as we're seeing right now. And things didn't pan out, so starting in map 2, they subbed out Max and put their actual support in.
It honestly didn't feel like it mattered. Like, I don't think Max played bad on map 1, and I don't think Shock played better with other supports in. So in the end, I don't know if you can even talk about comp gap or decision making here. Vancouver was just such a strong team overall. In hindsight, I think you can say any questions you might criticize from the Shock decisions, I just don't think they mattered. I think this result was going to be this way no matter what. Just depends, maybe you win a map if you're Shock. But this clear difference of strength between these teams.
Yeah, it was the San Francisco Shock who, instead of going out with a bang, went out with a whimper. Just pretty bad 3-0 loss. I mean, it just felt like it was a team that's been in disarray for quite some time now, and like they couldn't really figure out this meta, which is pretty shocking to say, considering the fact that they went to map 5 against Atlanta Reign in the last regular season match, right? And we're like, whoa! Is this the meta? Is San Francisco Shock going to be good in this meta? And you had like Kulush tweeting, like maybe Shock would have been good in the playoffs if they made it. It didn't make it, of course. But this was the San Francisco Shock lineup that was just like all over the place, like committing to Zenyatta ball on Zerasa. Okay.
It just never felt, and I feel like that is kind of applicable for the Shock for most of the season. It just didn't feel like they had. It didn't click. It didn't click with the players, with each other in that team, and also didn't click with the meta. I just felt like it was kind of all over the place and felt more like a FFA like situation somewhere in quick play.
Yeah, and I mean that happens, but considering the stature of San Francisco Shock, they are a 2-time Overwatch League champion. I think everyone has, rightfully, very high expectations. You know, we ranked them number 1 on our podcast, for example. We're just like, we're going into the season. We're like, they're the best team going into the season. That was, I know, Jake. That was a bit of a cap. But I think that really tells the story. Like going into the season, we thought they would be one of the best teams in the league.
No one would have put them as low as they are.
Yeah, no one would put them as low as they are, and so therefore it is a disappointment for them to go out this early. But they just couldn't get there. And time again in Overwatch history, we have seen teams who can't really fit into the meta, can't figure stuff out. And it really did feel like Shock throughout the entire season. They just couldn't get it going with this new roster. Need to be said, like a lot of new players coming into this team, they couldn't figure it out.
And on the flip side, Titans were consistent all season long with a roster that a lot of people were doubting. I mean, I think most people would have called them like a mid-table team coming into the season, but I think now they've clearly outperformed that. They look like a serious contender for playoffs. There's still very tough matches ahead for any team, especially in the lower bracket. But I mean, I think this Titan squad has already proved themselves beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And we now do have a winners interview ready for all of you as well. So please welcome in Crimzo from the Vancouver Titans. Congrats!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh!
All right.
What are you guys talking about? There's nothing.
It had nothing to see here. Everything is just a trash can.
I was not ready for that.
Okay, not only your play is a big statement, this is a statement as well. I take it you guys weren't too worried going up against the San Francisco Shock?
No, we were pretty confident going in. The only thing we were kind of mostly worried about is like them playing kind of weird stuff that we didn't really like see in practice before. But we knew that if we just stuck to our strengths and played together, that we'd be able to take care of them pretty easily.
All right. I mean, just quickly, looking forward, your next match is going to be against London Spitfire or the Washington Justice. Whoever wins that match is going to be going up against the Vancouver Titans. Crimson, who do you think is going to be your next opponent?
I'm definitely going to say London. I think they're looking really good. They have their style, obviously, and I think it's going to be a good match. I think it's going to be tough. I think we can definitely win, and we'll just see what happens.
I really want to address this trash bin, but I feel like I'll let Jake do that, you know, the expert when it comes to the all chat matters. So I guess I'll stick to my question and, you know, be a bit serious for a while. The Vancouver Titans, of course, you only have you and Faith in the backline for the supports, and, you know, it's been a bit of a shake-up now with the supports, with the introduction of Illari. Did only you and Faith on the roster, did that limit the experiments going on when it comes to compositions? Did you try out Illari? Did you figure out that this is not a hero for us? What made you stick to what you're playing currently, and what do you think about the different support compositions we're seeing in the league right now?
For us, when Illari came out, you know, we tried a couple different combinations of, like, you know, myself on Illari or Faith on Illari, and we just came to realize that that's not really for us. Like, we're gonna kind of just stick to our strengths and just kind of go from there. And then if other teams, you know, do start pulling out the Illari, then we're gonna figure out ways to beat it, like that makes sense for us, basically. So, you know, we might pull it out. We might not. We'll see what happens. We're definitely open to trying. And yeah.
So, Crimzo, I just wanted to ask you, you know, you've been around in the league for a long time, right? You've played against the Shock many times before, and they've been historically a tough franchise to beat. And so now, to get such a dominant 3-0, to send them home, especially on behalf of Heesang, who came into your team, has had such great performances. What did that mean to you guys to be eliminating his former team, sending Shock packing here in the Overwatch League?
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously very successful work, but I don't think any of us really cared about them. I think we're just kind of looking forward at possibly London or Washington next, and then we'll see what happens from there. But you know, I'm just really happy that we were able to close it out this time and not get reverse swept. But you know, moving forward, just see what happens, and we're just gonna keep doing our best.
Right on. Well, we are very excited to see you next match. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Congratulations to you and the team. We can't wait to see more.
Amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grimzo.
Well, yeah, there's a pin with a name on it. We're gonna keep it classy here on the desk, as per usual. We also want to see the San Francisco Shock off, of course. Yeah. I mean, it was an up and down season. It's a historic franchise. Unfortunately, their road ends here. And we thought, since all the other teams are trying to punch their ticket to Toronto, San Francisco Shock They now have their all-inclusive ticket to, well, not Toronto,
Paradise?
that's for sure.
Paradise.
It's gonna be sandy. It's gonna be cozy. They're gonna go on a little break.
Bring it out.
You know.
Gotta get prepped.
Yeah, they're gonna. We prepped something here. That's right. That's right.
Time to go to the beach. Woo!
Off they go.
Yay!
You're on vacation because you lost.
The good news is you're not alone. You know.
Yeah.
This is it's nice.
You got some
Gamers
friends.
are going to
We
get
joined some friends
sunshine.
there, some unlikely franchises there as well. I think some of the names on that screen, some people might not have. Why is it so sandy?
I have no idea. There's sand all over this.
What do you mean? It's sand toys.
Yeah, I guess so.
Build sandcastles with them. Of course, they got to get sandy. You know?
Duh, Zoe, duh. Well, as we're trying to clean off sand, which I think is a lost endeavor, we are also getting prepped for our next match of the day, another elimination match. Can we continue to believe in the Alpha Jesus, or will London actually gonna spit fire going up against the opposition? We'll find out after this break. Welcome back, one and all. We are getting ready for yet another elimination match. Two more teams eager to punch their tickets to the grand finals in Toronto. Washington Justice going up against London Spitfire. London Spitfire, they've been actually on fire. They've been looking so good, and don't let some of those scores fool you. I think Spitfire still did look very good. They went out against Boston, the most likely team to come out of this bracket to begin with, but they made it look good. And now Washington Justice, you know, they've had their ups and downs. Of course, there are individuals, as we talked about, Alpha Yi, who have always been carrying, but the rest of the team needs to step it up. If I were Washington Justice, I would take a very good look at the match between Boston Uprising and London Spitfire and maybe copy homework, but do they have the pieces to do that?
I think they can handle the individual pieces of the comp. I'm not too worried about that. What I'm worried about, though, is how difficult it is to execute. I think what makes Boston's comp so effective is that Decay is really a master of playing with minimal resources. Here on the Genji with Lucio Bap, you don't get much help unless it comes in the form of your Lucio joining you on the dives. And so that puts a lot of pressure. Like, I think Alfie is going to be great on the Genji if he decides to play it, but it just puts a lot of pressure on Donghun to keep up with that and stay alive. It is not easy to participate on Lucio without feeding. It is very easy to be killed, especially by this London team who every single player is shooting back at you, right? The BAP can get kills on you, the Mei can get kills on you. I mean, heroes that are more utility-based, they frag on the London Spitfire because their players are just experts.
Yeah, that's one player to keep an eye on, is the Lucio player, of course. But also, as we discussed in the pre-show, what is the tank situation going to look for the Washington Justice? Because they have a lot of different things they can do using both Ben Best or Mirror, of course. And we saw Mirror on support sometimes. I mean, Washington Justice has been a team that sometimes can't pull out the Illari. Please don't do that. I don't want to see it. But they are capable of going a few different directions. I do think that they have the individual pieces. I mean, Alfie on the Genji, for example, can do a spectacular job diving into the backline, putting pressure on Landon, on Admiral, for example, and maybe force out some of those sound barriers, just like Decay did on Genji, right? But it's like Jake said, it's about putting it together. Washington Justice, they're capable, but it's going to be an uphill battle because I don't think they're the favorites in this one.
Well, let's take a look at the predictions for this one. I mean, looking at London's match against Boston Uprising, Boston was able to force those mistakes from the backline from the London Spitfire. I just don't see Washington Justice as a whole being able to put on the same amount of pressure as what we saw from Boston Uprising. So I had to go in favor of London. I do think they're just one of the best teams we actually have in the play-ins. It's very hard to bet against them.
Yeah, I also went with London Spitfire, like everyone was saying on the desk. You know, they might. I mean, Washington Justice could have the blueprint, but I think it's very up to how the players play as a team in order to fight off the Rhine Rush. And I think it's still London Spitfire having the advantage.
Yeah, these comps are not plug and play. This is not straightforward. This is a new meta, and very few teams, if anyone, really has much practice against what London plays and how London plays it. I think London have got a giant advantage. I've got them 3-0. I don't think see Justice taking a map here.
Yeah, I like that from you, Jake, because I really do feel like Boston and London were two of the best teams we've seen so far in the play-ins. So the fact that London Spitfire find themselves here in the lower bracket, don't think it really reflects how strong of a team they are here in the play-ins. So I got a 3-0 as well for London Spitfire, and they could potentially go all the way to playoffs, making a lower bracket run, because they did lose to Boston Uprising, who were the play-in favorites.
Absolutely. And of course, the winner of this series will be going up against the Vancouver Titans. We just got to see play. Also going to be a tough opponent. But first things first, they need to win this match. And for all the action, we're going to send it over to Mitch and Matt. Mitch and Matt.
How you doing,
You know, whatever. Those guys.
It's an unfortunate first name considering some of the politicians in this country, but so be it.
You're retiring soon, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm on the way out already, mate. Don't worry. What a day for some carnage. What a day for some blood. What a day for a team to be absolutely eviscerated and knocked out of the play-ins. That is what I am here for, Matt. And it's quite a compelling tale. One of these teams, turn to you like you're actually here, is looking to rebuild their legacy. The other, of course, the Washington Justice, had better figure out how to cobble together something that resembles a legacy, because they're running out of time here in this play-in bracket.
I thought you were going to say the Justice are looking to reclaim their legacy, right?
Legacy?
Of, Decay playing Zarya and making a run through play-ins.
That's not a legacy.
This time they don't have Decay.
That's not a legacy.
What do you mean?
That is the aching of your old bones on a cold day. That's not something you put on your mantelpiece. That's something you try and forget. Sometimes, you know, with hair of the dog. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Get some DC brow when you first thing in the morning. Try and forget about those painful losses. I better hope today doesn't resemble that in any way, shape or form. Washington are up against it, right? I think everyone is behind London because we undervalue specialists in the Overwatch League a lot until they find a metagame that suits them. And this one fits Hardy like a glove. A big, burly, bustling, bullying German carrying a gigantic hammer glove.
Well, it's I actually think kind of London, what they have been doing is actually kind of hilarious, right? It's like everybody knows what they're going to play, and they say, well, beat it, right? And not how many people have been able to when they have this Reinhardt composition. Is Hadi, I think he'll just shout and then go back to the Rhine, but it'll be curious how the Justice adjusts to this.
So this was the map actually against the Boston Uprising that Spitfire dropped on that control map, where I think Hardy actually tried to play the Junker Queen instead, but it will be Reinhardt, and quickly the Symmetra teleporter will take them right on up to the high ground. Mirror there will try and hurl insults from the low ground, a javelin or two here, but London definitely have pole position to start us off.
Oh, and I mean, this is great great positioning, right, for Sparker, but they use the TP. We saw the stats last week, right? It was like 100 players, 110 players teleported in like 2 or 3 rounds of control. I mean, they use it so well to maneuver around the map, but the Justice, they just rotate out. They use that speed boost to get away.
Yeah, Washington do well to evade that first thrust, but there's another one. Backbone already looking to be a problem in the backside, and Flora wasn't ready for the damage from Backbone. They were caught completely unawares by this. In fact, this is going to be a recurring theme in this match. The Sim TPs into the backline by either one player or many. Washington need to have eyes in the back of their heads.
Well, you never know what's coming, right? You know, sometimes they put down the TP and nobody goes through it. Sometimes there's just a few Symmetra, you know, turrets that go through. Sometimes it's the entire team with a Bastion. You know, in Wheels mode, you just have no idea where, if the fight is in front of you, it's not like you can just turn around and focus on that teleporter. You have to kind of just wait and react for that to happen. And by that time, there's so much damage, it's too late.
Flora's looking to fire off a mortar strike here. Admiral, though, has the wheels to avoid that. Hardy playing back now around the Pergola. It is London in presence right now, but all this air mage just could be a problem very quickly. The Spitfire look to reposition now around that Immortality field, which eventually gets left ahead of them. It's an easy pickup for Mirror, but London's still accruing this capture progress now. It is Donghun and Alfie working together, as Jake foreshadowed on the desk. How successful can Alfie be with his blade? We're about to find out. In he goes. A false start. Instead to the high ground, here as the sound barriers come out, and he'll look to work through some of those. Landon, one more slash would have done it, but now there's an Immortality field in play. How do you get the kill here now with a sim barrier in your face? Landon looks like he's going to be able to stand up on his own. Flora inexplicably falls there to his own damage midway through the fight. Alfie is still looking for that kill.
I mean, Alfie goes up, uses the blade, but I mean, there is a sim wall of Bastion still alive, and then a sound barrier comes out. This fight is still not over.
Landon eventually is felled. It took a heck of a long time, though, and the Washington Justice will look to prevail here, but they've given about, I don't know, 55% of capture progress in that fight to London. And counting.
Yeah, I mean, you still have Admiral here on the point. I mean, he'll eventually fall, so you're going to get up close to 90% here for the Spitfire off that, you know, really second fight. So pretty good percentage there for London, considering they have so much burst damage, right? And we talk about how you can maneuver and just be creative with this. And another air matrix really that you just TP right past it.
Yeah, completely superfluous air matrix that was just sidestepped here by the Spitfire. Now both teams in an ultimate economy trough, so to speak, but Landon has his window up. It's a matter of setting yourself up most effectively to make use of it. The high ground seems a good a place as any. Landon opts to drop down, though, as London are always on the move. Very, very hard to keep a tab on this team as they roll in this ball of death. Alfie gets caught in mid-air, though. That's a headshot for Landon. The Amp Matrix assisting with the easy kill on the Genji, and now the Justice are foundering.
I mean, even if that's the only kill you get with that Amp Matrix, it's worth it, right? You just need to get that early pick off, and then that allows the rest of the team to move on forward. And getting rid of Alfie is huge. I mean, he is the one putting a lot of that pressure on Sparker. You have a Shatter here.
91 accounting. Hardy hoping to get close enough to maybe get value from it here, but he's easing that fusillade from Flora. Still, Wheels mode exhausted. Here comes the Shatter in. It was going to be Mirror caught before he could reach Hardy. No chance of touching the point, though, and the obligatory Charles IX invocation in this first round.
Well, they started to like walk in towards Hadi and then obviously realize that he has Shatter. And they go the other way. They're like, oh, well, we'll avoid it. But there is Sparker with Wheels mode, right? The Symmetra turrets are there as well. And then he just has the artillery strike. So he just starts calling it down. And then they all get shattered there, you know, in a row. So no opportunity to get back to the point.
Yeah, something about a Reinhardt screeching at you to challenge him directly might indicate that he's holding onto his shadow or something similar. Still, the Justice were a long way away. Hardy pushed ahead, exhausting the wheels mode out of Flora early, so there was not many opportunities for the Justice to get back in mat. A good start for London, and everything going about as we expected with this Symmetra hijinks.
Yes, we'll see now how London use the sim here on this point. This is the one we've seen them do like really interesting stuff on. Be able to get into your back line rather quickly is there's a deflect from Alfie. They know that this Lucio's kind of like lurking around here, right? So they all just don't want to run out and get, you know, booped out by Donghun.
Yeah, spotted pretty easily as Donghun playing from up on high. No incentive really for the Spitfire to push in the old-fashioned way. It's going to be a TP instead of their access. Teru instantly will go to Hardy now, who sees Mira come towards him with a javelin spin, but Teru got absolutely flattened. How do the Justice prepare for that?
There?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, well, they may actually end up winning this fight. I mean, the Justice get control of the point, but I mean, now they go kind of into the blunder that's Sparker here, right? They use that TP, and it looks like it's Sparker and Backbone who go for Teru, and then Hadi goes through it and turns the shield and blocks all of the damage coming from the Orisa on the backside. So, like, can't even turn and try and get some of those DPS low and help out Teru.
Yeah, and Mira just looks like a rabid Bronco being broken by like 4 players of the Spitfire standing around him, eventually able to cut through that large health pool of a solo Orisa. What option do you have? Sparker getting close to a ultimate here, but crucially it's going to be a wall for Backbone up. That's huge to split the point here. Landon goes for an early immortality field, hoping it would affect Hardy on the low ground. It does for a time, but not for long enough. It's Teru bringing down the frontliner of the London Spitfire here. And Air Matrix comes out, but Landon has limited opportunity to use it here, and the Justice are slowing things down. They're about to push back in.
Yeah, it looks like that London want to kind of like extend this maybe for longer. Maybe you think you can get Hadi back into the fight. So they step off for a quick second, they give it up as soon as Hadi gets back. That's like worst case scenario.
Mira really playing to telegraph a Terror Surge. He doesn't have one available right now, but he's trying to stagger the remainder of the Spitfire. So the Justice get themselves an extra 10 to 15% here, pushing out at London.
Yeah, as everybody on London there just tries to die, you know, maybe get some ult charge. Hadi just charges in, starts swinging. So next fight kicks off. You're going to be about even in terms of percentage here. We'll see how London decides to play this with a sound barrier.
Teru, ooh, knocked off the high ground. Exo boot back up. Yeah, a lot of poke. It's taken him a little while to get that healing, and he's poked back down yet again. Flora maybe trying to buy a little bit of space with this Bastion ultimate, and it does so. It gives enough time for the Justice to make sure their ducks are in a row here. Keep Flora and Alpha Yi crucially topped up. The latter with a Dragon Blade he'll hope to leverage here, but already Flora finds purchase with the grenade. Alpha Yi playing safe here from a distance, allowing Mira to soak up most of his damage. The Air Matrix in the way, but the Terror Surge claims Landon. It'll be a trade, and eventually Alpha Yi decides to get involved, but doesn't need to draw the blade.
But still, do you feel like that's a little bit of a win there for London, right? You use an Amp Matrix, and what do you get out on the other side? You get the Artillery, the Terror Surge, the Amp Matrix, in the sound barrier out from the Justice, just for your own Amp Matrix. So it feels like a little bit of a win there for the Spitfire.
Well, you have to exploit that in this fight. You have to exploit it in this fight. You don't have other opportunities. It's not like a play for a long game. It's, okay, now we have to win this next fight with that incremental advantage in economy we've managed to accrue. Let's see if it plays out that way. AC 130, Shadow coming in here. Hardy found Miro's a little low now, going to be under the immortality field. That'll be removed quickly by Hardy. He beelines for that drone. Alpha Yi's blade, the sound barrier's gone now. This should be his opportunity, but he's so low. Who do the Justice have to work with here? They'll have to take a beat. Back away, Flora. He missed the gangway. Man overboard.
He was extremely low as he was just taking tons of damage. So you have the blade, right? You would think the supports, right? But they have that immortality field. Should be pretty difficult to make a play for them. You assume that the Symmetra turret's going to be set up there as well. Backbone also has this wall, right? So if Alfie has to go deep, you can use this sim wall to kind of split him off from the rest of the team.
And Matrix there too. There's no guarantee Alpha Yi can cross the gap. I like this positioning here of that Bastion ultimate. There's nowhere really to go playing up on that high ground.
Immortality field out.
It's blade time. It has to be. Alpha Yi finds Backbone early on. His next target, Spark, had disintegrated in front of him before he managed to get to him. But eventually the blade, well, it pays off. That was an investment in patience that Alpha Yi made. And he gets his dividend here at the end of the round.
Well, that Bastion ultimate is pretty huge there, right? It does enough damage on the high ground to, spread the London Spitfire out, but it also gets that immortality field out rather quickly. So not only do they not have a really good setup with the Symmetra turrets and they have the Immortality field, they don't have any of that stuff, right? And then the Blade is just way easier to execute off of that.
It was discussed on the desk. There has to be a way for any opponent to the London Spitfire to figure out how to play around this Reinhardt. So far, it's been a pretty quiet outing for Hardy. Just the one final blow in 6 deaths over the course of this Oasis map. A lot of success for Alfie so far, standing at 7 and 3 here. And again, Backbone, a less auspicious outing at 4 and 3 final blows to death, respectively. Good looks for the Justice after that second round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see both teams just vying for that high ground control, but just able to get there so fast with the TP there from the London Spitfire.
Well, down the gurgler goes Mira very early on. Admiral setting up in a pretty customary position. Mira not having to fortify when it was required, perhaps. Remember, tanks are steadfast, in the passive sense. They are harder to boop, but I guess Mira teetered too close to the edge.
Yeah, maybe trying to save some of those abilities because there's just a ton of damage coming the opposite way. A Backbone, he just spams these chokes with those alternate fires from the Sim, and I don't think it was this last patch. I think it was a patch before. They get like a big buff. They do actually sizable amounts of damage.
So playing in his chokes is so effective for a composition like London's. And a good little early lead here, essentially for free, right? Really no fighting occurred on the point. Alfie wants to weasel his way around on this left side, presumably, but Flora needs to be careful. Ooh, that grenade radius is immense. And very quickly, London will elect to reposition now to play the main choke on the point. But Terry wants to get here with an air matrix now. The Spitfire might be forced inside that small room. That was an air grenade that came through the matrix, but it wasn't enough damage to find, and it kills that. Spark has found Flora, picks him off with that mortar strike, and Alfie is down. Yes, that's through an air matrix. One of the deadliest combos we have right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is the nade through the air matrix is crazy. As they give up a little bit of percentage on the point, but it doesn't really matter in the end. As the Justice, they're setting up around that air matrix on the point. The artillery strike destroys the immortality field, and it also takes out Flora, which is huge.
Flora just trying to make it hard for Hardy to push up here. A lot of damage taken by London, and now the mortar strike for Flora. Hardy skeeting on out of there. Doesn't want any of that smoke from Mira here. There's a sound barrier and a sim ult to play around here, so London is set up in a great position to play from behind the sim ult.
Yeah, I think you use sim ult here, and then you just kind of like wait that blade out with sound barrier, right? You don't really feel any need to invest that sound barrier early on.
Alfie's really trying to play around the sound barrier for much of this round, Matt. Let's see if he can do it here. Landon to Admiral both holding on to those support ults, and Backbone quickly steps back behind his own wall there. As he copped the face full of damage.
Look at what advantage that gives, though. Yeah, I mean, you can't really kind of like, you can just hold point and just sit there. So that's going to be amazing for both teams.
Yeah, they both went for amp grenade. Oh, Mira gets caught there. He has to know he's playing out in front of the amp matrix, but he had to try and touch. Here comes a sound barrier in response to Alfie's blade. He couldn't afford to wait any longer, and predictably, it is utterly blunted. The London Spitfire figure it out. They put it together, and they'll snap up Oasis.
Man, as still this Reinhardt with the Bastion and the Sim just giving that extra bit of mobility makes it so difficult to stop. That's got to be frustrating to play against there for the Justice.
And again, they had to know they would come into this, but it's a question of who can we scrim to allow us to simulate these conditions. There are teams playing with Symmetra and Bastion, but not often at the same time. That is what London have been forcing over and over again. They don't want to play the Genji. They're more than happy to reposition and then make Sparker an absolute menace with these grenades, and playing through these amp matrices is another such occurrence of Sparker dealing a disgusting amount of damage with that Baptiste ultimate.
And I think the hard thing is like you see, a lot of the players on the Justice, they want to play aggressive, they want to play fast, but against this London comp, there's just too much burst damage to play that risky against.
And Alfie, he's got a big job. How does he play around the Ant Matrix, the Immortality field, the sound barrier? Here was where he's able to wait on the blade while his team already had an advantage, and the London Spitfire had to use beat preemptively. But in the last fight of this map, things didn't draw up that way. They had to force the issue, and there was no way of forcing the sound barrier out of London before Alfie could find a good blade, so it did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, what if you're gonna play around that blade, right? And they have that sound barrier that's just lurking on the other side. If you can't get that sound barrier out, and especially in a map like Control, the point's just ticking up. I mean, you're in a terrible spot. And like where did the Justice go from here? The one round they won, a little bit of verticality, right? I was going to say, yeah, Nimbani would be the way to go here, I think. Which
it's going to be preferable to Midtown, Matt. I think you can leverage Alfie maybe on that Echo or a little bit of that more extended hero pool. Hard to do that on Midtown. So stick around, everybody. So far, everything going to plan for the Spitfire contingent. Can the Justice strike back? As tradition dictates, our lower bracket here in our 2023 play-ins has turned into an utter bloodbath. And I've got news for you, folks. It's not about to get any cleaner anytime soon. This is a fight for survival between the Washington Justice and the London Spitfire, and the latter start strong on their classic composition, one that right now is working really well, and they'd be crazy to go away from it.
Oh, I mean, they're not, right? We know that. Even if this is a map pick that you would say, you know, it isn't ideal for a slower type of composition like this, they're not going to feel the need to switch because, although you do say like, hey, they don't have any like mobility to the high ground, they don't have anything like that. You do have the Sim TP to kind of Sim TP plus the Lucio speed to kind of get some of these more immobile heroes around rather quickly. So I don't think they're going to be fazed by this whatsoever.
No. And it's the kind of map we've seen here and there over the course of the year. And for the Spitfire, they've actually played quite a few different styles. There was a time where we'd see Sparker play Hanzo and Cassidy and picks like that when the dive was sort of less of an issue. Lately, London seemed very much stuck on this Bastion Symmetra look. And the Justice, we sort of talked about in the break, and I maybe hinted at Echo here, but no surprise to see Alpha Yi back
Far
on the
Mercy
Genji.
Coast.
Man, it's a classic.
I love how London is just like memeing the entire time in all chat during all of their games. Whether they're trying to, stir some drama up on the other side, whether they're just trolling, it just shows how like loose and free and fun they're playing, right? Everybody kind of comes in all, they're jacked up for a play-in game, right? They just seem so chill right now with the way they're playing.
There's something to be said for being able to walk into an elimination game like this with no regrets and honestly nothing to fear because you know you've done the work. And you have to feel that win or lose, the London Spitfire are satisfied. And that's a fun team to watch. Right now, though, the prospect of victory very much on the table, especially after the showing we saw on Oasis. And guess what? We're going to rub our foreheads together here in a not-so-nice way. Very aggressive posturing here between Hardy and Mira on the high ground. And here comes the wheel smoke. Mira already laid low, forced him back around the corner. Flora trying to reciprocate here with the Immortality Fields come down. Oh, Mira! He's over the edge! Sayonara, sucker! And now inside that Immortality Field, Hardy will be forced back here, but Alpha Yi and Mira already felled, and this is just pleasantry. See you later, Flora. You're done.
Hardy doesn't care. Takes two players out there with the charge. The Alpha Yi acknowledges that Hardy is the GOAT.
Oh,
and that's the first point. That is not great there for the Justice. No, they just got bullied a little bit. What?
It's just nothing but London. It's pure, unadulterated London Spitfire. This is a map that the Justice chose. Maybe they thought they'd be able to find the edge over this. I don't know. Less flexible setup. I guess it just doesn't have a Genji,
If you were to
really.
sum up the London Spitfire as a team, it would be Hardy doing a double pin on players off the map, and then also just chatting in all chat with just BM the entire time.
I want to remind everybody, this is the only team that are playing Reinhardt like this, and they are finding success consistently. It's the era of specialists, Matt, in the Overwatch League. Hardy showing us just why.
This may be a little weird.
Yeah, this is funky. Sparker not having a player in the
so
Matrix there.
deep. They were so deep that and then they saw Teru off on his own. They tried to commit to try and go after him. He's able to live. So after a really nice point A take, it's just a really bad fight there.
Maybe they huffed
London after that.
Maybe they huffed too many of Hardy's very masculine pheromones after that last display. Everybody getting on the warp feed drive. Anyway, Hardy pulls back briefly. He'll have wheels mode now from Flora. Alfie coming in over the top here with a blade. Sees the teleporter. Say, I'll get rid of that one as well. Immortality Field keeps Landon standing, and Alpha needs to shelter under his own here. He doesn't find any kills in the end. Now might have another crack at it, though, with a sound barrier. That extra durability goes a long way, and London were filtered into the corridor. It's easy pickings for Flora with that ult.
Yeah, they decide to hold on to their sound barrier. I thought for a second maybe that London would answer back with a sound barrier of their own, right? But I think they're just going to kind of play the long game here in the sense that they still have almost 4 minutes to attack.
Oh my goodness, that's how it came. Oh, the Shatter was lost as well.
He goes for the Shatter.
Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, I suppose. Don't know what the exchange rate's looking like right now. London definitely coming off second best in that one, though. From the high ground.
TP high ground.
I
wonder if they want to use his artillery. Yeah.
Yeah, again, the Justice are playing fairly wide themselves here, though. Flora able to dodge away from that. Now we've switched sides, and there's an Matrix in the way. Hardy sheepishly throws up the shield and the white flag for now.
Yeah, but London, they have their own air matrix and their own sound barrier after this, right? You know the blade is down, so you might be able to hold on to that.
What was that from Mira? Sometimes you go where the wind takes you, apparently. And he heads straight towards London and tries to get enough.
Sometimes you're just trying to make a play, you know?
Maybe there's something about your opponent you know, Hardy, that is, playing with such exuberance that you want to try and match it, but that did not pay off for Mira.
Also, it may not be that terrible of a play. They end up using the sound barrier and the Amp Matrix off of it, right? Maybe you come back here. If you can get another fight, you'll get Blade going up against nothing. Let's see. Looks like they might be able to get a touch.
Yes. They will.
Alfie deflects. Yeah, they should be able to get a touch.
Javelin upstairs
and
from
they
Mira.
have the Blade.
Saw Sparker playing for now. I mean, it's a very strong position for London. He's going to be a Blade in front of Sparker. What do you do about this one, Alpha Yi? Slices and dices. Hardy's in deep trouble. He'll get pinned to the wall there and cleaned up pretty comfortably. That's a couple of lost fights here for London. It's slow going in this second phase of the map. But that was, like you mentioned, a bit of an ultimate trough in, I guess, in the shadow of the Blade from Alpha Yi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had a bit of an advantage there in terms of, you know, knowing they had the Blade versus no support ults. Both were used in that previous fight. And it set themselves up quite nicely for this one, too. Double support ult with your artillery, so you think maybe you can get another hold for the Justice. The issue is there's still a minute and 46 on the clock. I mean, they have stopped London a bunch of times here in the second part of the map. It's just point A happened so fast.
Okay, that's an interesting wall, and they're able to play behind it there. I wonder if, yeah, okay, Backbone throws it up, so it kind of cuts this in half. Now, as they round the corner, it's actually really well set up for Hardy to play aggressively from behind. Had to be a desperate beat there by Donghun to keep Hardy away, but this will be a checkpoint for London now. And we've got 2:45 to play.
Yeah, that wall just kind of like ruins that Amp Matrix that comes in from Terry, right? You know, not able to get much value. I gotta say, the really good point B hold there from the Justice. I mean, the first point was just quite ugly, and a ton of time for the London Spitfire, but the Justice really battled back in that second part of the map, made this a game.
Quick fall back there by Sparker through the TP. Holding on to this Bastion ultimate here for now. Flora doing much the same. Both teams with a lot of mobility, so pretty easy to dodge away from those mortar strikes. Backbone looking to pressure Mira here as much as possible. Needs to be careful of the poke damage coming in lieu of Hardy's shield. Here comes Flora's ult. Backbone definitely sidesteps that. Mira down to half now. Poke damage looking pretty good for London. Look at those health bars on the Justice. Donghun maybe getting that Q finger, feeling a little itchy right now. Here's an Air Matrix for the Shadow, comes in to follow it up. It's three in the front line that are brought down. Backbone tries to push past the Air Matrix, and the sound barrier lets London get right up the Justice's nose. Backbone still needs to be careful here, but here comes Sparker. He knows that the Justice are forced back, so he goes for the mortar strike. It's Mira. Terror Surge comes down. Hardy's able to back away, but only for now. Looking a little bit low, but Terry was picked off by Sparker. He's found two midway through the fight, and Alpha Yi's on the back foot in more ways than one.
And they do a great job of just kind of like kiting away from the Alpha Yi Dragon Blade when the Terror Surge is coming down. Backbone, I mean, that sound barrier from Admiral comes at the perfect time to be able to keep him up as he went aggressive. So that is a map completion with 1:16 in the bank.
That's a scary thing, playing this Orisa into Reinhardt. If you aren't able to get very close to Reinhardt in Fortify, you cannot block that shadow. Instead, there was no Fortify at all, and even it looked like the Justice were going for a power play behind that Amp Matrix. Three of them knocked in their asses, and then it was London speeding forward with a sound barrier, getting past that Amp Matrix. So even if the Justice picked themselves back up, they had nowhere to go.
And I feel like it's going to be harder for the Justice here on offense in many ways, right? You know, the slower kind of composition, you know, trying to get access to that high ground. Now they're kind of given the high ground, right? The London Spitfire. So Justice, I feel like, going to have to play even better. They're also in a really tough spot, right? I mean, with 1:16, that's a decent amount of time in the time bank. London got that first point so fast that you got to get a first point take that's rather, you know, effortless, you know, rather quick here for the Justice.
And this again comes back to the main discussion about how we make this Genji work, especially in the face of all that defensive utility from a Baptiste Lucio backline. Can Donghun and Alpha Yi put it together? Or did London just teleport onto the backline of the Justice as they try and approach? There's a lot of options here, and if you are willing to take the tempo as the defenders, you can win a free fight or two.
It's nothing changing here for the Washington Justice here on their offense. We'll see what London, how they decide to play this there. Now, this is where London on offense, right? They just kind of came through this choke and, you know, kind of pushed the Justice back, really gave them no option. We'll see if the Justice are able to do the same thing. Just no threat, you know, with that sim, right? You know, coming from different angles, you know, getting behind. No threat of that here from the Justice.
I like this though. Playing coast is Alpha Yi. Donghun is not too far away here. Alpha Yi needs pretty consistent healing though, so needs to make use of those packs, which means he needs to duck out of the fight intermittently. Backbone is playing across the map but can still throw a rescuing TP in for the rest of his team. Sparker sees the Immortality Fall come down but doesn't expect the damage coming from the Air Matrix. Look at that impulse from the Justice. They blow the Spitfire limb from limb.
That is a really fast Air Matrix as well. I mean, just a lot of damage there going up in the choke, and that is that fast take we were looking to see there from the Justice. So although their, you know, the defense looked better towards the later part, you know, of their defensive side, still they gave out that first checkpoint rather quickly. They get it back here now against Spitfire.
That's actually one of the places in the entirety of the game where you build the fastest Baptiste ults or healing ults in general. Bedosin, I think, has one of the fastest in 6 versus 6 playing from that position. Built on in about 35-40 seconds. That was many moons ago, but yeah, great place to be. Baptiste pumping those heals out of Flora. Geronimo, he says.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he was going to exist anyways. A little bank shot here.
I like that.
Got lineups.
Catch that on TikTok. Tricks up Master over here. There are people that spend hours and hours and hours.
Bastion grenade lineups are popping on TikTok.
Bro, I mean, it's right up there with like gold and silver player opinions on TikTok. It's actually crazy. It's wild out there, man. I learned so much.
Yeah,
all right, here's
Jack's doing good with those.
Yeah, Mirror for a drop to the ground. Let me compose myself. Sparker does have this ultimate here, but not a great place to use it. The symbol is great, though. This is going to slow things right down.
Really nice.
The Justice don't want to challenge this. It's such a lopsided, geez, God help me, situation.
Yes, so there, but I mean, you have everything here for the Justice, right? I mean, look at that. This put Hadi in a really difficult situation, but look at that. They TP right out.
Yeah, they were already gone. Not even the whiff of that man masker from Hardy would remained after Spitfire TP'd out. This is a little scary. Sparker, couldn't play from behind Hardy's shield there while he was turning it to try and stop the radiating AoE damage from those Bastion mortars. A little bit of a blooper moment there, perhaps, but Alpha Yi's blade is not going to be necessary here. The Justice are finding every advantage and exploiting it to its maximum.
I think for London, it's just more important that you get another fight. We'll see if they're able to do so. Because this would actually set the Justice up with a good amount of time to really challenge the Spitfire towards the end of the map. And they're just kind of looking where everybody is. It looks like they're trying to come back. I don't have the artillery come in here. Sparker maybe just trying to use this. Oh, they get the TP.
Wait, he's going to be forced off the carts! Oh, Hardy just gets there by the looks of things, but he's taken down. The rest of the Spitfire are in presence, though, and they have an Air Matrix to play from now. Alpha, you might look to put this to bed pretty quickly, Matt. He'll play slow. They know there's no main tank for the Spitfire. No need to use it.
Yeah. I thought maybe you were going to end up using the sound barrier there and really try and fight it, but you would have had nothing for the blade, which comes up next, which would have been terrible there for London. So they do end up trying to challenge it, but they just get wiped. I mean, Hadi is in a impossible situation to live there, right? I mean, he TP's in and there's nobody anywhere, you know, he's like, hey guys, it's all TP, and he's the only one that goes. And he's just in a really bad spot.
I like that, but that Air Matrix is moving with the cart, so the Justice can still make use of it here as they play from the opposite side. We still have that blade, and guess what? It's pound time! The sound barrier came out for the Spitfire, and Alpha Yi spots his opportunity to go in. Flora also getting involved, finding his 12th final blow. Washington Justice are dominating right now.
Yeah, they are really getting it rolling here. As Backbone's going to try and make it out with his life. As they're trying to figure out where is this TP2, as they can't push in too deep, right? Now everybody coming off spot.
Hardy stopped short by a javelin there, but the London Spitfire able to very quickly swarm over the situation and reassume position in this choke. For now, they're going to be pushed back though. Hardy very low, took about 200 damage, and that shield has seen better days. We're waiting for a shadow, but the Terror Surge could be a problem. He goes for it anyway, but he's caught inside. It's going to be Backbone playing from behind the wall now. He's charged up and ready to go, and Donghun quickly has to turn tail. Backbone can't push any further though. No kills for the Spitfire, just some breathing room now as Wheels Mode is activated. There's a TP for a disengage from London.
They keep losing Hadi early in these fights, though. I mean, they got to be able to try and keep him alive, because when they lose Hadi, I mean, they're in a world of trouble.
Hardy's getting exploited so far. on this map. He's 2 and 9. Very hard for him to hang with Mirror in the front line here, who uses his spear spin as a bit of parasol to block that damage coming in. I guess they are projectiles in the end. Bouncing grenade knocks Flora 4, but it's going to be air major seat for both sides. The Justice just have better opportunity to use theirs by the looks of things, but Mirror still crumbles. Spark is still able to find enough damage to get rid of both Mirror and Teru, and Hardy steps up now. One hammer swing would deal with the Bastion, but he's happy enough with creating some space for the rest of his team. We got 2 minutes 15 to work with. London can't get ahead of themselves.
But where is the rest of his team, right? I mean, he is waiting for players to get off spot. He's got a Bastion Lucio combination to his right, and then he's got the Genji there as well. As now some players off a respawn. I mean, this sound barrier, really for the London Spitfire is going to be the thing that keeps them in. Oh, that is a huge pick. And they used the sound barrier after that.
It was the grenade.
Brutal for the
grenade hit Flora and Donghun both, Matt. And the follow-up damage was so easy to find for Landon. I can feel the tides turning right now. London get to hold on to this sound barrier. And so the Justice have to find a way to force it out to allow Alpha E to succeed.
Oh man, that is brutal, right? You lose your large source of damage right as the sound barrier is going down. And that would have been one where now that almost guarantees that London's going to have a better time.
Building some ultimates too, some big ones. Water strike from Flora. Nothing coming out of those. Spitfire playing dispersed enough to not be bothered. Mirror a little bit low. This is going to take a while before Teru can get him back in shape. He's taking constant poke damage.
This sound barrier advantage for London may be what decides it. I mean, not having that here for the Justice is going to be tough.
What a wall. What a wall. Can you get away from the Terror Surge here? Landon tries to take to the skies, and he does. That Immortality Field saves his bacon. And now the Justice are well and truly out of position. They're trying to play this weird tight angle on the right. They've got to reposition. They've got to go again. But Hardy doesn't want to give them the space.
As he pushes up, just trying to maybe even just get some damage built down some ultimate. But look at this
Dangerous.
Up in the high ground. There's a few other players here. Sparker's got to be so careful.
There's no beats here. Alpha, you looking for another one. No one's standing up. Here comes Sparker's ultimate. Alpha, you lines him up there. Shadow's going to come in, though. Mirror's going to be taken down at the start of this fight. Alpha, he's got to run. He was so low at the time. Teru threw that Immortality Field on the corner. 17 seconds left in the round now for the Justice to work with this, and they are getting cut down one after another. Teru, there's no escape. Hardy charged past him to make sure he'd connect with the hammer. And looks like the run for the Justice on Numbani is all but over.
Good point A, pretty good point B as well there for the Justice, but at the end, it's all London. When you have these fights with just so many ultimates, just kind of saved up, banked up, chucked into them, not having that sound barrier to match there at the end proved to be really difficult. And now I think the Justice are in a very tough spot, Mitch. With you haven't, even in a map where you have a ton of verticality, you think maybe you can kind of take advantage of it with the Genji. That doesn't work out here either, so I don't even know what you consider going with.
The Washington Justice end that map with 4 more final blows in the London Spitfire. London give up a player or two at the start of these fights, but that Reinhardt shield has been so crucial. Hardy pushes ahead on his own sometimes to simply create the space. And unless you have that wheels mode or your Orisa is alive in the front line, it's extremely hard to get past it. That plus the Symmetra wall, all these damage mitigation utility pieces from the London Spitfire. Even if the Justice get more kills, they're not able to make more progress. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, take a look at some of the highlights. I mean, it's just insane stuff from Hardy here right at the start.
Oh, he's so good.
And you notice like some of the ways like in that last fight, right, when he actually kind of like uses a charge to get in position and then shields Sparker. Sparker's putting like, basically turns his back to where Sparker's fighting and just basically puts the shield up so they can't shoot at that Bastion from behind. It lets him finish off Flora in the corner. Just really nice use. And honestly, it's really difficult to make the Reinhardt work, right? With the only team we see using it at the moment. So Hardy has to play it perfectly to make it happen, and a lot of the times he does. This is the play right here. You see him use that shield, just kind of like turn around the corner, block any of that damage coming from afar.
Suravasa is the pick from the Washington Justice for our next map. And I've got to say, I want to ask Teru how he feels about having to play against a Reinhardt with an Orisa, because he was getting picked off a lot at the start of those fights. It's going to be an explosive map here coming up in the third, and London want to continue to advance in this lower bracket. To do so, in a win on Suravasa will guarantee it. Tell me, Justice, what do you see when you look down into this abyss? Is it the end of the run? The end of the year, or a chance at redemption? A shot at glory, and a big old fat reverse sweep will be required here against the London Spitfire, who are laying down the law. It looks shaky at times on Numbani. I definitely feel like, we were able to see a little bit of what the Justice are capable of. But eventually, Matt, they get ground down by London. And this constantly in your face, never dying Hardy Reinhardt.
Yeah, no, it just seems like there's just not, anything they can do to that pressure that comes through, right? As, take a look at the London Spitfire team here. We'll take a look at Sparker stats. Sparker playing the Bastion here for the London Spitfire. Has a little bit of an advantage sometimes, with the ability to be able to kind of move around the map a little bit easier with that sim. 41% of the team's damage there on Numbani.
Yeah, to play from behind your Rhine Shield, it feels like a massive advantage. Something that, if you take for granted, can cause you to get blown out when there's an amp matrix that comes down. We actually saw that as London were defending on that first point high ground. All of a sudden, not nearly as safe as you thought you were playing from behind Hardy. Is that, that shield just vaporized in a matter of seconds. Outside of that, though, feels like you have, a bit more of an easier time. I say the same for, Landon versus Teru. Teru's getting picked off a lot at the start of these fights. Not able to play far enough from the locus of the gunfire or the Bastion fire to stay safe, whereas Landon can benefit from Hardy, play a bit safer, have a bit more time to set up these immortality fields and such, as that Reinhardt shield is buying them time and buying them space. It's not quantum physics, Matt, it's just good Overwatch. And so far the London Spitfire are making their style work.
Flashpoint, right? Mobility is even more key, right? Compared to just about any other game mode with how big these maps are. I mean, they're just enormous. So having that added benefit of the sim, it may not get you an extra fight, right? But it'll speed things up. It'll throw timings off a little bit from the opponent.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen the comps without the Genji here sometimes have some difficulty. These are two teams that aren't going to play Soldier 76 on a map like this. Maybe Spark is someone you'd expect to go that way. Flora also in the past, prolific Soldier player. Both teams definitely of the same mind that Bastion is a must-have on this map. We'll see London set up, and again, I want to bear that in mind. Backbone actually, okay, he's going to play the Soldier, so this is an interesting little tweak.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
This could be a problem.
Soldier is just really good at these off angles, right? On this map specifically. We see it time and time again. Now, this causes a lot of problems, though, right? Because now you have the Bastion damage and the 76
no Rhine Shield.
So much.
What does Flora have to do to stay alive here? He can't play anywhere near Mirror in that situation, who's just taking all the damage.
Yeah.
And even Backbone, Backbone plus Sparker, the amount of pressure you can put down on Orisa, as durable as she is, Teru has to be working overtime.
I don't know what you're supposed to do to be able to try and live through that. I mean, the 76 feels impressive on his own, and then you kind of throw the Bastion in the mix. Can't wait to see what happens when the amp matrix goes down as players start exploding. As big grenade lands there on Sparker, but you're gonna get that healed up as London takes control of this first point.
And then with the Justice out here in this choke to start with, look at the damage. He constantly, right? Any one or two players of the Justice are half health at all times. Just this incidental poke damage makes it hard to keep everyone topped up. This is great though. This is a very powerful play. That immortality field thrown down there off to the side. Flora, it's a pretty comfortable kill there, and he'll find another one with a grenade. Backbone trades out, but London aren't in a great position unless there's another pick from the Soldier, and it looks like the Spitfire aren't looking for that.
It'll be the Justice flipping the point here, but you can back up, right? London can kind of regroup here as a team, and you know what? You attack from one side with a visor, maybe even, kind of have that artillery dropping from the other. You're at a spot where you can flip this back.
Sound barrier coming up pretty soon here for Admiral. Dongan's still a bit away from it, so this is a little scary. A little Javelin twirl here. Teru living dangerously on that low ground. Backbone getting some free damage. This will allow London to effortlessly regain control of the point. But there's a blade and there's a Terror Surge up here for the Justice, so expect to see those leveraged in the coming moments. Here they come. Sparker had to be a little careful to try and get away from those, but so far so good. Desperately is Mirror trying to play around this middle part of the map here and hope to get a chance for a good Terror Surge, but I don't know when that's going to happen.
I mean, what does he have to do? He has to kind of run into the opponent there. I mean, to make that happen. I mean, 95% there for London is the point does go back to just sound barrier from the high ground.
Alfie going with the Dragon Blade here, has to try and fight through this beat, and so he does. Hardy was low enough. He was able to pick up that kill. 19 health in a dream for Alpha Yeezy. Snaps up that mini and keeps the Justice now in a position. If there's a kill here, they might just have the point. They're good.
Oh, hit matrix used here by London. Maybe trying to just find a kill that can get them back to the point. But yeah, I mean, this...
oh wait, there's a Lucio on the point. Admiral's there. He actually was able to touch. I think he's 1v1ing Flora right now. Can he stay alive? That's what I have to wonder. Sparker's able to bring Mirror down now. 94%. Sparker's found yet another one. Yes! Oh, unfortunate. Admiral just falling there. The cavalry, to be fair, we're still a couple leagues away.
Dude, losing that in that fashion would have been... I mean, that would have been... You can't imagine they would have bounced back from that, right? I mean, that would have been a horrible way to lose. I mean, Admiral's making a sick play there in the background, just trying to actually, keep it contested as Sparker's picking up some kills. It is the Justice taking that first point, but man, that is too close for comfort.
Admiral just unable to hold on for quite long enough. Quite the job to be given, really. Backbone with the tack visor. There's no way he's going to find anyone on the Justice with this, but it will allow them to move into position. This is a pretty favourable spot for London to play from here. Admiral able to get back behind Hardy's shield just in time. Could have been Wheels mode that threatened that reposition. Sparker's really spacing out his mortar shots, Matt. And what he's trying to do is make it very, very hard for Flora to be able to stand in line of sight to pressure this Hardy shield down. See, look, he's holding it.
Yeah.
He's the first.
Artillery fires one. Yep, that's the...
It's literally zoning.
Oh, he just fires all of them in one spot, pretty much. Tries to push them all the way to the side.
And that gives you 50% and counting. You've lost the immortality field, though. Alpha is close to a blade. He's already in good position to make it work. You may not need it, though. Sound barrier came out there from Admiral. You understand why he goes for it here. But I think it's wasted.
Yeah, I mean, so I get your point where it's maybe you have to use that sound barrier, maybe you get a little bit of extra percentage out of that, but I feel like it almost sets you off worse in the sense that, I mean, look at this now. You have nothing, right? They have sound barrier and blade. They're going to be able to hold on to both of these, right? No, you can use the blade. Have no fear to, kind of have to use the sound barrier. You can be, pretty loose in how you use that now. I feel like that's one you probably would have wanted to hold on to if you're Admiral.
Well, yeah, it also hurts that he wasn't able to save the player that he was trying to use it for, I think. So this blade here is not much to really answer it. Even an immortality field is not really going to be enough, especially with a sound barrier from the Justice. Alpha Yi is all over it. Lays waste to the Spitfire, and you better believe Admiral wishes he had that one back.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have the sound barrier there, but now you're a little bit more even. You're going to have to worry about this Amp Matrix that's going to come through, but the Justice putting up a really good fight here on Flashpoint, and you're going to have Backbone now playing that sim. Oh, big shatter.
Terry got hit by that one. Hardy disintegrated very quickly, though, and it was the Amp Matrix without Hardy in play. Now London know what it's like to be the Justice facing that ability down without a shield. And they've lost another point. They've given it up. The Justice up 2-0.
Yes, the Justice move closer here towards winning Flashpoint. Trying to bounce back in this series, really, in kind of any way they can. So this next point, though, looks like London's going to get there way faster because of this sim now.
Yeah, Spawn favored them here. They have gone back to the sim as the soldier. We saw the attack visor come out from him and really didn't find anything. Hardy took an immense amount of damage in a very short space of time now. He's trying to give himself some time to regenerate that shield. It's a decent position, but by being on the point, you give up the high ground. That's the problem here on this point. Sparker, much of that damage getting deflected back towards him. Backman has the shield, though. The barrier will be massive here. He lays it down straight away. Mortar Strike pretty widely spread by Flora. He doesn't take his time like Sparker does. He wants to get back into the fight. And Backbone will have to reposition back behind his wall again. No capture yet. So the London Spitfire have a great sim wall, but it doesn't give them any extra percentage. It doesn't give them a real advantage in this fight. And now they're at a disadvantage. Mirror gets charged away, though. He's very low, goes for a Terror Surge, but he can't get it off.
Yeah, I mean, may have been going it just to give himself a Fortify, trying to keep himself alive there for a brief second, as this will be the London Spitfire. They should be able to get control of this first. It looks like just one more player. Yeah, Donghung on the point. So it'll be London in control first. I feel like they've gotten control of like every flashpoint. They just haven't been able to like close it out.
Because they run into an Alpha E Blade with no sound barrier. Now, the first point, they actually had one, in fairness. Alpha E was more limited in that kind of fight. The last point, though, we saw what happened. Admiral felt he had to use it. You know why? Spitfire were under a lot of pressure in that previous fight. Here, though, you better figure it out. Because Alpha E, he does not miss. You give him an opening, like not having a defense ultimate, he'll exploit you.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what you can do against it. I mean, you see they're playing it up there on the high ground. I mean, maybe the idea is to like bait them in, and then, I mean, this is really tough for Hadi.
Man.
An immortality
What
field across
is
the map. I mean, that is...
I mean, you're just playing inside the room across the point. They can hope to stall, but that's a head scratcher for me, man. I have no way to...
Like, they're just going to pop the blade, like, regardless on the way in. I mean... You know, maybe you're trying to get closer to Shatter or something. I don't really know. But, I mean, Hadi's so far away from the team, they can't get a TP for him back. The immortality field's broken instantly, and that's just it.
I mean, my issue is that you can stall the point from not there if you're Hadi. You know, you actually have the fountain in between you and your team, so it might be harder to LOS you or to LOS the people that you're trying to bait into the open for easy kills. Anyway, here's Wonderwall and a blade from Alpha Yi. That's Backbone down first. Immortality Field, as you would expect, has been deployed. It's just not nearly enough to stop this guy. He's a freak, and he wants you to know it.
I mean, look, when he can get these blades off, when they don't have a sound barrier on the other side, this looks like a Justice team that can definitely win and contend against this Spitfire squad. It's just, you know, up until this map, they've did a really nice job being able to have Admiral hold on to that up until the point that they absolutely need it. But this will be pretty much a tie game as we go into another fight.
You have to use this wall, right? You don't have control of the point. You're giving up percentage. You have to find a way to turn this wall into an advantage in this fight. It allows London to reposition to this side. They maybe want to try and go left to the high ground here. They need to find some eliminations, and there's a Terror Surge that is looming large. Mira, yeah, he wants to push up a little bit more here now. This is an ultimate from Sparker. Don't know where it's going to be going, though. Sound barrier from Donghun, so clearly he felt like he was forced to go for it, and it'll be one from Admiral at the same time. Hardy's a little bit low, but Mira's seen better days as well. Terror Surge for the durability here, and still going to be brought down, but both tanks are gone. Now Alpha Yi left to try and fight out in the open. Backbone works his way through the deflect, though, and the Spitfire looks like they might finally have a reprieve here, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes Backbone to get just charged up there on the sim and just run through everybody to make it happen. I feel like, yeah, the Justice are going to give up on this one because you're just going to have Donghun and Terry come off the spawn now. So you're going to give up on this flashpoint. There's London still hanging around.
London will be second to this point. Well, they did try and get off the mark. First right, excuse me. Just a little bit quicker. The Justice come off that spawn now in London. We'll play here around this sort of first corner. Very common spot for these engagements to occur. And again, I want to draw your attention to that number next to Alpha Yi's portrait. The blade will be big, as it has been for this entire map.
I mean, it's also been big because London just playing so clumped together, right? I mean, you see all their health bars just like blending into one over there, it looks like.
And Matrix here from both sides. Alpha Yi may consider going around it. So he does. Gets into the back line first, deals with the turrets. Here come the swings. It's going to be Backbone to fall first. Alpha Yi maybe want to be a bit more discreet in the second part of that engagement, and he does. He goes for the deflect. Man really understands his limits, and that's a clean win for the Justice.
I mean, the hard thing is like Admiral is like so close to these beats. Like they're off by just like a few seconds, really. That like now, you know, you just get sound barrier in this dilemma where you know you just can't hold it up until this guy gets another blade, right? You have to end up using your beat, but then you don't have it that next go around by just a little bit of a window.
Admiral might want to use this one straight away. This will let them push past the wall. Here's the beat. Comes down now. Hardy found a shatter on Donghun, Teru, Flora, all affected by it. It's an easy cleanup here. Maybe didn't even need the sound barrier in the end. Hardy now wants to stagger. They've captured the point here. Flora's forced to stand around and try and pray for sweet release. He knows what's going on.
That's brutal. especially because the flashpoint control points, they tick up so fast, right? So you lose Flora, you're gonna have to have Duncan just wait for him in the spawn, make sure nobody else gets staggered. You see looked like Hottie was thinking about it there for a sec. As this is a fight though where the Justice have a huge advantage, right? Double support ult coming on in should be able to retake.
The only advantages for London are really positional here. The Bastion ultimate can get a lot of value though if the Justice are slow to wrap around this corner and take the fight. They can't just push headlong into Hardy's shield. Maybe they can, that's what Mira's doing. It's exactly what he's planning. Up the stairs they go, but the Bastion ultimate could be scary here. Instead, it's going to be a grenade that goes in first. Alfie went for the blade. This one, not quite as auspicious. Sparker dealt with by Mira pretty easily here, and this would be it. This would be the Washington Justice ending things on Saravasa and staying alive in this elimination game. Admiral riddled with holes as he slowly falls to the ground. Extra aerodynamic after that treatment from Flora and Mira. Another stall from Hardy who drops in on the Doom Fist. Probably the only time you'll see that. And there you have it. The Justice hang on. It's a white-knuckled grip on the edge of the cliff, but they're in the game.
Yeah, but you can see if they can kind of get these blades and, work these types of fights in their favor in terms of this ultimate advantage, they're in a spot where they can definitely take maps and, take a series off of the London Spitfire. It's not exactly dealing with the issues that the Reinhardt possesses, right? It's just more of, relying on Alfie with that blade to be able to take out, 2-3 people, win a fight, and then hold on. You have double support ult the next fight, start chaining them together and make a real impact.
15 and 6 for Alfie over the course of Saravasa. A 5k blade, that's a memorable one to be sure. We kind of knew this would hurt either way, but I didn't know it would be this bad. Even with the Immortality Field, see how it's just ignored. One after another they fall. Flora actually gets a kill there, so unfortunately only the 4 for Alfie, but made it look good.
I mean, Alfie has 11 Dragon Blade kills on this map, right? I mean, just insane value with that ultimate, right? You think of, probably had it, 3 times you can think of off, the top of your head, right? Just getting big value every single time. I mean, right here, right? London's trying to take position before this final point, ultimately comes up. And, just able to just bully him back, right? Here comes the rest of the team. Some big damage goes down. He already gets a kill, and then with Mir's help, able to finish him off.
Esperanza coming up for our push map. The London Spitfire want to put this one to bed. Expect to see likely more Reinhardt versus Orisa head-to-heads. It's going to be the Genji difference maker. Can Alfie be that guy to take it to a map 5? Stick around because there's only one way to find out. riding on Suravasa for the London Spitfire, who are poised to wash the Justice away. But the Justice had other plans. It was all about the Genji, as per usual. Alfie able to make a big difference here. Flora also, after struggling a lot early on in the round, having to deal with this Soldier 76, well, we saw Washington being able to force the switch, and Alfie was able to thrive. 11 of 15 final blows came from Dragon Blades.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive, right? You kind of actually, I think it's Noah just posted a really interesting stat. Like Dragon Blade kills most in a game, all time, right? In a map, it's Sparkle with 15.
Yeah.
And then 14, 12, 11, right? So that is a top 4, games in terms of kills with a Dragon Blade. I mean, you just see how effective it was. I mean, every single time the Spitfire had no answer for it.
I think, Alfie's able to find a lot to do outside of those Dragon Blade windows as well. Deflecting a lot of that damage back at the Reinhardt, so that's extra shield pressure when you're sending Bastion damage back at him. Also just being able to play with the Shuriken from the back line. We saw Hardy overextend on that third point, I think, and he was able to punch
you got 11 kills with Dragon Blade. You ain't got to do anything outside of that window. You got to start looking around, start asking what everybody else is doing outside of those windows. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm sure that question was posed on a couple of occasions there. Flora able to chime in at quite a few points there, and Mira doing well standing up against Hardy's Reinhardt on a couple of those points here. So you've got to give it to him. The Justice managed to figure it out, but now we're into the realm of the London Spitfire map selection because they get to pick the last 2 maps if we even end up going to that 5th. So
this Genji's still going to be a thing, though.
Yes.
I don't think the Justice are going to switch off of it. Especially they came in obviously thinking it was going to be awesome and effective, right? As Alfie's played it a lot this season. And the first 2 maps not as much, but that map you definitely see like, hey, there's a path here, right? They're not gonna be like scared to run this in this next map.
Well, I don't think this is anything particularly new to the Spitfire, because after their outing against the Uprising, they probably had a lot of footage and a lot of insights about going up against like a prolific Genji using comp. There were maps where Decay had an outsized impact on the game on virtue of being very effective in his role as the only Genji on the field. So this is something that London have been exposed to on a couple of occasions. There's something I'd love to hear from them as well. If we get an interview from them, if they end up winning this game, sort of how you play around that when you sort of don't want to bring a Genji of your own into these games, especially because you're dealing with world-class Genjis in back-to-back matches. There's some intangibles there that can be really hard to account for.
Yeah, absolutely. The next map will be Esperanza, so this is the London Spitfire pick. I think you'll see obviously, they kind of switched about, maybe a little bit even before halfway through that map from the Soldier back to the Sim. I think you're going to see the Sim yet again. Lots of different spots you can maneuver around the map. A lot of times you're going to see the Spitfire actually just kind of like TP, take the opposite side of the map, right? The Justice side of the map. So fully expect this one to get a little crazy.
And maybe we get to see some of the flexibility. Push maps sometimes give us some different tank choices on occasion. You'll note that there's been no move to bring Ben Best back into the lineup here. Mira really is holding his own, playing Orisa entirely over the course of this series. And on the London side, I think if you see switches, it's probably not a great sign. We've actually seen teams at times go for Sojourn on this map, and that straight away telegraphs a real desire to make heavy use of the high ground on either side of that sort of neutral zone we start on this particular map. London, though, don't do that. They just use a Sim TP to drag Hardy back and forth from high to low ground quite effectively here. They gave us a banger of a map against the Boston Uprising, so I'm expecting big things from London.
I think the scariest part, if you're a Spitfire fan, right, is just so Genji players starts to get rolling, and you're not able to kind of align those sound barriers, right, with these blades. You're in a spot where Alfie can do that yet again, right? I know 11 in the last map. You come up with another 11, 12 kills of Dragon Blade. All of a sudden, now we're staring down, maybe a reverse sweep.
Backbone in chat says you thought Soldier was wacky. Well, not really. I mean, not particularly. The London Spitfire, we know your game by this point. We're expecting to see very much the same from London and from Washington, respectively. We're very locked in on our compositions at this stage of the meta. And Esperanza, a chance for London to end this series and avert the potential for a map 5. And And the reverse sweep always looms when you go that far in a series. We're out the gates now. Here we go.
Yes, nothing surprising here for both teams, right? As Backbone will go back, play that sim for the entire time. No kind of messing around with the 76 at the start. Way better on Flashpoint than a push map. So see how fast they get there though with that sim TP. And like I mentioned, like look, they're already kind of like trying to maybe even take like this Washington Justice side of the map.
London might be having to fall back. Oh my god, the flank. Okay, should have expected it.
Falling back.
Yeah, thought they were going to step back, but instead they went straight through that TP. Now, how do you make use of this somewhat compromising spot you box the Justice into? The rain shield is gone. Hardy's in deep trouble here. Yep, no protection from there, and the turrets they set up had already been cleared.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do, and we've seen them do that before here on push, where they like kind of take the, like what other teams usually do, right? Is like when London takes that position on the opposite side, the other team actually backs up a little bit further, so London can get control of the bot. So now you're forced to like run at them, but the Justice actually take the bot and kind of like push it away a little bit, right, towards that opposite side.
So you're not on a clock.
We're now London is the team now on the offensive in that situation, right? They are the team that has to go forward, and that's not the position they want to be in.
It's actually really subtle, right? Having that bot control, preventing London from just moving it away from you. And giving you a reason or forcing you into that engagement. It's a big difference maker. Here's an Ant Matrix. Hardy's not in a position to protect his team from it. He is below the bridge right now. Still, Atlanta was able to find Teru via some mechanism as the Immortality Field was removed by Sparker. And that bot's now heading the opposite direction. This is bad.
That's the situation they want, right? Where, you know, the Justice are now having to run at them as the bot is just kind of like running away, right? Just pushing behind them. So London, they give up 31 meters. They're going to get a lot of that back here, though.
I don't know how they found that kill on Teru there, but again, tough to play without a Reinhardt as the Baptiste. I feel like it's a really different experience for Teru as it is for Landon. Something to keep tabs on, I think, as we go. And yes, now the Spitfire have just snuck into the lead. We'll see, like, can you attack the high ground here? I mean, maybe a token effort from Mira to push his way up there. Here comes the blade and the sound barrier. Excuse me, Admiral tries to get it off. He was actually in midair for too long, and he couldn't get landed with it. Couldn't protect his Baptiste with the sound barrier. I don't know what happened there. If he was knocked off course or beat it from a high place, either way, he loses his main support.
I mean, he's not landing it right at the right time. That
beat ain't landing.
There. No, that beat is not landing. Yep. Man, but if you can't get that down, I mean, that's guaranteed fight wins for the Justice, right?
I can't believe we're able to boil this whole series down to that too. We saw that in Suravasa a lot. Terra Surge, oh, it's Backbone just he just saw the tsunami coming at him and
just gonna fight it.
Embraced it, yes. Walk in the ocean, I guess. Not much Hardy could do there with his shield exhausted, and Flora working at full capacity. The Washington Justice hang about, Matthew. They found themselves a new gear.
Yeah, I mean, they do not want to go home. Clearly, they do not have vacation plans with the Shock. As the Justice now get this first checkpoint. Ant Matrix here around the corner, right? Or you can back up, take high ground, right? And then Ant Matrix here. So they actually do it right around the corner. So they
just in time.
You're going to be able to kite this, though, yeah.
They backed away just in time there. Still, though, they're going to allow the bot to push. They have no TP for a bit.
Meters off of this, right? They get.
Yeah, I think you take that. Also, London now, okay, they opt to take the high ground with the TP. That also means they can't use it to engage. But if you're the Justice, Matt, like, are you incentivized to force the issue here?
No. I mean, not at all. I mean, you can now start playing from this choke as we have a pause here. So, but you can start playing from that choke. You can start playing high ground. There's a lot of different things you can do here where you're not necessarily like married or tied to have to push into that.
Success rates after getting first checkpoints on Esperanza aside, a strong showing already for the Washington Justice being able to push back. Backbone having some tech issues, if I'm not mistaken. So called a pause, and he has quickly gotten up from his seat. Some time here at least now for the Washington Justice to discuss. Remember, they bought a lot of extra space there with that Ant Matrix that came down, as maybe there's a world in which the London Spitfire try and challenge a play like that, right? We've seen Hardy shatter it, and then like a sound barrier to push past it. Not to mention there's no sound barrier available there, but so many players for the Justice were on the high ground there. You can't
some
push
of
it
those plays that you kind of mention it, you can't really use that sound barrier offensively anymore, right? I mean, if you do, like the Justice say, okay, fine, like we'll come back, we'll just wipe the floor with you with a blade the next fight. So it
why did it work for them
big...
earlier then?
Well, I mean, they were just like, you know, on control, right? I think the game mode's a little bit different, and then also they were doing a much better job of like kind of like kiting around Alpha Yi's blades. They also just got like early picks in fights way more often, it felt like. Where, you know, when you go get Sora Boss where things kind of change, you're not able to line those ultimates really at all. And I mean, he's just, I think that's also Alpha just getting way more value, right? Being able to get 11 blade kills, right? Versus, you know, kind of what was going on previously. That's where you're kind of seeing the difference.
A moment for the Spitfire to consider what their contingency is going to be now. The Genji is running a rough shot over them. We're going to get to a quick break. When we return, it's going to be map 4 between the London Spitfire and the Washington Justice. And we're back, everybody. There, you know, the old Ninja Auto update. Caught Backbone unaware, as I'm sure now he has the latest service pack and he's ready to roll out onto the battlefield once more in the 4th map of this series.
That's one of those where you're like, you know what? It alerts you in the bottom, and you're like, yeah, 24 hours from now. Yeah, sure, I won't be doing anything. Then all of a sudden you're in the middle of the game. You're like, oh.
That's a problem for future Backbone to deal with. Well, as it stands, we've seen the Spitfire able to...
Backbone has a lot of problems, right, with the way this series is starting to go.
Absolutely. Not least of them, this Alpha Yi Genji. Really getting to grips now with the Spitfire on multiple occasions. They'll buy themselves some space here and almost a chance to isolate Mirror. Again, the very pondered shots from Sparker in that ultimate.
He's not able to make it out.
Yeah, they get Mirror so low. And I'm pretty sure Sparker actually hits him with a couple precision strikes there to bring him below 50%. Nicely done by Alpha Yi here, but this is really just exit frags for now. Admiral will bring him to heal.
Yeah, I mean, Mirror started to hightail it with the spear spin, you know, Fortified just almost made it around the corner at a speed boost as well. was not able to do so. So now the bot in control of the London Spitfires. Nearly marched into Justice territory, but look at this. Get a
The
little bit of
split. What are you going to do with 3 here? You've been spotted by Sparker. Okay, enough time for the Justice to group up. We've got to put both halves of this sandwich together, though. Okay, so far so good. Backbone spelled. I mean, that can't be happening. Something must have gone wrong there. Hardy is still alive and at full health.
Did they just not get the memo that, like, you know, a few of them are coming on the flank? Right? I mean, Alpha Yi and Donghun are not even in that fight. Like, not even close to it when it kicks off.
Yeah, it could have been an energy javelin to sort of isolate him and stun him up. Donghun and Flora both affected by this. Admiral has a sound barrier, but the Spitfire don't elect to push into this shadow. They're in trouble. This is a beautiful Terror Surge. And Mirror, he plays it right to the limit and is able to get landed for his troubles. Alpha Yi will be there to back him up as Sparker also is down. But no Mirror. Can this Hardy advantage give you anything to work with now? It's a sound barrier from Donghun. Alpha Yi, Alex for the blade as Admiral had already used his beat in the previous fight. He can clean this one up comfortably. Admiral and Hardy down to one swing, and Alpha Yi is the one there as the smoke clears.
And honestly, this extra, you know, progress here for the Justice is just like icing on the cake, right? They don't even really need that much more. It's just taking these fights. If anything, it just gives them a better chance of these fights after this occurring at the middle of the map, and then winning those. So Alfie using the blade there, putting 2 away, putting it in the Justice's favor that fight, giving them a like a 4 to 6 more meters.
They gotta get Mirror. He's so hard to kill. Flora trying to punish with that Bastion ultimate, but the Spitfire was still spry despite being in that small room. Eyes were trained on Mirror, but they were able to keep themselves alive at the same time. That last fight was a blowout against the Spitfire. They have to string a few together now as they're still behind by about 42 meters.
Yeah, I love to see like if they're gonna go with this kind of split setup yet again, as it looks like at least through the X-ray don't have the overhead map, but they're all kind of playing here in this choke where London, you don't exactly have to kind of move on down, right? You want to play here, you know, on that high ground. As Mir and Alfie get healed up here by Terry, letting him build up towards that amp matrix.
As long as they can get Hardy out of there with that TP, it's fine. It's a bit premature and it gets picked off. So now you don't have an option to extract your Reinhardt if things get a bit hairy. There'll need to be a contingency for that as well. Slow and steady. The Justice have no reason to really push here.
Exactly. If you're the Justice, just play this patiently, right? They're even if you gave up the checkpoints, not really the end of the world, right? Just kind of like inting in here to the high ground, though, is like where you will lose.
Hardy's in trouble. Okay, they have the TP to get him out, so that amp matrix goes for very little here. Sparker struggling a little bit as he looks to reposition with the rest of the Spitfire now in this choke. Hardy has yet another shatter, but the Justice won't show themselves around this corner until they're utterly sure they're safe. But Alfie's out of the fight already. What a great start for London. They finally played patiently enough to get rid of the biggest threat, and Hardy's going to go for it here. The shatter finds absolutely nothing. Dongan's able to have the sound barrier just in time, but the air matrix is in play. The Terror Surge is good, but the sound barrier is better. Admiral keeps the London Spitfire standing, and Flora and Teru both get their heads knocked together. Now the Spitfire will have their checkpoint and a chance to look to equalize.
I mean, that is a huge early kill there by Backbone onto Alfie. I think he actually gets hit with a grenade. There's like an assist that comes in from Sparker, so huge kill. That's going to allow them to get the checkpoint. They can push up a little bit past it as well, and some big ultimates were used there by the Justice.
Still a blade that won't be answered by a support ultimate looming. Alfie looks to test here the resolve of the Spitfire by making a dive in there. Turrets get cleared from around the corner.
But the Justice just need to be so patient here, right? Like, I like what Mirror's doing here. Just play this bus. Like, there's no reason for you to run around this corner, right? Just contest. Yeah, they have to be the ones that come down from that high ground.
London have to make the wager here. Alfie thinks about the blade again, but this time it will be the Spitfire falling back under TP. Landon down to half, but once more London will look to regain this ground, but they're running out of time. 35 seconds left in this map. A chance for the Spitfire, if they win this next fight, to win it all right here. The Justice have to be perfect.
Oh, so Mirror gets quite low, takes some big shots. Still, I like this positioning. The amp matrix is still going to come in from Landon here in a second.
They TP'd out, they get away from it. Immortality Field also gets used, but Hardy! Oh, Hardy! He gets cut down on the high ground! He wasn't able to get away, and Flora had the damage to catch him, and now, what can you do? The Spitfire are lacking their heart, their soul, their tank. And with 2 seconds left in the map, there's not a chance The bot is there on the low ground being contested by Backbone, but he doesn't want to push it forward. They need to buy time for Hardy to return. Just slowly but steadily, Backbone will nudge it here and there. Hardy is back in the fight. The London Spitfire are ready to go again with fire, but Alpha Yi is entrenched already between Hardy and the rest of his team. Still has a blade in hand. Still no sound barrier for Admiral. Alpha Yi to the bus here. It's going to be a Symmetra wall thrown up, and now the Spitfire have a staging ground behind this air matrix, but they're flanking. They're going around. The Justice look to take a fight now, and here comes the blade. Admiral's in trouble. He falls. Alpha Yi's found the second, and this will be it surely. Just the Bastion left, and the Justice stay alive. This one is going all the way.
Oh, that is 2 maps in a row in favor of the Justice, and I gotta say, I love the way they played that at the end. Even after they get Hottie in that fight, they don't just kind of, get overzealous, right? Just push on forward, go right into, maybe like we can get a team-wide, push them back a little bit. No, like just be confident in that corner that you're playing around, right? You don't want to kind of push recklessly into the high ground when the Bastion is on the other side of it, and just play the percentages, right? You're around the corner, they have to run into you. You have a blade, which has always worked for you, and if you're not putting down like any big significant damage at that point, like there's no chance that they're building up towards B.
You can't ask for much more than a season elimination game. Alpha Yi comes alive again on the Genji. London looked close. They played so carefully, but the Justice did not give in to the pressure. I loved how Miro played so conservatively around the bus for those last couple of fights, but when they saw an opportunity, Matt, they go for it. They speed in through the symbol to win the fight with the Dragon Blade. It's beautiful. And now the Justice give themselves a shot at being the ones to eliminate the Spitfire in a reverse sweep, no less.
Yeah, I mean, I really think they're just playing really smart Overwatch, the Justice, in terms of the way they're kind of taking these fights and engaging. And I love this flank here, like you mentioned, coming right around the opposite side. Don't think they expected that at all. And what? That's how Mir getting landing right off the rip, and then Admiral falling right after that. So it'll be Gibraltar the next map.
That's a brutal map, usually for London's style, but we've seen them make it work before with the Symmetra. Stick around. It's either the Spitfire or the Justice to advance, and one is done for the year. It's been a long season. 16 grueling regular season matches and then a play-ins we'll not soon forget. Culminates here for these two teams in a best of 5 elimination, not match, but map. We're going all the way, everybody, as the Washington Justice have begun their attempt at the greatest reverse sweep in their franchise's history. It all will end in this last map.
And it feels like they have all the momentum, right? Going into this 5th and final map is, I know they really come alive on Flashpoint, start to figure it out. They are on push. You saw that they are just, taking fights in such a smart fashion. Can they carry it over here to Gibraltar, which, obviously it's Escort is game 5, trying to think of some other maps. Maybe this is one that London feels they're the strongest on.
There are a few options. We've seen a fair bit of Dorado for map 5 from many of our teams so far. This is an interesting one. The most memorable Gibraltar outing we had this season was actually this London Spitfire team against the San Francisco Shock. Both teams back then were already experimenting with Bastion and with Symmetra. And it was the map that historically had been very dive-oriented, great for Winston comps. But the London Spitfire, as always, had bucked the trend and was still forcing their signature Reinhardt style on that map. A very fun game between those two teams. But it's not about fun anymore. That was maybe 8 games ago, start of the regular season. Now it's about the result, now it's about the W. Will that work for the London Spitfire this time around? As the Justice with Alfie at the 4 have been very, very hard to deal with over these last 2 maps.
Oh, this would be a brutal way to go out if you're London, right? You think you're kind of in this position where you're up 2-0, you're cruising. Alfie's not having the hugest impact on that Genji, and then all of a sudden, things just on Surabasa just flip on its head, and now you find yourself on the verge of getting reverse sweeped and done for the year at the same time. That is staring down the barrel of something brutal.
The kind of sting that you won't have a chance to salve. The kind of loss that you won't have a chance to avenge, redeem yourself from. No. You sit on that and the knowledge that you came up short for months. The London Spitfire will be starting on the attacking side, and we see no changes to this Justice composition. That will still have that Bastion. The Genji for Alpha Yi. You can't leave the spawn room without it at this point.
And maybe the thing you think for the London Spitfire is that it may be a little bit harder for Mirror to kind of play in this position, right? Doesn't have, the sim to kind of move him around, and also doesn't have that barrier, right? Obviously, Orisa is a very sturdy, strong tank hero, but doesn't have that shield in this large, open landscape here on Gibraltar.
As we saw on Esperanza, maybe they just don't want to move the Orisa around that much at all. Use it as, a pivot. And never get too aggressive. Great patience from the Justice until they were ready to take those fights with Lucio speed. Here comes Hardy, front and center, getting this car moving into the underpass already. And look at that shield disintegrating under the scrutiny of Flora.
Oh, this shield is, he puts it up for a second and it's gone as, Spirit gets pushed back just a little bit. We'll see if they have anything kind of maybe they want to TP up to the high ground here. It's tough because if they TP into this Bastion, right? There's still just a ton of damage on the opposite side of it, so.
You're familiar with these lately, Matt. Fake teleport from the London Spitfire. They don't opt to go up to the high ground. Instead, they throw it out. They do evoke a response from the Justice. They back up a little bit here. Another TP thrown down. Hardy, though, opts to hang on the car for the time being. Now they've switched places with the Justice, but neither team has the high ground necessarily.
Dude, they force these weird fights, London, where now they're on offense, but on the defender side of the map, right, is Mir getting quite low. That's going to be an Ant Matrix maybe trying to finish him off.
Ant Matrix from both sides, though, you've got to be careful. Terror goes very low there, but the card's still moving away from the Justice. Washington have to come up with a response. They like to be the team to set the pace, but that privilege has been taken from them now. Mirror's very low, so low in fact that he'll barely be able to hold on now as Sparker finds Wheels mode, and Mirror is gold. And now he's embalmed. Sparker there sees the help with a sim turret, just kind of holds Alfie in place for long enough for him to get the extra damage, and that from London was absolutely superb, man. The repositioning with Symmetra, that's something the Justice do not have access to.
Yeah, when they force these situations, like we were talking about at the beginning of the push game, where they TP past you, they're now on like offense, but on the defender side of things. Like once that bot starts running away from you, you have to be on the offense. So it forces these really odd situations. That time it's actually London pushing up, trying to take some ship control, and they fall.
Now the Justice have a bit more agency, a chance to control the pace, or at least just slow it down a bit. Winning that fight there, they had to use a sound barrier to do so, because up on that high ground, they looked in a very compromising position. But they found a way through with that defensive ultimate from Donghun. Now they'll be facing down one from the Spitfire. Now they split themselves a fair bit here. Straight to the high ground goes Alfie. He didn't fancy hanging around as Backbone was charging up more and more. Shadow, here it is. They're going to knock Flora to the ground. No more tank mode. There was a Terror Surge, but Hardy charges out of it. He found Donghun, but needs to respect the Bastion. Admiral is down to Alpha's blade, so there's nowhere to get Hardy out of trouble there. Still 3 players to work together now for the Spitfire, and they use the TP to try and outfox the Justice, who need to head for the hills.
Yes, it's just Teru alive as Sparker here puts down enough damage to finish out Flora as Amir just spears right back into the action, gets a connection there as London just backs up a little bit. You have artillery and you have your wall here to use. Is they're actually potentially going to set a pretty good time if they keep on this pace.
Okay, the wall is going to allow the Spitfire to play underneath this awning. Now Lebastian ultimately in from Sparker. He has the space and time to do it. Alfie, he does get the kill, but yeah, has to trade himself out for that one. Don't know what happened to Flora there. Maybe a grenade, it's unclear, but either way, the Justice here. What looked like the real opportunity to slow things down again. They've only really won one fight this whole round.
Yeah, I mean, this has not looked good. Backbone is, I love it. Look, talk trash. Go for it. Like, I don't think I could tell people not to talk trash. I don't think that would be right.
You may not. No, people might not take you seriously there, Matt.
No, so
guess who gets caught first?
For it.
It's the Baptiste without a Reinhardt shield.
And look, like a comment like that from Backbone, right? You know that Justice is like feeling it and they're scared a little bit, right? And then like reading it, you just kind of mentally acknowledge it, right?
Yeah, as soon as you breathe into existence. It's some pretty sick mind games, I'm not gonna lie. Not quite Atlanta Rain level BM, but it has a similar effect. We're talking Master era BM, you know, not current era. They've softened on us. Shatter here for Hardy now. Oh, into the back line, he was thinking about it. I think he got hit with an energy javelin just as he appeared.
That was a shatter. That was a shatter. He doesn't have a shatter anymore.
He lost it.
That is
so
fast from Mir.
He whipped 180 and hit him with a javelin midway through shatter. That's just ridiculous. What a save, but is it enough? No, Mirror can't get back to safety now. The Symmetra wall is going to allow the Spitfire to snowball this advantage. Had to be a sound barrier here for Donghun, but will that do the job? Alfie is low, gets a teleporter, and that's it. Backbone is too charged up, and Alfie in midair is fried. Here come London now with just under 3 minutes to spare. Mirror lucky not to get knocked off the map here, but in no better condition than if he had. Terror Surge, forget about it. It's interrupted. And the Spitfire have 2:44 to play. That is terrifying.
That's one way to bounce back. Oh, shucks, says Sparker. You see, they're just laughing, having a grand old time. I think, you know, what I talked about a little bit in the pregame, right? Of like why selecting this, maybe you can kind of like take advantage maybe of like Mirror on the Orisa. Think about when we're on with Hadi and how fast his shield is done, right? Now think about not having a shield. And that just being your physical being. That is kind of where Mirror is just taking so much damage. Sparker apologizes for his toxicity, which is also like in a reverse way BM to apologize for being BM is a way to do that. But I think this has been really difficult on Mirror, right? These like long sight lines, right? Not having that shield, not having a ton of mobility. Only so much you can do with like Fortify and the Spear Spin.
I also think, isn't it harder to block those Bastion grenades there as well? You really have to get good use out of your Spear Spin. Okay, here's Alfie going in. Look at Backbone. Check this out. Little step back, little cheeky TP. Alfie desperately trying to stick to this sim, but my god. Honestly, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, I mean, with how fast, obviously it's slowed down there, with how fast it's actually going on. I mean, that is extremely impressive. Is Hadi wants to play close to Condor.
Okay.
He's gonna, yeah, I mean, they're gonna play him down there and probably as a TP to safety.
I don't mind this at all.
They're playing Backbone in that room with him. You see the turrets they have set up?
I think it's to guarantee they can get him out. So this way he can have his shield up and back into the TP, as opposed to have a TP across the map and potentially get blown up before he can get out. But yeah, you do need to be able to get out.
They're trying to bait them in to go into that room with the sim, turrets, and then have Bastion, grenade, and damage coming from the opposite side.
They're all on the high. They're all upstairs though. Hardy can't go up the stairs here, so
yeah, it's not a great spot, I think.
In the meantime, though, Sparker is just
kills 2.
Okay, Dongan and Flora both get caught out there because Mira is on this magical journey inside this room. They open the closet to Narnia and off you go. 10 years passed by the time you return. Everyone you knew's grown old. You're young though, so you don't care. You might be losing the game, but it's fine. You're
He's so focused on killing the Reinhardt, right, that you just turn your back to the Bastion and the Baptiste. I mean, Landon already has an Ant Matrix. And Terra getting close as well, but...
Man, talk about a silver bullet. This map for the London Spitfire looks like they've really worked on it. Some very strange setups here, but have really worked out for London. Mira can barely get out of spawn before he's cut down. Donghun trying to make something happen to that high ground to link up with Alpha, but the latter is being terrorized by Admiral.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a really difficult situation for Mira to be in, right? It's just lots of damage coming in, not a ton of ways to mitigate it, and there's not a lot of areas to hide.
What is the plan here?
All right.
Okay, Ant Matrix.
Swap sides.
Gobble up Spark, and nicely done by Teru. You saw he was initially looking to put that Ant Matrix. He actually turned 180 to respond to the fact that the Spitfire had appeared behind them. Great adaptation. Wins the fight for them.
So they get the cart moving. Some time burned here off the start, which if you're London, you're just looking to burn some clock. Like, 2 minutes 44, and considering that advantage, at the end, you feel like you can give up point A and point B and still feel confident you're going to win the map.
Hardy turning his shield here. Those are windows where you can pick people off, like Backbone. Hardy's just trying to stop the blast coming out. Mira, though, a little bit unattended by the rest of his team. A lot of free damage for Backbone. Luckily for the Justice, Backbone can't accrue ult percentage while he has a wall up. Otherwise, he would have had a good 20% there, I'd say. Close to Shatter is Hardy, and he's playing like it. Flora!
Yeah, they didn't have Immortality Field. That Immortality Field's used to kind of keep Mira alive when he gets back to the rest of the team, and they end up using that artillery right inside the small room. Nowhere Flora can go.
You got 1 minute left. 1 minute. Might be your last minute of the season. Mira here, soak up a little bit of poke, but you need to have a plan now. Alpha needs to be topped up. Teru looking to do that. Maybe work on Hardy's shield. Give yourselves a staging ground. That'll do it. Nicely done. Looks like Mira can pick the opening where there's no shield to throw an energy javelin and put Hardy on the low ground here. This could be powerful.
This fight may be it for the Justice, though. I mean, how slow this is developing for both teams. I mean, this fight may be the one for the Justice, and
they've lost Teru again! They've lost him to a grenade! We've talked about it so much over this series, getting caught at the start of the fight. You don't have a shield to hide behind, and the amped grenade is a death sentence. Alfie again gets worked by Backbone in the neutral. Nothing he can do about this. Symmetra just too slick for those cybernetic hands to grasp. And now Flora having to switch to the Sojourn, slides away. And this is it. The seconds elapse and expire, as does the Washington Justice's season. The London Spitfire will advance in our play-in bracket.
I mean, it is not clean, though. Like, there seems to be, maybe it's not a blueprint, right? But there is definitely a recipe out there that can take out this Reinhardt-based setup that the London Spitfire are operating right now, as this one goes down to the wire.
For me, it just feels like the Spitfire were more prepared as we saw the map set expand and we got to this 5th map. We very quickly realized there's a damn good reason that London chose Watchpoint Gibraltar. Not something that a lot of teams are preferring right now, but you can see they had a plan. On defense, they had a plan. They set Hardy and the Symmetra in that off angle, the side room, chew up like 2 minutes of time. And from that point, after having a time bank of like 2 minutes 45, they could really do whatever they wanted there. Stunning stuff. And finally, Backbone finding his feet against his constant Genji pressure from Alpha. Couple slick plays there to turn the tides.
Yeah, I mean, look, the last map pick was excellent there by London. They definitely have a recipe there, and we saw a little bit on the player shots, like how upset those Justice players are. I feel like it's almost worse, for them that it was this, like they battled back and then it ended like this, right? Rather than just kind of
getting blown
going out with a whimper.
You might be right there. So close and yet not close enough. They look so strong in maps 3 and 4, but in map 5, that's where, well, the Reaper came calling, and it was their door he was knocking at. Let's talk player of the match here. It is going to be Sparker for his showing over the course of this series. At one point, I think we discussed he had about 40% of his team's damage. It was Bastion from start to finish here, but he made it look really, really good. A lot of teams doing this. Sparker, one of the forerunners of this hero, of this pick.
Yeah, and you mentioned it there towards the end, like, seems time and time again able to find huge value with those grenades, being able to like start off a fight with like big damage in an AoE, or be able to find a player with a pick. So I know when commanding this Bastion, Sparker is definitely carrying his weight.
Absolutely. And I've got to say it, there are not many teams willing to play the Reinhardt right now for obvious reasons, but the value proposition is, I mean, it's really clear to me. Sparker having an extra couple of moments, even in the event of an Amp Matrix coming down, to respond, to use that Sim TP to get out of trouble. 2 deaths on Gibraltar. 2 deaths and still that 40% of team damage with 13 final blows. This is game winning right here, right now. And on Gibraltar, it's a blowout in favor of your London Spitfire.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're able to move him around the map, keep him and Hadi alive, keep them in interesting places, making it difficult for the other team that can track them down. And when you're putting up 40% of the team's damage, only 2 deaths, I mean, you're going to find some success.
This lower half, this lower bracket here in our play-ins is heating up, and the Spitfire stay alive one more time. To fond farewell, of course, to the Washington Justice. But before that, we've got plenty to break down in this match. So let's take a quick break. Let's head over to the desk to break down this absolute banger.
One.
No, reload. Jamie is picked. I got him.
Yeah.
Look, maybe
One. I'm choking.
Look, okay. TS touch. Look, don't see.
Nice, boys. I'm really proud of you guys. I'm really proud of you. Really proud of all of you.
Oh my god, really good job, guys.
Really proud of all of you.
Welcome back, everyone. What did they just say?
I think he said, I'm choking. I'm choking, guys. We're going to throw.
They knew they won. They knew it was over.
Yeah.
I'm choking.
I was backstage when I saw Flora go Sojourn. I was like, right off. It's over. Minute on the clock, it's over.
It is over. Man, but this one went the distance.
Oh, yeah.
What a close match. I don't think any of us would have expected this one to actually go the distance, having a map 5 for this one. And well fought for a hot minute there. It did look like London Spitfire don't have this in the back. Washington Justice really took a few pages out of Boston Uprising's book, it seems.
That was so much fun. It was so much fun. We were almost in reverse. We had to map 5. It's like, whoa, unpredictability. Yeah, it's really, I mean, Washington Justice, like, they really leveled up on Flashpoint, and push was as close as it could get. So going to map 5, and then, you know, I mean, the wheels really fell off Washington Justice there on map 5.
I really think that Gibraltar pick was actually really smart, despite London being a Rhine team. They've experienced playing the Rhine comp on Gibraltar.
This was brutal.
They know how to make the most of the sim TPs. Yeah, this was vintage Hadi play. Very special play. 2 pins off the map in one fight is absurd, actually. It's out of control. But Alpha Yi made them work for it. He was so crucial. We talked about him in the pre-show, but he did more than I think anyone could have expected. An incredible season from Alpha Yi, one of our biggest breakout stars this year.
I mean, you know, Alpha was crazy, and definitely Washington Justice tried their best, but it wasn't enough for the London Spitfire towards the end. I gotta say, watching London Spitfire, we all say they're a fun team, but at this point now, I honestly feel like they've mastered this Sim TP Rhine Rush comp to a level where I don't think any other team could sort of copy or fight off against. And it's like they use a TP to to teleport their teammates that are sort of in danger, or to change their position as well. It's just sort of, I think it's very innovative. and it's very deadly as well at the same time.
Can I say something about the Washington Justice here?
Please.
They, admittedly been pretty average so far this year. They haven't really been able to compete with the Houston Outlaws and, the top 4 teams. But they've been exciting to watch this year. I mean, Alpha Yi coming over to the Western regions after Hangzhou Spark last year, he is electric. So much fun to watch. Flora complimenting him in the hit scan role. And I know we've had our, frustrations sometimes with the Washington Justice, when they had to put Benbest on the backline, for example, because of ping issues, stuff like that. But in general, it's been a treat to watch the Washington Justice this year. And they go out, map 5, almost beating the London Spitfire. It couldn't have been any closer. So, I just wanted to say thank you to the Washington Justice, too.
Yeah, no, I echo that sentiment. It was great to see them play, and playing it so close at the very end. You have to be proud of that performance. After all, they are in the play-ins, right? Not all teams made the play-in, so that's already an achievement in itself you can be proud of. And you saw there at the end in the player camps as well, Mirror went out with smiles because it was so close. They were this close to actually making it. However, it shall not be. London Spitfire are the ones advancing in our bracket, so it is now time for a winner's interview, and we got London Spitfire's Landon joining us. Congratulations on that big W.
Thank you. That was a really interesting series.
Sure was.
Interesting how? Obviously, I went to map 5, but in your mind, why was it so interesting?
Well, Alfie is always fun to play versus. He's he takes a lot of focus to make sure you know where he is, because if you don't know where he is, he's just gonna one-shot you. But as the series went on, I don't know, every map was fun. Even though we're still playing the same comps, every map was a different challenge, a different situation for Final Fight. It was just a blast to play.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about playing Reinhardt comps now for quite a while now, because cat's out of the bag. A lot of Spitfire, they play Reinhardt. We know that by now.
Shocking news.
Shocking news. And so you have Boston Uprising beat you last week. Map 5 now against the Washington Justice. Can you feel the other teams, your opponents, improving and adapting to your play? Are these matches getting harder and harder to pull off the Reinhardt compositions?
Kind of. I think people knew we had committed to the Rhine a little bit ago, but every week, even if they have strategies to beat us, we get better at our Rhine comp every week too. But we have different rotations, different plays, different ways to get a fight or two. So I'm not too worried about it.
I wanted to ask you specifically, as you guys, develop this comp and adapt it from in the start where you guys were playing tons of Mei, now it's mostly the Sim Bastion. We saw the Bastion Soldier come out on Flashpoint, which is something I've never seen before, at least from you guys in that comp. And so I want to ask you about those DPS adaptations. How do you guys think about the meta right now in terms of a lot of teams some teams are locking in the Queen, some teams are playing other comps. How do you guys think about those DPS rotations, when to swap? Is it just the comfort of Sparker and Backbone to make those calls, or is it a team strategy?
Both of our DPS players are really self-aware and they're smart players. So if a pick isn't working, or if they think something could be more optimal, they'll just suggest it, and we normally trust them.
All right, Landon, for me, I think this whole series was very interesting, but I think the map 5 for London picking Gibraltar was the most exciting and very interesting thing for me. What was the thought process behind that? Because you guys are a Rhine team, choosing Gibraltar against Washington Justice. It was kind of interesting. I want to hear your thoughts about that.
Well, our team doesn't have the best history of map 5 loser brackets, and we genuinely think Gibraltar's the best Rhine map in the game. So what better way to wrap it up with,
Oh. But pull it up in ranked. Reinhardt Gibraltar in ranked. Let's go.
Do not play this in my ranked game. You will lose.
PSA here from
Unless you're on the other team. Please play this in my ranked game. You will mess this up and feed.
If you have London's coordination, I'm sure it's...
Honestly.
I totally believe it.
If you are the London Spitfire, please play this in my ranked game.
The way you make it work is fabulous, yeah.
Well, looking ahead here, Landon, your next match to make it to the playoffs is going to be against the Vancouver Titans. What are you feeling about this one? Are you guys confident against Vancouver Titans? Have you been able to watch their recent games and take some notes?
They're definitely not a bad team, but I think when we play our system properly and we're all warmed up for the day, I think we can beat almost anyone in this play-ins bracket, if not everyone.
Right on. Well, you get to show that tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck in your the next match, and thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you.
I like the thought process behind Gibraltar. I think it puts this unique constraint on the Orisa comp where typically, right, look on push, Esperanza, it's always the Orisa and the Genji trading time on cart. Like the Orisa comes, pops her cooldowns to hold the car, then the Genji can take the car for a little while, and it feels like you can hold that off indefinitely with Washington's comp. But on a map like Gibraltar, you can't cycle your tank on the car and get out of the fight. And I think that actually is a really wise call, even though it's not a traditional pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can if you're the London Spitfire. You probably cannot if you're in our ranked games. So, you know, let's
I mean, yeah, the Orisa team cares, right? The Ryan's never leaving the car. He doesn't care. He's there for life.
I think the 2016 Reinhardts are justified. Time is a flat circle. All the 2016 Gibraltar Rhine, it's back. It's back.
I don't know if you should have said that publicly. Either way, we're all smiles and giggles here. It was an entertaining series, and a lot of that was just because a lot of those fights were so close. It was such a kill trade, and there is a very specific example, which is, of course, the last fight on push. You want to break that one down for us, Johnny?
Yeah, it looked for a moment like London Spitfire was on the edge of getting reverse swept, so I just wanted to highlight how this map ended. Now, it had a pretty disastrous start, so, I mean, we're hardy here with about 30 seconds on the timer. So we can just go ahead and play this one out and see, you know, how London Spitfire are getting into the groove. It's like, okay, we're on this corner, you know, we're poking a little bit, and oh, Washington Justice, they're dropping the application metrics, we're getting out. Oh, Hardy, oh no, I missed that. Oh, he fed. He fed. It's not what you want to see. But this is great from the London Spitfire. I mean, you can see how the push bot is pushed up. And Washington Justice, they don't want to push out here. I mean, London Spitfire have the high ground. They have an amplification matrix themselves. So Backbone down here, just stalling, and Hardy is back for the overtime fight. This is amazing stuff right here. So now we're actually getting in to the very last fight because London Spitfire had time to wait for Hardy to get back into this fight. So this is great stuff. Now, for the ultimate, Backbone, I mean, you have the Symmetra wall, you have your own amplification matrix, and so you really just want to, you know, come around this corner and activate those ultimates. And then you have actually like a lane for both of those ultimates and to cut off the battlefield. And suddenly it's like really good for the London Spitfire here. Now, Washington Justice, they obviously don't want to peek out from this doorway right here because they can't give London Spitfire the high ground advantage. There's no way to get to Admiral, no way to get to Landon. So they're similarly, they're like waiting for London Spitfire, just like, yeah, please come in. Please come in so we can utilize this Alpha E Dragon Blade to your advantage, stack up the supports, stack up the London Spitfire, and we can get more value. Now, as we go ahead and play this one out, London Spitfire, they're going to push through around this corner. Symmetra wall is dropped, and this forces Washington Justice back. But this call to round the corner, to flank right here, I don't know who makes this call, but it's an amazing call. Now, crucially, the London Spitfire, they are not at all ready for this, and this is where it all breaks down. So, the teleporter comes out from Backbone right here, and this is where the communication breaks down from London Spitfire, because Landon is not at all ready for this teleporter to be dropped, actually. And you can see just how far away Landon is at the bottom right corner, right here. And so Landon's not going to be able to take this Symmetra teleporter, and the entire fight breaks down because London Spitfire are not on the same page on a Symmetra teleporter comp. This is like the first time we've ever seen them not be on the same page. So we can play this one out. The flank comes in from Washington Justice. Landon gets picked first. Immortality Field doesn't even come out. And Alpha E pulls the blade. And at this point, I mean, you have no Immortality Field. There's no way for London Spitfire to really sustain this fight. You've lost your primary healer in this one. So a great flank from the Washington Justice to win this one. And I'm going to be honest. I thought the Washington Justice were going to reverse with the London Spitfire right here. So an amazing fight from the Washington Justice. In the end, London Spitfire, they win the series. They advance in the lower bracket. But really great execution and good team fights from the Washington Justice.
Yeah, it was a great series. A lot of that, of course, coming down to fights just like that. So much talent on both of those sides. Yeah, unfortunately, though, we do have to say goodbye to the Washington Justice now. Their 2022 season, 2023 is actually the year.
just 1 year. It's
flat circle, I don't know. Yeah, so that their season, unfortunately, coming to an end here. We are heading into our winners bracket match in just a little bit, but first things first, we do want to see them off in style. Washington Justice, they've hung in there as best as they could. They delivered a 5-map nail biter, but unfortunately, this is going to be it. But they tried.
Oh.
They held on
Lord,
tight.
have they tried?
Oh.
They definitely did.
Farewell.
They fall.
And now
To join the party.
Gladiators, Excelsior, Valiant, and Eternal.
Time to say goodbye. We'll be back after a quick break to break down the action for our last match. Welcome back, one and all. We're getting ready for our last match of the day. This one will be for all the marbles. I talk about marbles a lot.
Well, some of the marbles.
Half of the marbles. Half of the marbles.
The main marble, right?
For all the gold.
The main marble, which is the ticket to Toronto. And one of those two teams will be punching their ticket today. Could it be the home team? Maybe. Toronto Defiant have making a really good case for themselves with their performance thus far in the play-ins. Absolutely explosive and very confident.
Is this the starting lineup?
This is, in fact, the starting lineup.
Okay.
They're cooking.
The first map is Lijiang Tower. They're just going to play Brawl?
They might be, because maybe Lijiang is just such a bad map for the wide style. Like, I'm really happy to see this, actually. I think this is really crucial for them.
Yeah.
On the other side, no surprises. It is the Boston Uprising squad we saw for pretty much most of this season. I mean, Hydron coming in with a lot of confidence. Lots of bark and bite over there, of course. How do you think the Boston Uprising feels about that? Do you think there is a target on their back? Do you think that there is pressure? Do they feel like they have to perform against those young guns and show them that, you know, they might be veterans, but they're certainly not washed?
I do think there's some uncertainty for the Boston Uprising, because there's no way anybody has like a locked-in answer for Toronto Defiant, right? Like, this is a comp no one else is really playing. You might have some things you feel like are effective. This pick seems good, but there's not going to be anything you know for sure will work because no one has proven anything to be that effective yet. And Toronto, even though they play the Illari a lot, they have a ton of different styles. They're their DPS switch constantly. Kaluj plays like Sigma, Orisa, D.Va. He can play anything he needs to. So I don't think, even though they play a lot of Illari, even now they're showing they're not pinned to that if they're starting with opener, probably playing Lucio.
Yeah, I don't think the Boston Uprising are like nervous in the slightest about this. I think, as I mentioned in the pre-show, this is a lineup with some of the most, veteran players we have in the entire league. I mean, they've all won championships.
Yeah.
they're amazing. They know how to adapt in this situation. And you're seeing it off the bat. They're going to play Lijiang Tower, recognizing, obviously, that Toronto Defiant are probably going to have a worse time pulling off their composition. Just realized Decay hasn't won a championship, sorry Decay. But all the other guys, and not Kalios. But all the other guys, you won championships. The other guys can adapt. Yeah, they have the experience. They have the championship experience to adapt in these situations. And I really do think that over the course of this series, we're going to see what difference it makes if you've been part of like a championship winning team and you've been part in so many metas and you have to adapt so many different times, right? So Toronto Defiant, if they play some Illari later, not a problem. Like, we know how to play positionally and we know how to adapt accordingly, and I think we're going to see that from Boston today.
I mean, they showed it against London Spitfire, where most other teams struggled against London Spitfire, quite frankly, because they're playing those rank compositions, not something you usually see in your scrims. So a lot of teams struggle to have an answer for that. Boston had an answer. They came in prepared. So I expect nothing less from them in this match against the Toronto Defiant, and that's why in our predictions, I had to give this one to the Boston Uprising. Do I want to see Toronto Defiant playing it up in front of the home crowd? Oh, absolutely. But they can still make the run through the lower bracket, so not worrying at all.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're not out yet.
This is kind of, we're on the same page. I also went with the Boston Uprising. They were able to adapt. We saw that from London. They got the experience, and because they have so many experienced players, they are able to perform even in like when things are in high stake and when there's a lot of pressure. So that's why I went with Boston Uprising.
Boston Uprising, you guys, they're a great team, but they're not great enough. I got Toronto Defiant here, taking it in 5. I believe. I think they've got the flexibility and the depth. I think they're hard enough to play against, and they're unique enough as a team that I think even a team as great as the Uprising, I think, to be fair, I don't think this match matters. I think both these teams qualify. Yeah. I don't think anybody from the lower bracket can take either of these teams. I think you're looking at our 2 playoff contenders, and so I happen to believe Toronto's going to punch their ticket first.
This is a rookie mistake from Jake here. This is a rookie desk analyst mistake from Jake. Just like,
I'm having fun,
I'm going to spice up my print because it's fun. Yeah, but you'd be wrong, Jake. You're going to be wrong. That's not fun. It's not fun being wrong.
All about being wrong.
I know all about being wrong. I know all about it. But not this time, because I'm predicting on the Boston Uprising, Jake.
All right.
So we'll see who has the last laugh in the post-show.
That's right. Well, they're certainly laughing behind your back there, Reinforce, as Matt and Mitch are ready to cast all the action. Who you got winning this one? Is Jake's threat too spicy for you guys, or any
I'm throwing heat.
believers?
It's a panda pick, but I like
it. It is.
I'm with Jake. I ain't trying to get, food poisoning in Toronto.
That's what's up,
I'm trying to have a good time. I love Toronto. Toronto is amazing.
Fun fact.
I got Toronto.
This guy was in hospital the day before the New York finals with something similar. So it happens to Matt when we go to finals.
I'm trying to make that not happen. Let's go Toronto.
Okay. Fine. I mean, look, I love the story of seeing Toronto in Toronto. I think Jay makes a great point. I think both of these teams, Matt, are pretty likely to be able to qualify. I do think that London team is, can definitely throw a spanner in the works, so to speak, there.
Scary. Yeah.
Look, I think the Boston Uprising, what they showed us against London, I think, was really important. They adapted very effectively to that composition. The Defiant have a very different look. They played, obviously, much more dispersed than the Spitfire, but I still think this team of veterans and mostly champions, as Johnny pointed out, will have the upper hand.
I'm super curious, like, with the opener sub here early on. See how that kind of, like,
you just need Lucio
for the Defiant.
Wait, Martin to play Lucio?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? So what happened then? He was very involved in the fights, Margit, when he played Lucio.
Yeah, but they've also done tons of games where they've just not played Lucio at all. Like, even on Flashpoint, they've had, like, opportunities where they could obviously sub him in and do, Lucio stuff, but they don't.
Well, the best case for playing Lucio on Lijiang Tower is actually in the server right now. on the Boston Uprising. Because Lee Jae-gon has had some pretty incredible moments on this map. Maybe we don't get that. The Brig seems so strange against like a longer range setup. I can't imagine we see it, but the Lucio here is, I don't think you can go without it. I don't think Izayaki is going for the Illari either. But this would be interesting. How much Baptiste? Yeah, I suppose you get a bit of Baptiste from Izayaki, so this makes sense. By the way, just sitting on the bench, chilling is Twilight. So God forbid if we ever have a metagame where he gets unleashed, the Uprising have options for days. But Toronto are at the point first because they're actually playing the Sim Bastion, but Birdwing's on the Sojourn.
Yeah, and Decay on the Genji, right? So we've seen a ton of teams go for the Bastion pick. Does a ton of damage with that grenade, and you opt to not run that Bastion or even the Sim, right? Where Sim, even without like kind of the, uprising of Sim play here now, has always been pretty decent on this map and even seen some play.
We saw this earlier in the season. Merit would love to play Sojourn here. I remember them playing against the Gladiators actually when they were going against the Sim, and still Merit was able to be successful in a Sojourn mirror. Lee Jae-gon doing his thing. Looking for Spectre, and Izyaki's able to find the extra damage there as well. Ultraviolet, tough to hang on there, but he had no choice but to keep that right click held down for the team.
That's crazy that they get, Smurf and Lee Jae-gon get that far, that deep, and they don't even get like punished. I mean, Izayaki able to just kind of keep both of those players alive, but really impressive stuff there as they collapse right on top of Spectra.
Izayaki can't stop the teleporter here. Eventually it is removed though. The Defiant get to the point in numbers, and they've got an Amp Matrix to play around here, but Birdring is in a great spot to get value there. He gets that mostly out of the Terror Surge, but now to be a sound barrier from both teams as Birdring looks to get to the back of the point. Immortality Field late in the fight, but it's not even close to enough. Eventually Kaluj is brought down, and Smurf is the only casualty here for Boston.
Yes, Boston, they'll have, a chunk of ultimates here for this next fight, right? You'll have like the Overclock, you'll have Terror Surge, you have Blade is Izayaki keeps going up there to try and like maybe block where they're trying to go with the TP, not allow them to actually place it down, like just kind of body block it, which is super interesting. But some really good ultimates here for the Uprising, and you have that sound barrier here for opener, so maybe you're actually able to fight this on the point play a little bit closer together. There's the Blade, the sound barrier in response.
Yeah, nothing from the Blade there from Decay, but you hardly can be surprised. The Terror Surge sucks people on the other side of the wall. Oh, the boop! There had to be Lee Jae-gon involved in that. Hydron gets knocked back into the Terror Surge by Lee Jae-gon. And now Decay late in the fight is able to find a bit more purchase. Spectra though wards him off with a grenade, but now Birdring can wrap around.
Still here.
And so is Birdring. Kaluj is running out of defensive setups here. Izayaki, Exo Booty goes up. Eventually gets brought down by Kaluj. And guess who's here? It's Opener. He's back. They can't keep the Orisa alive though. But Birdring's reinforcements come back in. If you have a tank, your opponents don't.
This is good for Boston.
This
is good for Boston.
The Amp Matrix.
Wait, an Amp Matrix.
What a turnaround. Ultraviolet and Hydron make full use of that ability. Smurf's able to find a kill on Ultraviolet, but there's nothing there. What a turnaround by Toronto. That was sick.
I mean, Boston, Izayaki and Birdring, you had dealt with a tank. You actually get kind of pushed off the point there by Opener. And you think there's like a whole cavalry of players coming back for the Boston Uprising, but Ultraviolet uses an Amp Matrix by the choke, and that changes everything.
Instantly, two players of Boston vaporize. And it was just Smurf left alone on the point. Kaluj did very well to hang on as long as he did. With Opener coming to his rescue. Spectre checking his teammates' screens here just for that extra bit of information. Still doesn't yield any result. They've lost Opener. He overextends. Birdring's able to catch him out there. And here come the Uprising once more. The Defiant get into the lead by that 10%. But Birdring is still pushing. There's a Bastion around the corner. But Spectre is out of wheels mode. And Smurf is looking dangerous in this position. Yeah, knocking Spectre into his potential assailant there. And the Uprising regain control.
Man, this is going to be a really fun series as you see Lee Jae-gon goes deep trying to get a kill there on the Opener. You look now, could be Decay's Blade that seals this.
Could be Lee Jae-gon's beat that seals it as well. A lot to work with for the Uprising, and here they go. They're going to use both of the aforementioned and Ultraviolets. Can't benefit from the Immortality Field. Kaluj tries a Terror Surge. It does allow Hydron to get back to the point. This is very dangerous for Decay. It has to be another Immortality Field to keep the Genji hale and hardy. Very quickly, Hydron has to get out. There will be a chance to touch, but a slim one.
Yeah,
not the Orisa.
Nope. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, maybe it's like Spectra is gonna get back to it to touch, but not able to do so. I like how they played that close, where Boston didn't allow Toronto to just take tons of space, get onto the point. They came right around that corner with that sound barrier and Blade. And interesting enough, they destroyed the TP before everybody was able to make it through, right? So I believe they're able to catch Ultraviolet and Kaluge there.
What a career Birdring has had. Starting towards like the top of our, I don't know, power rankings, season 1, 2, with a bit of a fall off and, you know, a lot of back and forth on different rosters in the middle of his career now. 9-1 on Sojourn after that first round. Doesn't age.
I mean, Birdring is like just a classic, right? I mean, you kind of think like way back, like everybody was talking about how, you know, Birdring tried the best DPS player in the world, right? And how many players that we talked about back then are still playing now at a high level? Like,
Prophet?
Yeah, a handful maybe, right? It just shows how impressive he's been. And also, I mean, he leaves for a little bit, right? Takes time off and then comes back.
Spectra gets force-fed his own medicine there as Decay makes good on the deflect. Lee Jae-gon is fine here. And Birdring adds yet another frag to the tally. This Boston Uprising team refuses to be held back from their rightful spot in our playoffs.
No, as they push out, they don't even want the point. Screw the point.
Oh, they're so good. Yeah, they don't care.
Get it.
And they can still play. So we're not in a dive meta, which is where this team really shone, but they can still play Genji Lucio. And they can still really play around those bursts of speed, Decay diving in, finding resets.
Something interesting here as well is that they're not playing the Baptiste, they're actually playing an
what?
So the ability for the, you know, Nano Blade, you can nano the Orisa, becomes even like harder to take out. Oh, Biotic Grenade.
That's massive, but can you follow up on it? Yeah, the anti-heal's now expired, so Ultraviolet quickly gets that regenerative burst and gets his team back to full, and Decay finds himself biting off far more than he could chew. Lee Jae-gon hoping to waylay Spectre and go for a sound barrier after the fact this keeps Smurf standing, but for how much longer? The TP in the back, Lee Jae-gon reads it, still trying to keep Smurf standing, but everybody pushing in. An environmental kill here could be huge, but Lee Jae-gon has to
Smurf
wait
gets
out.
nano.
Yeah, Lee Jae-gon though brought down by the Terror Surge. Smurf dies before he has the chance to use his. Decent still for Boston, but that's all they'll get.
Yes, it looks like Izayaki here. He lands asleep, he will fall, but man, what a crazy turn of events there. As I think when Boston, you get that 5-player Biotic Grenade, it seemed like they just like, oh my god, it's go time, right? Which, you know, typically that's correct, right? But when they TP into that small room, it makes it really difficult for Decay to do anything with the Blade there.
Well, it's regenerative burst now, giving you a flat burst heal on top of the regen. It makes a big difference. Ultraviolet gets like all of his team with that, and very quickly, the Defiant aren't nearly as low as they were. Here's Birdring now with the overclock, hits a headshot instantly, another 4-player Bionic Grenade from Izayaki, that's dirty, but he gets traded out. It's Decay though, finding Hydron. Birdring getting involved, gets rid of that immortality field, and the Defiant are washed away.
Oh, it's Smurf and Decay want to try and take out, I believe, who is this?
It's too risky
over there, and it is Ultraviolet. This would be a nice stagger if they're able to get them, but nobody wants to contest that Bastion.
I like the call they make, worried that they might push into assault mode, just get mowed down by Spectra. They back off and play the longer angle, but Decay just gets sandwiched there. Amplification Matrix came up, and Toronto flipped the point back midway through the fight.
Right, so that's the Amp Matrix used there for the Defiant. Think if you're Boston, there's no like panic really at all, right? The next fight's gonna kick off here about even. I'm curious, do you think they end up nanoing? Do you nano Decay here to try and farm this Blade? Do you nano Smurf
You'll
maybe
have a
to
blade.
take some space?
You'll have a Blade anyway.
Yeah, you'll probably have the Blade by then.
Pretty scary place to be against this Bastion. Oh, yep, they get Lee Jae-gon, they got pushed into the TP. That is absolute filth. I love that from Toronto. They know they have Boston on the back foot, and they just press a little harder.
And when the artillery is going off, you're like, man, this is like really early, right? Like what are you doing here? Like they're just kind of rotating around the side, but they TP right into it. They kind of push them back with a spear spin. That is really nice stuff there from the Defiant.
You still have a Nano Blade to work with here. The Terror Surge is an issue. Genji can get caught up in that if he doesn't have a dash available, when often he doesn't after he's gone in. He's looking for a reset there. There's no immortality field, obviously, on the side of the Uprising. Ultraviolet will have one, so there's a lot to answer the Blade with, but it won't be quick enough because Hydron gets absolutely bent backwards. Still, that's the Terror Surge, but Spectra finds Decay with the damage that was required to bring a Nano Genji down. And Opener finds a couple big kills in this fight. This should be Toronto Defiant taking the round away. They had the answer to the Nano Blade in the end.
Yeah, the Ana's interesting, right? You saw like one sequence, like a huge biotic grenade, right? Not really like a ton of, no, we saw one sleep, like probably another one that occurred during that. But didn't really get a ton of value with the Nano either. It's like a very like fully offensive play, right? Because you don't have that regenerative burst, you don't have that immortality field, right? It very much feels like an all-in on the Genji.
Here's that sound barrier from Opener just before the blade came in, but Decay had no choice but to go for it. It's really unclear whether it would have had any impact anyway. Great response. We saw Boston really sitting on that Nano Blade combo for a while. Toronto could read that, and they had the answer.
Yeah, and we're back to the Baptiste here now for the Boston Uprising, which probably the better look, but look how fast the Defiant are going to get here with that sim.
Lee Jae-gon already has to be careful. Energy Javelin hurled in his direction. Boston eventually going to want to make their way through this choke, but they can't really contest this high ground. The Defiant instead decide to take the fight to them. Doesn't work out though. Birdring finds Ultraviolet instantly with Spectra not finding any purchase. Bit of a mistake there for Toronto, not knowing what they were getting themselves into.
Man, I think Toronto knows exactly what they're getting into. I think it's just that if Spectra can't put down enough damage to really start to finish these players off, and it's really about Boston being able to kind of cycle through different abilities and cooldowns, kind of like deny some of that Bastion damage. If you're able to do that, then Boston can come out on top, right? You have like the deflect from the Genji, you have the spear spin of the Orisa, you have your immortality field, right? It's like kind of combination of all this stuff to deny that big damage coming in from the Bastion.
Birdring again. He is having a day already. Fantastic rail on Ultraviolet of all people. No immortality field is off the table as soon as the fight begins. That's almost an auto win.
So, man, that is a Birdring on a little bit of a flank, right? We talk how good Soldier is on some of these flanks, right? You know, coming on with an off angle there on the Sojourn, especially when you have that railgun shot. I mean, just, you know, it ends a player's game before it even begins here. Is Defiant. I mean, you know, having to be the offensive team here, you know, running into them. See, Hydron seems like it's just a fake TP. Is they're gonna just move up here towards that right-hand side, right on the platform.
Terra Surge here for Small. Oh my goodness! It's like the prologue of Dr. Stone. Absolutely petrified out of the fire of the Terra Surge, and they had nowhere to go.
I don't know what the prologue of Dr. Stone is, but
dude, it's so good.
That ain't good. If that's what it's like, it ain't good. You could see that one coming though. As soon as they started to go up that staircase, like how do you get pushed back a little bit? As soon as I saw Smurf start to get charged up, I mean that was. I mean Ober gets so close to a little bit of an Ajax there.
Can you do something with this though? Kalush has found 3 kills. It's just Birdring and Lee Jae-gon here against Orisa and 2 others, or at least Orisa Lucio. Oh my god, if he'd had that, I'd be bowing down right now. Nicely done by Kalush though. He's able to move back to the point, and this will mean Toronto can stop the Uprising climbing towards that 100.
Yeah, I mean, 2 big Terror Surges, right? I mean, typically the Orisa ultimate we see like, you know, do some damage, but like not really like huge kill value. I mean, right there, it definitely pays off. Is yeah, they're gonna try and it looked like they tried to TP maybe into that artillery yet again, but this time Boston backs up, kites it well.
I feel like they really wanted to force Boston into the artillery barrage. Smurf though would not be moved. So what are you working with here? Well, Birdring's always a threat at the start of these fights. You don't have any key ultimates, but a sound barrier isn't far away. You wait out this tank mode, get rid of the immortality field, and then it's go, go, go. It's Spectra down already. Again, the first pick in this fight. Kalush is looking a little bit scared as well as Smurf has found 2, and the sound barrier come up at the perfect moment. Boston, it didn't have to be subtle. It just had to be going forwards.
Yeah, as I know, when this Boston Uprising has things clicking on all cylinders like they do here in map number 1, I mean, they are difficult to beat for any team. As Opener, that is, you know, he takes his headset off, like he's ready to like be, yeah, I'm coming out. But maybe they keep him in. I know I thought he was pretty good on the Lucio there if they want to keep running it. Where really, I think this just speaks to, you know, how good Boston can be.
The 21 final blow game from Birdring, 6 deaths, Decay 14 and 8. That is pretty incredible stuff. Hydron has a quiet one, Matt. 5 final blows, 11 deaths. This is definitely not the context in Wish Hydron gets to have that skill expression that we saw at the tail end of the last outing for the Toronto Defiant. So not a map where they were able to really show their best here, but Birdring was on the other end of the spectrum. This guy, from start to finish, was sublime.
I mean, it's tough for Hydron, right? I mean, you're playing the sim, and then the other team's just like, so fast, like in your face, like, you know, any type of... Hydron really shines on, you know, that when he's on the Widowmaker, the Sojourner, or something that he can really start to just like flex that mechanical skill. Not as much like on the sim, right? It's a little bit harder to do.
Yeah, a lot of focus here is on Spectra, being able to have this massive burst damage at the start of each fight, work really effectively through that amplification matrix. But quite often, Spectra is getting picked off very early. The poke damage from the Sojourn is very, very difficult. Spectra enters many of these fights at like half HP. This is a double Terror Surge fight here. You're never getting out of that. Getting both supports of that Terror Surge is beautiful.
I mean, that is really difficult to get out of the way, as the pick here for the Defiant is Numbani. So I do wonder if we see Sir Majid come back.
Yeah, look, it's quite possible. I think we saw Open to put the headset back on, but looking at the lobby, it looks like Majid might be getting brought back in here. There's a bunch of questions. I think we're moving away from the Echo meta, but that's definitely a hero Spectra has often preferred to play. A lot of options for both teams on Numbani. So worth bearing in mind, it's a Toronto Defiant pick. So they've got to have something planned. But so far, on a fundamental level, the Boston Uprising, in my estimation, have been going from strength to strength. They're handling this aggressive play from the Toronto Defiant really well. They see them coming, Matt. Quite a few times they see TPs in from Toronto and they're able to win the fights anyway.
Yeah, just really strong play overall from the Boston Uprising, where if they see that the Illari pick is going to come in here on Numbani, I expect that they have some stuff cooked up to deal with that.
Yeah, stick around for that. There might be other substitutions than just the Majid one as well, but I'll keep you on your toes for that one. It is 1-0 in this series. Lijiang Tower goes the way of the Boston Uprising, who believe they've earned their spot in the playoffs already. We'll have to see them prove it. Stick around.
keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
You gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know put a fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again.
Well, you know what they say, folks. A bird in the hand is worth 10 on the bench. And this guy has made an instant impact. As we went out onto Lijiang Tower, the Sojourn play absolutely top tier.
Yeah, I mean, he was really awesome there in map number 1, playing a hero that we see like sporadically now. I know we used to see a ton of, but 21 final blows there for Birdring. I mean, huge kill participation. What in the world do we got going on here?
Wow.
So we got Surmajet coming in. You know, pretty normal here. I know probably going to come in, play the Illari. Twilight will come in here for Lijiang. So no Lucio option. This tells you double flex support. And then Kalios in. Johnny inadvertently threw some shade at Kalios and Decay there on the pre-show.
Well,
now they both get to prove them wrong.
Not wrong in the sense that neither have won championships yet, but they're the only players on this roster to be able to claim that. This makes me think that while we may not see a D.Va mirror, we might see our attacking teams play it. We actually saw the Vancouver Titans go with this kind of strategy, and Punk made it work really effectively in what at the time was a very competitive map. I think we might see Illari here from Twilight. Illari, Baptiste. I mean, it's a little bit interesting, I guess, with the D.Va. You can play Ana with the D.Va if you just want to make sure that she can be healed constantly, but Margit obviously telegraphs to us that, yeah, we should expect to see that more recent hero hit the field. And I mean, Twilight, that's a fun prospect, right? Twilight Liari. I'm excited if we get that. Is that an echo? Okay. All right.
So
the Kalios, yeah. I didn't think Kalios would play D.Va if at all on defense. It's the Sigma on attack for Boston is also on the table as well.
Well, I mean, Kalios on defense playing the Orisa is like I wonder if this is more of like an offensive substitution. I think
it has to be, Matt. Because again, if you're trying to grind with the Orisa on the attacking side, it can be really hard to do. I do think we'll see something different from Kalios. Maybe a Sigma if you want to play this poke-oriented setup. Okay, so Twilight actually is on the Ana. It's Izayaki on the Illari.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were going to see, you know, the Sigma. Like, that's kind of like why you would bring, you know, Kalios in. But
yeah, Sigma or D.Va.
We'll see his reason.
All right, Izayaki's healing pylon already removed here. Hydron able to snipe that out. Kaluja Kalios exchanging pleasantries here as Spectra goes a little low. Birdring more than happy to wrap around via Coast. You can see that Twilight's head's being kept down by Spectra.
Kalios gets healed up there from Izayaki. He takes a little bit of a shot here. It looks like a Hydron on the side. Is a Hydron. And we've seen him take these like off angles, right? You know, time and time again. Oh, is he gonna be able to keep him alive?
He needs a pylon.
No.
Just doesn't have enough throughput there with that right click, Matt. Spectra just sitting out in that immortality field too.
And I do like kind of what they did here, Boston, where, you know, Hydron is actually like made like a living on this map. I feel like every time we've seen it, where he's like got on these long flanks on the soldier, but they actually play the soldier themselves and just kind of like mirror it, right? Where, you know, he tries to go under the bridge and go wrap around, but Birdring is right there to meet him.
Yeah, we've seen Hydron on defense as well, still playing the soldier and going these really wide flanks. Sometimes it works out if he wins in the 1 versus 1, which is, again, in this matchup, absolutely not guaranteed. But I feel like the Defiant really need him to be able to do this with regularity, otherwise a big part of their strategy kind of falls over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, shot from the Illari there. Surmaged a little bit behind Izayaki in terms of ult, but I assume it's because Izayaki doing a ton of healing. That's just the Captive Sun just fired into a room where there's a few players.
I like that. It's really just to get rid of Hydron, right? Even if he's going to play around that biotic field, just to be able to burst the soldier down and have, a soldier gap, so to speak, is a big deal. They lose Izayaki on the back end there to a focusing beam from Spectra, but job done for the Uprising. They'll just have to give a little bit of ground here without Deliari.
Yeah, you still have the healing pylon up, and Twilight ends up using the nano there, I believe, on the Decay. Decay is on the flank there on the backside. This is the Captive Sun from Jed. Do you connect with anything there?
No detonations on it at the very least here. Martin trying to back away here as Spectra's caught by an Energy Javelin. Not a good result, but Kaluj catches Birdring inside the Gravitic Flux. Izayaki, he's looking towards Kalios right now, who will be able to stay alive under that Terror Surge durability. But there's the question of dealing with Kaluj, who's on the cart, sitting pretty.
Kalios gets 3 in this fight, by the way. He actually killed Spectra with a spear at the beginning, and then it gets both supports, but you still have Kaluj here, just kind of like alive, moving the payload. Looks like Izayaki up to the side.
That's the issue for me, Matt.
Weird.
Yeah. Look, I appreciate what Kalios is doing off screen there, but Kaluj is the problem. He's the one that's really anchoring that card. Decay, I like the duplication here. This will buy you some time. But you're not as durable as your opposite number. The Diva here is also an interesting decision. Accretion there, swings wide. Now pressure on that Diva mech. It's going to be a nano for Kalios here to try and hang around. They don't have Izayaki, so Twilight is trying to do his best here on this Ana. But the Kaluj shield makes it hard sometimes for Twilight to interact into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is way more natural for the Defiant to play than the Uprising, right? In terms of like what we've kind of like expect from these two teams. So to see Boston, struggling a little bit here on defense, not too surprising. Where Defiant, I mean, they are so good at these types of comps.
Nicely done by Izayaki. This is a really common position to play from as Liari. You just have the turrets up there. You can punish anyone who's trying to wrap around. You can tag team with one of your DPS. His Birdring can just return for heals. Where is Kalios? What is he doing?
I mean, he's on the high ground. I haven't seen him like in a while.
Well, he's opting out of like holding the front line quite often against Kaluj. He was on the high ground at one point there. Most of the fight was happening away from the card, so that's fine, I suppose. It's just a different approach.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's just trying to like contest from the high ground, like once the cart kind of like wraps that corner, but it's still an opportunity for the Uprising to get a hold. Mentioned it's kind of been a little sideways this far, but still, I mean, this last point's so difficult to take.
Yeah, and getting rid of the Illari turret is hard to do. The defensive Illari turret, that is almost always going to be very well protected. I would have thought, Kalios would want to take the fight against Kaluj, but I think he's trying to make sure that there's no like soldier from the high ground or Illari from the high ground that can't be contested.
Yeah, I mean, maybe giving a better line of sight to Twilight, denying maybe that soldier 76 high ground angle.
What is this?
Oh, that was
Birdring
visor as well.
Yeah, charges through a Sigma barrier into a Captive Sun. And even with the damage reduction afforded him by Nano Boost, he gets absolutely dominated.
Yeah, I don't love that play. It's, Hydron sees a few players coming out of spawn actually going to get around and get rid of that turret. That's huge.
Yeah, like we said, that's one of the hardest things to remove here from the defensive side.
Nice helix. He connects like some splash damage on the second player.
It's a lot of heal pressure. Oh, Bionator Hydron. Captive Sun follow-up. Hydron is tagged by that, but will there be follow-up damage? Izayaki was looking for it, but this tree is going to make it impossible to see where he's going. Decay found Spectra, but they've lost Twilight here, so Izayaki's on deck for all of the healing, and he's caught inside the Gravitic Flux.
He's gonna live though. I mean, they're gonna get the healing pylon down, but the cart moving dangerously close to the end.
And Kaluj peeking just around the corner slowly, trying to get rid of that pylon. He gets it now. And Hydron has attack visor. I think he spots Birdring back behind him, but he can't bother dealing with it right now. Hydron stunned briefly there, maybe an energy javelin. It's unclear. Either way, a lot of pressure now on Kalios and not enough healing for him, but Decay's going to work. Got Ultraviolet, but eventually both those players are down, and now it's Twilight and Izayaki trying to hold on. The Nano didn't come quite in time, and the Defiant will finish the map with just under 90 seconds to play.
Yeah, minute 25 on the clock here for the Defiant. is I'm still like, I understand, the support switch. I'm still, maybe it's something on the offensive side we'll have to see. I know why Kalios coming on in.
We're going to see it here then, if at all. Kalush, we know he will pick Sigma whenever possible. Numbani not a traditional map for that, but we've seen him make it work pretty effectively as he slowly scaled up his control on the attacking side. Making good use of Hydron's flanking.
But if you were, let's say, Boston, right, and you're going to match, like, hey, you know what, on offense, we're going to match Sigma and Sigma, like, don't you feel it's fine to match it on the defensive side of things as well?
Potentially. Potentially. If we get Orisa back-to-back here, that obviously raises a question about the substitution. 100%.
Yeah. Because, like, Smurf just played Orisa. We were pretty happy with that. So maybe it's for, like there's like a diva angle maybe they want here at times, like we just saw. Maybe there's another option, but that one's got me a little bit more curious than kind of the support switch. The support switch makes some sense for Boston.
Kalios is, this is something we observed earlier on in his career. I think, known, at least that's how we knew him, as pretty hot-headed, very aggressive player. That doesn't seem to have changed. Some of these Orisa fights, like he is in there trying to take fights over on his own. I want to reference that one fight where he got 3 kills, but he didn't really deal with Kalush, who was able just to keep pushing a card up.
No, and here on offense, they'll actually have Birdring play the Bastion. So Bastion with it, they're not going to play the Illari, they're going to play a Baptiste Ana here.
We still have the Echo for Decay, which is fine. I love that energy javelin. Now Kalush is knocked to the low ground. So now he can really set Birdring up for a strong position. That could have been an environmental kill if not for the shield in the way. Kalios now forcing Spectra to play inside the hallway, so really no Echo value for the time being. Spectra has to find another way to be useful.
Yes, they want to get rid of that shield right now. It makes it way harder for Kalush to stand here and fight against this Bash. As Hydron takes a large chunk of damage there.
Great stickies though.
It looks like he feels like he needs to get to the point to try and touch me, or just runs out. Yeah, just gives up his life.
Now Birdring playing that high ground, just gets hit by some long-range stickies from Spectra there. Kalush is healthy enough, but he's cycling that shield pretty desperately. Izayaki low, nice. It's from behind. I don't think that he was ready for that at all, as Marjet appears now, finds himself a couple of kills, wants to find Twilight, but I think job done well and truly for the Illari.
And it does feel like that maybe Kalios is like the more aggressive out of, him and Smurf. I would say too, is like he's no fear, just pushing forward, just trying to take that space. Trying to get Birdring sit up on the high ground, and it does some damage, but not like the big impact that we originally had thought.
Toronto looking like much more of a contender in this series, Matt, than maybe they did on Lijiang Tower. They're looking like the real deal, playing this setup that really puts so many of their members in power positions, in comfort roles. Marjet going for it, Captive Sun looking for Twilight. How ironic. He will be brought down by the stickies now, and Marjet will linger as he'll have flight through the duration of that ultimate.
Man, this has been all defiant. See now, everybody just kind of caught up here in the high ground, and this has not been ideal here.
No, but this is why Toronto are finding success now. This is why they're beating the heck out of these mid allegations in this current metagame. This is perfect for them,
sick, right?
Kalios here.
The type of
Kalios. It's bizarre to me, and he finds success. He gets nanoed now. Hydra on that low ground getting taken down. Kalios is just unpredictable for the Defiant. They were not ready for that.
Yeah, but like, who is even in position here to follow this up? Oh, well, what happened? The duplicate of Birdring while down in the low ground. You have the K up here on the high ground, so maybe there is the follow-up. Is the Kalios just gets it nano, just pushes on forward. Even though he loses life, kills a few players in the process, and then everybody off the spawn comes back. And that's how you take this first point.
None of that last fight was remotely expected, especially how strong Toronto looked. We had Spectra duplicating in Orisa, which can't be an optimal choice, but it felt like the Defiant felt like they were looking in a strong position. Twilight got hit by that Captive Sun early and got picked off, so they went for it. It blew up in their face.
I feel like the Uprising need to make up time here, like, in this part of the map, right? 1:25. This is where Hydron is his best, right?
The Hydron flank.
Long flanks.
Twilight being pressured heavily here, but a Biotic Grenade now will force Hydra to play a little slower from this position. The 1v1, I mean, I don't fancy myself against Twilight, but Hydron's a different machine. Twilight will just
Twilight has no
away.
problem trying to fight this, it seems like, as well.
Maybe Birdwing could have used the Ana, though. Hydron drawing Twilight out of the fight, maybe allowing Kalush to just bowl over the Bastion. Now things looking a little bit dicey for Boston. Kalush might be sleeping, but that's fine. Okay, Captive Sun. Margin won't commit to that small room as Kalios is already brought down by Spectra's focusing beam, and Izayaki gets nanoed, by the way. Not sure what the plan was there.
Yeah, and that was the artillery there towards the end from Birdwing, so don't have that. Maybe there's is there like a switch or is there a swap you're thinking up here if you're the Boston Uprising? No, it looks like they'll actually just kind of, yeah, Birdwing's going to go over and play the 76, so this will help. You know, you don't want Twilight to be the one who's got to like mark Hydron on the other side, right? Let Birdwing do it.
How much I wonder does the calling structure change for this team when Kalios and Twilight get rotated in? Because the way that Boston are playing is very chaotic, right? Trying to flip fights, using ultimates in shorthanded scenarios to just kind of win, and sometimes actually succeeding in that endeavor.
It's crazy because you know, when you think of Boston, and if you're going to play like play a fast, frenetic pace for them,
Tracer!
Kind of like the one who does that crazy pace is Lee J. Gon, right? To see them kind of go to this, and Lee J. Gon is the instigator of the chaos is wild. Yeah, we got a Tracer here now. Tracer with a Disney of Kariko here for Twilight. I can't imagine Boston came into this map like thinking this is what they were going to play, right? It seems like maybe kind of they, you know, had an idea with the Bastion stuff. Maybe, you know, Kalios comes in, picks up like a Sigma or Diva at some point, but it's kind of gotten, you know, all over the place.
Decay getting brought down by Hydron there. Presumably Twilight switching to the Kiriko to assist Decay in some senses. We're going to try and goon squad some of these backliners. Hydron sets up that, interesting, that Biotic field, but opts not to pressure as the Boston Uprising all fall back towards their spawn. The Defiant have to be happy enough with it. Well, it actually is, but there's 30 seconds left in the round. So any inch of real estate you get for free, I'm sure you're taking.
That is a Kasune rush here through like this hallway that like just like your Tracers running through, and then I think there's also an Ant Matrix going down at the spawn side. Man, this has been a wild half.
Kalush finds Kaligos. That's the biggest kill of the last couple of moments. Now with the Ant Matrix in play, yeah, it's all too easy for Marjed to slam Decay with a body shot as he comes forward. And nothing the Tracer can do about it there. What a weird round, but it looks like the Toronto Defiant have this one wrapped up. Twilight's already used his swift step. Kalios gets brought down before he can find value from the power block, and we'll see the zoning here on Izayaki as they're trying to keep him away from the cart. Okay, that was a map of Overwatch, for sure.
I cannot imagine that went as intended there for the Boston Uprising, as you know, you make some subs after, you know, map number 1 where you looked pretty strong. You sub in Kalios to play the same kind of hero that we just saw, you know, Smurf play, and we know that Smurf can play at a high level. And then in terms of supports, like just a really odd, you know, map there for the Boston Uprising. But hey, Toronto looks great. Bring in Sir Majed, you know, play that Illari. This is the style that we know them for, you know, really throughout like this, you know, second part of this, you know, half of the season, right? So. Being able to see them come in, take advantage of, you know, what Boston Uprising is trying to do in a big way, gives them some momentum going to the next map.
Distinctive style from the Toronto Defiant, hailed by some as greedy, really pays off. It looks fantastic here. The Boston Uprising, at no point do they really seem to stop and collect themselves on this attack. They're constantly pushing. It's very chaotic gameplay. They're challenging one-on-ones, 2v2s, 1v2s to try and find success. There's no protocol with how their ultimates are being used. They're being used at will to try and find these small advantages that they hope they or a teammate can exploit into greater ones. Hard to follow here. Very chaotic, but we see Toronto Defiant kind of thrive under those circumstances, Matt. Suravasa will lend to that style of play for our third map.
Man, and like that play, you know, that map was all over the place. I'm curious, like, does Boston, you know, I have to imagine they kind of go back and revert to some of the stuff that, you know, maybe the lineup they had in map number 1, But I think Toronto, you think about leaving Sturmjet in, we've seen them run non-Lucio comps here on Flashpoint with some success.
Yep, some teams have been able to get away with it without that Lucio speed. Curious to see if that's the plan here for the Toronto Defiant. They definitely look like they're ready to stand up to the Uprising in this match. It's one apiece in our qualifier game for the playoffs. Don't go too far. More to come from this match.
cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one man, forget my peace. We take the west side, take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chatting the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Like fire on the pine. If you wanna touch my please use caution.
Well, as a composition at the Toronto Defiant, really seeing the only ones that really get it. But this guy's got the grind set down to a science. It's Sigma for Kaluj on Numbani, and the numbers, Matt, they just don't lie.
I mean, he wasn't even really challenged that hard, was he? I mean, he had a phenomenal game, and I think Kaluj is, he talks about Sigma being one of his best, if not his best hero. Only 2 deaths, does a nice job in terms of final blows with good amounts of hero damage, but really, I mean, I thought it was just like a little bit of an outclassing there on that map from the Toronto Defiant.
I mean, by not challenged, you mean that Caligos was trying to fight his backline constantly and just letting him do whatever the heck he wanted? Because that's what it appeared to be, especially as we saw the Defiant attacking in second phase of the map where, you know, Kalios is just, you know, knocking heads together, finds 3 kills in the backline. We're thinking, that's excellent. Okay, they're in a great spot. Wait a minute. Kalush is full health on the cart, and that one other Boston player was cowering sort of in his shadow as he continued to advance.
So now Boston just goes back to the original lineup like nothing ever happened. Like, you know, Man in Black, where they just
doesn't look like anything
like,
to
hey,
me.
Don't. Yep, nothing happened there.
Give me old Bernard treatment, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. We'll see now. The one thing to kind of probably look at here, which will be quite interesting, is that Toronto probably not going to run the Lucio, where you will see Lucio on the other side of things. So we'll see if that determines like how many fights a team can get and you know movement around the map. But
if you've watched the Toronto Defiant play Flashpoint in general, you'd know that Hydron loves to flank far and wide and alone. That's something you want to be aware of. Playing a hero that can match him, whether it's mirroring or maybe trying to find a counter pick, is really important.
He's just lurking.
Yeah, always. And he just does it over and over again. That's his directive, is to keep trying to find a way to wrap around away from the rest of his team, find a kill, just a kill, that's more than enough. Or draw a support out of position, pressure an immortality field that goes for little value. Even those less tangible aspects can give you a fight win on their own.
I mean, it's typically super effective, right? Interesting here for Boston. So Izayaki will play Ana, so they won't have that Baptiste, they won't have that immortality field, but they'll actually play the soldier with the Genji here.
So you're again investing in the nano blades here, which is, you know, we seem like the Washington Justice don't bother with it, right? They still have the Baptiste, right? Because they still value the immortality field, and the Genji can get those big blades anyway. No one's answering Hydron's flank right now. He's doing what he wants.
No. Yeah. And it's enough damage to, you know, kind of contribute to a kill that goes down on the other side. But, you know, Spectre does fall right after that. Do you need... So, the Ana, I think, is really good at obviously healing the Genji at range, right? But with no support ultimate on the other side, I don't know how much you need that Nano, right? Like, is the Nano, like, more valuable even in the hands of the 76? Like, or would you rather even just, like, you know, ditch the Nano and have the immortality field? I think it's
probably. It does mean that you can force blades a bit easier, right? You don't have to have things line up for you perfectly. You can actually walk at people to some degree, or you know, close the gap. But Hydron, here's my problem. If you aren't ready to answer Hydron's flank on this map, have you prepared for this team at all?
Look at this. I mean, oh, and he's gonna get out. So that's a Nano used right there to just try and like hunt down Sir Majid, but who's on the flank there with Hydron?
I hate it. Just so much. Look, I mean,
I can't say I love it. No, I don't know if I hate it yet.
Well, the execution can make a difference. It can be the difference between hate and love there, I suspect. But what remains to be the case is Hydron is doing this a lot of the time. I mean, Birdring might not be his playstyle. He just may not prefer to do this, but Hydron is going to draw you out of position whether you like it or not. If not Birdring, someone more crucial to the overall team fight objective. And Birdring just dead here.
Yeah, I mean, I know typically it's been Hydron, I think, who's been getting the better number. And then not even get on and get a touch.
This team is just better on Flashpoint. The Toronto Defiant are just a better team in this kind of setup here. And look, the Boston Uprising, I'm sure they prepare for this game, but I don't think they have a ironclad approach to dealing with Hydron.
And I mean, look at this. I mean, where the next point pops up, right? It's a little bit closer to the Defiant in terms of where the last point was. They don't really have any kind of casualties towards the end. And this Hydron kind of working towards the middle of the map, getting really close to Birdring.
I love the Torb as well. This keeps Decay in check in a big way and also dissuades flanks, or at least gives you early warning of them to quite a great degree. It also punishes Smurf, who has to walk over Molten Core in some of these fights. Like, I don't want any of that smoke, dude. Just a good comp from Toronto. Here's the Nano Blade, though.
Here's the Nano Blade.
If this doesn't work, then the whole premise of your team comp is pointless. So Decay makes it work, though, big time. There was obviously a sound barrier employed by Lee J Gone in that fight, but Toronto used plenty of their ultimates as well. We, from Decay's perspective, don't see them all go off, but the Uprising get the result. We'll have a cap eventually.
Yeah, just Kalush trying to extend this one a little bit longer. So what? Captive Sun there. That is a Molten Core used by Spectra, Terra Surge as well. So those ultimates kind of just thrown in there. Nano used on the side of the uprising and sound barriers also double support ult. But Hydra
it's a great result.
Angle. Yeah, I mean, really good for Boss. I mean, they needed
this isn't
a fight
the
like
current
that to go
point.
in favor.
This isn't the point we're contesting.
Yeah.
This was the point where we just, you know what I mean? Like they're really taking the flank battle to another level. But this is maybe Birdering evolving in his understanding of how much it really takes to shut Hydra down, and even that he can't get it done. Decay, no beautiful work. Those are 2 melee kills. Sorry, guys, slapping people around. All right.
It's probably the end of the dash with like the melee at the end of the dash. That's what gets the final blow, finishes them off. There is a player stuck inside the Terror Surge.
Okay, so Kaluj opts to go for a back cap. Yeah, see, back caps there as the Boston Uprising took their time regrouping. Look, I mean, it's very scary how quickly percentage ticks up on flashpoints. So even just a couple moments there can be a big difference maker. We have an Air Matrix here, most of it for healing Kaluj, but Lee Jae Gon there gets a little too close, and Toronto might be able to flip things back within this window. No pun intended.
Yeah, absolutely is. Point now, Sail sits in favor of the Defiant. Man, these like awkward angles there from Hydron, they look really, when you look at like the overhead mini map, like obviously now looking at it like, right now, you just see how far away they are from like the objective, which is so bizarre, like Overwatch, right? You typically never play at this distance, but Flashpoint seems to be the way to go.
Birdering has the tack now. He's beats out Hydron. Yeah, I mean, finally getting the edge there is big. Yeah, Nanoblade, that'll do it. Boston peak at just the right time in this fight, and Decay, yeah, chef's kiss with that blade. And so there's the question, right? Do you need the nano boost for the blade if there's no support ultimates? Maybe not, but Decay doesn't have to worry about randomly getting shot in the face and having his blade interrupted.
No, and I don't think there's an opportunity to challenge this yet again. So it's going to be the Boston Uprising taking that flashpoint. See which one pops up as well, lucky for Boston. It's like right in their backyard, so to speak. So coming into the, I think your point, like, the Nano, I think is like for safety, right? Not get hit with like, something in the face like a Helix rocket or whatnot on the way in. Is Birdring's starting to come alive and, pick up on these angles that Hydron's taking, right? Kind of getting a good job in terms of like where the pathing is.
He has to get back into the fight when he's needed, though. Obviously, he's not. Decay was able to find all the kills himself, deflects that last shot straight back at Mudhead's dome. And the Genji composition really working out here for Boston. Still Toronto get to the point first, but it's just Hydron who probably won't be hanging around for very long.
Yeah, this will be the point for Boston Uprising, and I think the real thing is like getting these kills on a Hydron, right? And when they're able to get those kills on a Hydron, like he's the one playing those off angles, and then all of a sudden now it's the unanswered, Birdring coming in right on an off angle, being able to put down damage, and there's nothing the Defiant can do about that.
Attack visor here for Hydron. He's wrapping around already, looking for Birdring though. Needs to clear a lot of these angles. Nothing Lee Jae Gon could have done there though. Terror Surge coming out, soaking up a lot of this damage from Hydron. He respectfully stays out of the radius, but Smurf gets very little for that as there was an immortality field in play from Ultraviolet. Toronto finally have a chance to get even on this point.
Yeah, and you see where Birdring is playing. It looks like he's just in hiding maybe until the rest of his team gets back and like starts up a fight.
He flew out to Minsk. He's getting out of the heat.
I wonder if you consider just nanoing Birdring here, maybe just allowing him to try and get a pick. I mean, he's been pretty good the last few fights.
It's probably too big an investment to just secure a pick. Probably feel like you can do that, especially if Decay is attracting enough attention. Just nanoing Decay without a blade, he can build one. He can actually build one in this fight. The kill zone, that's what we need. Smurf's already gone down. Decay thinks better of it now. Having lost their frontliner, it looks like the Uprising are looking to reset, but they do not want to get staggered here.
No, and Toronto wants to actually push up and out to try and prevent them from getting out with their lives, so to speak, as it looks like Spectre just maybe goes back here. It's on the turret to just defend the mini, also kind of shoot across towards the point. They have to know Birdring's coming in with this, Decay's coming in with this blade.
They got Izayaki early. Spectre, how did he find him? Just a left click across the map. Well, that's the point. No way you're coming back from that one. I was waiting to see the no nano blade against no support ults to see if it was really going to be enough. Guess not.
They're kind of fortunate though there in a way, Boston. Like Decay had to be seconds away from popping Blade, right? I mean, if you pop Blade there, it would have felt terrible, you know, considering you lose 2 players right away. I mean, maybe you miraculously pull the fight out, but I mean, that would have felt really bad to lose that fight, you know, investing the Blade there.
Birdring again is on the flank. A very wide one here. Oh, what a great spot to be. He sees Captive Sun, though. This could end him, but Margin's not looking at him at all. He'll have attack visor. He'll be demanding attention now. Boston use everything, essentially, to win this first fight.
Yes. I mean, they have Birdring set up on a flank, right? They run in with Sound Barrier, Pop Visor, and Blade at the same time. And Toronto's just like, oh, well, all right. Like, I guess if you're going to just use
I don't know
all
how
that,
I feel about that.
We'll just stand there and take it, right?
Yeah, no need to...
I mean, it sets himself up poorly for, you know, the next few fights.
I guess it all hinges on how this next fight goes. If Toronto get to flip it back pretty quickly, then it feels awful. Oh, that's trouble! Hydron whips around, Decay there with the deflect. Okay, can trade it out, but Lee Jae-gon is down. Kaluj afflicted by the Bionade here, but healthy enough and will have the durability of Terra Surge to rely on should he need it. He doesn't.
Oh, we don't actually see it, but you know, after Hydron gets that first kill, Decay obviously takes him out, like goes in for him deep, and somehow Sermajid is able to take out Decay and Lee Jae-gon there. Gets both of those players who kind of like pushed it to make a play. So the Ilaria, you know, the one for the Defiant, who Sermajid's been playing for a few weeks now, has been playing phenomenally, really paying off here in these, you know, second and third map.
Only 3 final blows to 4 deaths for Margin on this map, but they've been crucial kills when they've come up. Decay going in with the nano here. Play very aggressive, very in your face, brawl style Genji. The Immortality field from Ultraviolet is down, but Decay's nano is also finished. Smurf is out of the picture. Kalush is still standing. This is not a good sign for the Boston Uprising. And Decay, yeah, lacking options. Hydron wins the flank as well. Toronto are going to keep accruing this progress.
Yeah, they're able to keep Kalush alive. Even when he gets hit with that biotic grenade, he just backs up around the corner, and there's just nobody that's strong enough to go toe-to-toe with him on the point. He's pushed up. Smurf is now on the Jungle Queen.
Izayaki, he's in trouble. We have a Fortify here from Kalush, so we can shrug off anything that comes his way. Sound Barrier mere seconds away from Lee Jae-gon, but a Captive Sun coming on the Smurf. This is dangerous. Lee Jae-gon gets the Sound Barrier off, but Birdring is very low on the flank. Decay Blade, he's going to go for it now. Smurf wins out the fight. He switched to Jungle Queen and got rid of Spectra to start it off. It's a 1-for-1. Kalush still stands tall for the time being when Hydron falls in the flank battle. Marcha now has to stand up. Getting Lee Jae-gon is a good start, but Smurf is still an issue. He swings. Izayaki now falls. Kalush just ignores Smurf and goes for his backline, and now Smurf is on his own. There's nothing Boston can do. The Toronto Defiant put themselves to qualification point.
I mean, just tremendous support play at the end from Ultraviolet and Sermajid being able to just stay alive long enough, keep Kalush. I mean, how difficult is the Orisa to get off of the point? And they have that Ant Matrix at the end to seal the deal. Dude, I mean, the first match was really close. I mean, the control could have been, you know, up, considering, I mean, this could have been over at this point where, you know, that sometimes those substitutions, man, like you bring him in for map number 2 and, you know, things go sideways there. It gives Toronto just life in this series, right? And they win Flashpoint to go up 2-1.
You see their faces, man. Frustrating times for the Boston Uprising, who probably would have felt that they should already be in the playoffs realistically. They were so close to that upper echelon of teams through the regular season. But now they're encountering a team on the rise. Toronto Defiant are well positioned to make their unique brand of Overwatch work. And they are working Boston out of this series map by map. Boston have to stabilize.
Yeah, and, you know, Boston, I thought, put up a pretty good fight in this one. Yeah, that's the clip that I was talking about. Where, yeah, after Hydron falls, you actually had Sermajid in the feed. I was like, how in the world they just plucks Lee Jae-gon out of the sky? I mean,
labs. She's aim labs, baby.
Sick stuff, man.
Now Smurf getting punished here towards the end. Kalush, you see, he ignores Smurf, goes after Izayaki. It was utter disarray. Now how about this? We have a Colosseo pick for push. This is a rare occurrence indeed. And one must hope that the Uprising have something special planned. Otherwise they are headed for the lower bracket. The Uprising fans at their watch party surely hoping they can turn it around. You too can host your very own watch party during our playoffs, by the way. You can sign up at overwatchleague.com/co-streaming. Just turn my mic down and give your thoughts over the matches as they happen at our playoffs in Toronto. It's going to be a good time, but well, we've got two teams vying for the first spot out of play-ins to be there. And so far, the would-be home team have taken it to match point. Hydron versus Birdring, the battle of flanking soldiers resolves with a Toronto victory.
I mean, he is the lurk king on Survasa, Hydron. I mean, just taking these like off angles, playing so far away, coming in from the side. I mean, really just actually Birdring played quite well, considering like this is not a style that is easy to kind of like go toe to toe up against. But and just when they play this type of style, and then also like you can have this like Torbjorn and play a little bit bunkerish on the other side, becomes very difficult to play against.
Absolutely. And on multiple occasions there, we saw Hydron and Birdring looking for each other specifically. And we mentioned, okay, if the soldiers aren't fighting each other, sometimes they're trying to draw other people out of position. We saw Decay even drawn out to try and fight Hydron after he beats Birdring by using that tack visor. He's successful, but then Margin goes and finds 2 kills. So now we're dealing with individuals taking over these fights on their own. It's Hydron and then it's Margin. That's the way Toronto want to play. They want to use their individuals to their fullest. Spectra having his fair share of moments here. Kaluge looking mighty impactful, especially on that Numbani map. This is the time for this style. And the Toronto Defiant are looking to take advantage.
Yeah, as looks like there are no subs for either team now coming in here for Colosseo. I wonder what the Defiant, they'll play the Illari-based composition, right? Just like, what do you run in terms of DPS? Like, I don't think the Echo is necessarily good here on Colosseo. Or maybe you run like, do you play some kind of like, you know, Genji? Do you play like a Sojourn type of like style? I think there's a few options here for Toronto, which I'm more curious what they decide to play.
Still probably, I mean, you can still play a bunch of the Bastion alongside the Orisa here, right? There's no reason why you can't. It's especially effective at the beginning of this map, right? While we're in fairly neutral territory through the outer ring of the Colosseum itself. I mean, I think Genji's fine for Decay to bring in. I'm looking at the backline here. I think, you know, that's where some of my questions have been. We've seen a lot invested in Decay via the use of Ana over these last couple of maps, where it could have been Baptiste and it could have been Immortality Field, it could have been Amplification Matrix, right? Feels like maybe there's some points of value being lost out on by the Uprising by not just slamming the BAP and setting up Smurf for success.
Yeah, I mean, it makes Smurf life way harder. Like, granted, you get the Nano, you get the Blade, right? Like, you know, typically it pops off, right? But does it put the overall team in a better spot for success? I'm not entirely sure. I think having that Immortality Field for the Orisa, who's pretty sturdy as it is, right, to extend that lifespan on the objective and in different types of areas on the map, I think is it's pretty strong.
I guess one of the issues for Decay playing Genji against Toronto style is that Toronto are not stacking their supports in remotely the same manner. So Decay might struggle to get more than 1 kill per blade with how dispersed the Defiant choose to play. So the Nano is an extra, I don't know, layer of protection, a contingency for the Genji to maybe play a little bit more aggressively than you otherwise would be able to be. That's just really a guess here because, you know, everyone needs to figure out how to play against the Toronto style. It's not going to work for everyone. We've seen Boston deal with London's weird style, right? This is a team that can adapt, that can read the game and make changes on the fly. So far, though, and as far as Survas is concerned, they were unable to do it where it really counted. They got a chance here on Colosseo. They must win this map.
And I think even for the Defiant, like, you know, you don't win this map, you don't win this series, right? You've shown that you can play multiple different styles of play. You know, like you play the Illari with Jidin, you can bring an opener, play some Lucio-based compositions. Also thinking back, how funny would it be that you picked Defiant with me, right? Did you pick Defiant with me? I wasn't sure.
Did I even get to pick? I felt
I think
not sure.
You sided with me, but it's funny how you know the Deska said Jake is going to be wrong, you know, and why would you pick wrong, and then potentially Jake being correct and them all be wrong.
I mean, yeah, in as far as the Des being wrong about things, that is potentially going to be funny if it plays out that way. I love the Torb
Jake should
here.
have felt much better when I picked the Defiant, because I don't think I've ever gotten a prediction wrong.
No, probably not. I don't have the numbers in front of me, Matt, but you're probably right. But here,
they're
we
close
get
to 100.
we get to play a Suravasa-esque flanking approach by Hydron. Can Decay and Birdring match
play
that?
the same thing, right?
Yeah.
They're like, screw it, let's just run it back.
You also have the Torbjorn to discourage a flank from Decay here. You're playing Izayaki on Baptiste, though, so that's a major point of difference. You do not have Nano for your Genji.
Oh, Birdring of the railgun shot that takes a jet at range. I mean, that is a huge opening pick. And can you push the bot here? Can you like just kind of like push past and like, you know, challenge this?
Hydron's out of position, so you can definitely push into the front line of the Defiant here. You can essentially ignore the soldier, especially if you have an immortality field to deploy late in the fight after the real damage is done. So I guess Hydron is heading via Timbuktu back to his team. Just a layover.
Hey, there was no glass there in the middle of the map. I mean, he would have went crazy at the start.
That's crazy, dude. You know, if they designed the map differently, he would have killed some people there. That's kind of lit.
Yeah, if it was designed like a flashpoint map, he would have went crazy there at the start. You don't get that much progress though, right? So not the end of the world here if you're the Defiant, but the Uprising build up towards some ults. I mean, Izayaki already with an Ant Matrix is huge.
Yeah, you're probably only going to get about that much progress off the first fight if you're playing fairly safely and don't want to push into the low ground. Kalush is, oh man, that javelin spin comes up at the perfect time. Love that one though. Spectra gets flattened now. The Boston Uprising give a chance to extend this lead. And where's Hydron in all of this? Well, he's playing a really wide flank, dealing with the damage fall off that Soldier 76 suffers from. No one's challenging him in this flank.
Well, that's both supports down. And now, like, it feels like you're stuck in a really weird spot here, right? Where they're trying to, like, I mean, Ultra Sermage crazy here is, you know, that's the type of situation that stinks for the Uprising, right? You're kind of like stuck in the middle where the supports with the Illari and the Baptiste do like DPS level damage, right? But then you also have Hydron from behind shooting, and the two worst players to lose would be your supports off the rip. So Defiant will get the cart moving. They're also going to have like probably all 5 ultimates, Mitch.
All right, ever so sneaky beaky for Hydron. He wants to get the drop on Bird, but Birdring has kept tabs on him for the last couple of minutes. Captive Sun there with good coverage, but is there follow-up on those detonations? Getting rid of Decay is massive here. Again, there's no nano to protect him. It's just the sound barrier that Boston opted to use aggressively, and now Hydron gets to punish them, coming in from a long flank with his tactical visor, and now the Defiant are ahead. It's the echoes of a future where they play in front of home fans in our 2023 playoffs, spurring them on.
Yeah, and now when Decay comes in with this blade, right, you have that molten core to kind of just like throw at your feet, throw at the support's feet, right, make it very deadly for him to kind of move on in. And now you put it in a situation where it's like 2 fights, right? You're going to need to be able to take the lead as Birdring will use his overclock. Maybe they can win it with just this.
Good pressure, but not much more from that overclock. The disruptor shot arguably getting much more value, but Spectre is caught. Yeah, only just a little bit of goo as opposed to a lot. Ultraviolet playing back with Hydron here. It's hard to see what the Defiant find a pick to get him back into the fight. I think they'll just be content with this extra progress, and so they will. They force the blade from Decay. They'll have to be happy with the lead they've got.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, right, when Spectra falls, like, there's really nothing you could do at that point. So I think it's probably just trying to, you know, get as far as you can go, then fall, everybody reset together, and now put up a defensive hold. Because look at this, I mean, where the bot pushed to the Uprising, you still have this really sick high ground defense here for the Defiant.
That's because Boston's first push, they didn't really force the issue. They fell back after they'd managed to get to that arch. So now they're going to have to push on. Spurtering finding 2 quick kills, though. Look at this positioning. Aggressively setting himself up on the high ground, ignoring the disruptor shot from Hydron, having just switched to the Sojourn himself. Man, guy winning fights on his own.
Yeah, I think they caught them completely off guard with Izayaki getting up to the high ground there with Lee J Gun and Birdring and dropping that Ant Matrix straight away. Had no idea that that was coming from that angle. Just takes out basically all the Defiant pretty fast.
So you're going to equalize here if you're Boston, or get very close to doing so. Birdring's ready for a reactive disruptor shot. but doesn't have to use it. The Defiant don't elect to drop down until now. Here comes Collusion. There's an air matrix from the high ground here, but Margit opts not to make use of it. Captive Sun comes in, but they've lost Ultraviolet already. Healing Pylon doing a lot of work right now as Margit gets the proc on Birdring and is able to finish Smurf off. So the Defiant, yes, they fall behind only just. This is the frustrating spot to be in, right? Where the other team just exceeds your total, and you have to go all the way back across the map.
Not even a full meter, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, less than a full meter in terms of distance, where now you're trekking all the way across the other side of the map. I tell you what, though, Hydron could be massive here. An overclock, you know, good overclock here at this part of the map. I mean, when everybody's kind of coming down this, like, just really, you know, hallway, it's just like kind of a shooting gallery, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to land some big hits when these sightlines are long and narrow. Hydron, though, almost falls there. A rail from Birdring. Here's the overclock. Lee J gone already, getting a body shot from that. Birdring going to start firing some of them off himself. Hard to pick targets out here if you're Hydron. There's a lot of effects at play. He'll send the Disruptor shot down to force Birdring out of that line of sight. But he himself doesn't have many targets.
The main difference here is that Boston is playing with the lead in terms of the bot push, so they don't have to push past this like really nice high ground setup that we were just talking about for the Defiant. That'll be a Molten Core to get a pick on a Birdring.
Yeah, that's the headshot with the rail. Hydron was waiting on that for so long. He was keeping his charge up just for that opportunity. And the Toronto Defiant are rewarded for their patience. This will be a checkpoint now and put them in the lead.
Did you see Kaluj actually use that spear spin and just knock them into the Molten Core? Then a little bit of a spear throw on the backside of things, you know, put Smurf into that goo for just a brief period of time. So yeah, they're gonna get that checkpoint and take the lead. And oh, look at this, Captive Sun early.
One more hit on Birdring would have done him in. Looks like someone was able to find it. The Captive Sun proc worked out, and Decay's trying to go for the blade here to try and stop the bleed by causing some of his own. Hydron, though, looking charged up, and Izyaki's cowering behind that barrier. Almost falling to Hydron now, and you're trying to fight Spectra while he's overcharged. Not a great idea. Decay has to give some ground now. Turret being removed. We'll see frontliners go head-to-head as Kalush is trying to keep Smurf away from the rest of his team with a spear spin of his own, but Decay found Ultraviolet. Kalush tries to respond with an energy javelin in the small room, but Decay is elusive as ever.
Yeah, I mean, there's everybody just coming together inside of that small room where that was not going to end well. Boston's in a really tough spot here, though, Mitch. I mean, they have to make up a ton of progress, but then also they're still fighting up against this high ground because the bot goes so far into their territory that this next fight's going to kick off here just about every other time.
Sound barrier now
just to get through.
Margit's the focus. He's 11 final blows out of his team's 23 at that point. Not surprised they beeline for him. Here's the Terror Surge now from Smurf under the Immortality field, but Decay is doing the work in the periphery. It's Ultraviolet down. And Smurf will look to force Kaluj away and remove his agency entirely. Now Boston can have a checkpoint of their own and start to put some real pressure back on the Defiant.
Yeah, I think they only lost like one player during that entire,
Very
maybe
clean.
two during that entire engagement. So pretty clean there for Boston, where the Defiant will come back. You know, a Molten Core here could be pretty huge.
A quieter game for Kalush map, but all he needs to do is find Birdring or Decay with this overclock. That'll be enough. His slide gets interrupted though, trying to get back out of the Immortality field, but Decay was able to find Marged. It'll be a trade of Birdring, but the blade reigns supreme. Decay finds the exact answer they're looking for there. And though the Defiant looked like they had the equipment to win a fight, Hydron with the overclock there, even a Molten Core from Spectra.
They don't use any of it.
Oh, Boston win two fights with like hardly any ults.
Yeah, they actually just kind of give up that fight, so to speak, the Defiant, right? Because I guess they figure that they have, you know, maybe another opportunity at this, but it's gonna get.
They're ahead.
It looks like Boston's gonna take the lead. Yeah.
1 minute left in the round. This Toronto. This is for their qualification. Forced back again, they are by Kaluj. It's an overclock by Hydron. He's had a quieter game on the Sojourn so far, and he can hardly get Smurf off him. Eventually, he dances amongst the embers of the Molten Core and finds the Orisa, but the rest of his team have already been felled. 45 seconds left, and Boston's lead will extend.
Yeah, I mean, Spectre gets one here on a little bit of like an exit, but man, this is all uprising. When Boston, you know, fell behind, I mean, what, they were down like 30 meters in terms of progress, and they have just blown the doors off of this game late.
Disrupt shot thrown out there for Hydron just to try and give the Defiant a little bit of breathing room. He's 4 and 7.
Defense, I think, completely.
Marget's still 11 and 8. So many of his team's final blows here. Gotta hope the Seminoles can step up. It is a sound barrier, another blade on the way, and Decay pops it straight away. In he goes. Margin able to at least get rid of the immortality field, but Decay is hunting for the Iliari, and he's found him. Decay cannot be tracked, he can't be caught, can't be stopped. Smurf with the Terror Surge, that'll seal the deal. And we are going all the way to map 5 again.
Man, just crazy 2 series back to back as the Boston Uprising. I mean, dude, Toronto, that is that's got to be tough for their fans to watch because they looked like they had an opportunity to potentially seal it, right? I mean, they're up like 30 meters with what, probably like 2 minutes plus to go. And then Boston just turns up, comes alive.
Today, only one team can advance into our 2023 playoffs. For the Defiant, is it a showing in front of a home crowd? For the Boston Uprising, is it a crushing blow delivered to what would be that home crowd? The loser of this match will drop to play against a dangerous London Spitfire in our final qualification game. Matt, this was all about Sir Margin. He had the final blows of both DPS on his team combined. Hydra only ever getting to about 4 and 8 over the course of that map. Started on the Soldier, was ineffective, moved to the Sojourn, no better.
And I thought you really saw Decay get big value out of the blade for, you know, Boston Uprising on the Genji. Like we saw it in the last series with Alfie, right? All the different problems that Genji can cause for your team where the Decay in, you know, a few fights here went absolutely massive, turned the tide of it.
And here it is. This was that moment where Kaluj was knocking the Uprising back into that Molten Core. Decay built so many blades so quickly over these last couple of fights. This wasn't even the last one. Margin had nowhere to go here. Hydron trying to play under that immortality field. No chance for him either. Let's talk our final map. Oh, this is a nice pick for the Toronto Defiant. Kaluj wants to play Sigma. They want to play their signature poke style, and what better map, Matt, than Circuit Royal?
I'm super curious as well. Do you think they make a substitution boss in terms of tank, right? Like typically we'll see Kalios kind of play that Sigma at times. I wonder if they decide to bring him back in.
It's all on the line here for qualification to our 2023 playoffs. This would not be the time you would leave your PC for any reason. Stick around for our decider map in this key series. Looking back now, it really couldn't have gone any other way here in our final match of the day. And the final match, I guess, of our upper bracket in the play-ins. There's one spot in our playoffs up for grabs, and many of us coming into this, Matt, thought it would be Boston's as a birthright. But the Toronto Defiant have had something to say about that all throughout the series. But this guy on Colosseo helps get his team over the line to force it to a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, he is always aggressive, always in your face. When things are going great, you're loving it. I mean, one of the more exciting players to watch in the league. When things, don't go his way, in the Boston Uprising's way, I think he catches a lot of just, flack for some of the stuff that goes on there. But man, is he fun to watch, as on Colosseo, he plays great.
It's the kind of map where support players have a big impact over the game. Margin on the other side of things, ending with 11 or 12 final blows. Like I mentioned, it's as much or more than Hydron and Spectra put together on that map. We again see Hydron play these long angles, these flank attempts with the Soldier 76. Really wants to try and put constant pressure down, but it doesn't pay off as the Uprising ignore him and push into the rest of the Toronto Defiant. This time, Boston don't have Ana, right? They're not trying to nano decay. He doesn't bloody need it. And we saw that for sure. Izyaki's able to set Smurf up with an Immortality Field, and Decay can get it done without the nano with some massive blades against the no support ultimate composition of the Defiant.
Yeah, I mean, now as we go into this fifth and final map, I mean, dude, the pressure that's on for Toronto, right? Like, to qualify for the event in your city, right? You can get it done now. You don't have to kind of like wait till tomorrow, play another match, have to beat somebody again, right? I mean, just that is a lot of pressure, in my opinion, on the Defiant.
Absolutely. But again, knowing that they have 2 opportunities to qualify for such an honor, surely going to help them, but they're not thinking about their next game. No one wants to try and roll the weighted dice against the London Spitfire anyway.
No.
So here we are. This is how the map set played out. Lijiang Tower, a very strong outing for the Boston Uprising, but Numbani and Survasa looked very Defiant-oriented. Colosseo, though, it was back and forth, competitive maps all the way through this series, but Circuit Royal, you have to think, is the kind of map that suits the inherent preferences of the Defiant. So we wondered, Matt, would we see substitutions from the Boston Uprising? Maybe Kalios comes into play Sigma or something. That has not happened.
They probably thought about it. I mean, they're like, hey, like, what do we want to do here? But we have seen, like, is it like Smurf can't play like some of these heroes, right? That Kalios has come into play.
Why not just play Junker Queen
in the past, or yeah, I mean, you could do that, right? I mean, we'll get an idea of what. I mean, no, you can have Smurf play the Sigma if you need to, right? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think he's bad at it.
No, we've seen much less of it. I think we have a lot less data to rely on, at least recently, for Boston. But they have to have prepared for this map in some way. I don't know if we get the Moira here. That would be a little bit of fun. That's something worth discussing if that actually comes out of the gates. But let's talk about the Defiant setup. Margin is not Payangliari.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can really play it as well here, right? I think we do know they've gone with the Zen at times. We've seen other teams even like experiment here with the Zen. So Hydron on the Widowmaker.
Oh, it's a map 5 special.
We casted a cave on Dorado where he went absolutely nuclear.
A-game? That was the game, man. That was the game of the week. Undeniably. So we did get Smurf on the Junker Queen, by the way. Not the Sigma. But Hydron, map 5. I'm like, man, why did you just pick Dorado and go for it? I'm here for this, though. Lee Jae-gon gets caught already. Kaluj was able to find that elimination. Looks like Lee Jae-gon tries to go up the stairs.
Yeah, you wonder now, like, who's going to be the one that puts this pressure right onto Hydron? Like, it's a large area for Decay to cross because you also have like the the Discord to obviously make his life a little bit difficult. You have the stun where Kalush can kind of take control of the cart all himself.
I will say though, the Defiant are playing very far back on account of having this double hit scan set up. They've allowed the cart to push it all the way to this choke. This will give the high ground now to Boston, but they can't make much use of it here with a Genji of their own. Decay tries to access Hydron, but it's not just Hydron, Matt. That back line are playing together. It's Spectra, Hydron, and Margit.
Yeah, I think it's just like a really slow pace that Defiant is okay with playing here. And I think you have to, look, if you're going to play that type of way, it is just a lot of belief that, Hydron is going to be able to come and pick up with some kills, because every time he gets a pick, it seems like they just back out, right? Which is burns clock, burns clock, burns clock. Like, it seems like that's the type of style they're okay with playing here.
Oh, there's Birdring. Hydron was trained on Smurf. Birdring is able to find the rail shot kill onto Hydron. Gravitic Flux, though, look how low Boston are. They are struggling. Budget's found Decay already. So now, how do you pressure the backline of the Defiant at all here? Birdring's in deep trouble, able to avoid the accretion, but not the bouncing hyperspheres. Smurf with a commanding shout to try and put himself in the fight here. Lee Jae Gon found Hydron, God knows where.
Yeah, where did that go down? Lee Jae Gon just kind of like just speeds past. Looks like maybe goes towards the spawn. Smurf's still alive. So Lee Jae Gon, you think, would just need to fall, right? Just, get himself out of here, but... All right.
Okay. A lot of pressure being put on the DPS by Lee Jae Gon.
Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. But now, I mean, look, we're already at 1:30, right? You ended up using your Gravitic Flux, you ended up using your Infrasight here, but Overclock, Transcendence, Amp Matrix, right? Like, you win this fight, like, there's a chance that you're looking at, like, final fight territory for the Uprising, which not even getting Checkpoint A would be brutal.
There's Overclock from Spectre here. Oh, here comes a rampage, and Spectre is brought low. The Immortality Field is too late. Can Hydron stand up in his stead? Smurf is hit with a Discord Orb right now. That's been transferred. Sound barrier for Lee Jae Gon, and now Smurf, you imagine, has to go for it. A blade here for Decay, completely disregarding the Transcendence, and the Uprising trample over the Defiant.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge. It's a really nice rampage. And then also they recognize, like, Spectra, pretty key target there, like off to the side. It's the Immortality Field just a second too late. And I don't even think it's like Ultraviolet's fault. I think it's just the travel distance that it needs to go. Not able to keep Spectra alive. Everything else crumbles after that. So Boston, they avoid that dangerous situation of not getting that first point.
How do you fight your way back out now? Good hit on Decay. Fully charged body shot, I think, from Hydron there. But Birdring's Overclock is a little bit of a scary prospect to face if you're the defenders here. You'll allow the card to progress a little bit further before you worry about peeking out. And here's Kaluge behind the shield, but an Amp Matrix might force them straight back in. Margin wasn't quick enough.
I don't even think that's through the Amp Matrix. I mean, maybe like one or two of the shots, but that final shot is not even through that. And they push up, they get right up here at this door. Look at how far the payload has gotten.
You try and get out here behind a Gravitic Flux. That is the only option that you have. And even then, there's no guarantee. Decay is a nuisance there in that left side window, making a half a Hydron to get space. Accretion didn't connect. Kaluge trying to hold here, and here's the Flux. He just wants the Junker Queen, but look, it takes so much damage in order to do so. The Immortality Field does its job, but there's players playing the off angle outside the door as well to deal with. Hydron needs that kill, and he finds it. The body shot is good. Lee Jae Gon is out of the picture. Now Decay is a problem, but the Discord Orb makes it an easy enough kill. Hydron needs more, though. He'll get it. Through the Amp Matrix, he'll claim Smurf.
I really love the way that Kaluge, he ends up using his Gravitic Flux. I mean, nice shots there by Hydron towards the end. He ends up using his Flux and knows how weak he is, and he needs to, like, just play it like, not typically as a Sigma would, just fly up in the sky, right? He just stays so low, so he stays inside of that Immortality Field, allows himself to get healed back up.
Now you got good sight lines, but they'll be denied as the Uprising try and cross the divide awfully quick behind the Speed Boost and Commanding Shout combo. They zip to their next form of cover and force Hydron to play from well back of the checkpoint.
You got nothing to work with here if you're the Defiant. I mean, you ended up investing everything to just stay alive, right? Deny that second checkpoint. Oh, nice accretion there across the map pretty much from Kaluge. Yes. Just trying not to line up here. Play a little bit spread.
Spectre is the target this time as well. He's caught as well as Kaluge. Immortality Field would prolong what seems to be the inevitable, but the regenerative burst from Ultraviolet keeps Spectre standing. That's big. He's close to an Overclock as well. That card is on the move here, but the Defiant have a chance to stop this now. 1.3 meters, and Hydron now will assume the position. He'll wrap around, but they've lost Kaluge. The Immortality Field and the Amp Matrix, that's too much for the Defiant to deal with. The Uprising just pile on ability after ultimate after ability, and they'll get themselves into the last phase of the map.
Yeah, I think they needed basically Kalush to live just a tad bit longer, and then Sir Majid would have had the Transcendence. You maybe end up investing there on the point, but not enough there. As the Uprising, they get that second checkpoint. Look at this. They want to play aggressive yet again. This worked out really well for them in the last
Smoke's dead.
Oh, yeah, he's very dead.
Even if he didn't die in mid-air, he would have splattered when he hit the ground. His constitution being what it was at below half health. Lee Jae-gon trying to dodge this hyperspeed damage, but the Boston Uprising, their gambit to claim the high ground falls flat. Or does it? Decay's able to find Marjed here.
Yeah, and the payload's still moving. You have another player up there. I believe that's Izzyaki with Decay. So the payload is still moving. You have Izzyaki and Decay up here. They kind of like taking control of some of this high ground. Now Hydron wants to take it back using the Infrasight.
How have they done this? And they lose half their team in order to do this, but they won't be moved after the fact. Body shot on Decay there. Smurf's looking low on the low ground. Who's going to help him? Here's a sound barrier though. That's a big one. Immortality field down from Ultraviolet, but Birdring's able to use the window now. And he gets in. Transcendence, not a problem for the most part. Decay cuts through it. Spectre at least is able to trade on that kill, but it's just DPS. Long-range DPS standing for Toronto.
Yes, I mean, you're not really going to get any great sight lines here. For Hydron is you see Smurf just hiding behind the payload as it's moving on in, and Matrix as well.
Getting pressured down by Lee Jae-gon now. He's Hydron trying to pick over the edge. The Immortality field is gone. There's an opening for the Widow here, but Lee Jae-gon, whether he knows it or not, evades his demise. It's Decay gets in there, gives Hydron a bit of a clap, and now the pressure mounts on towards Ultraviolet. It's a gravitic flux that never finishes. In mid-air, Kalush is brought down, and the Uprising finish the map with time to spare.
Yeah, 4 seconds on the clock, so barely get it across. Some pretty good defense there by the Defiant, but in those big clutch moments, Boston just way too good.
Oh, man. I love the play that Boston make to try and get that high ground, because it looks really messy. In fact, they lose quite a few players, whether they're on the low ground and didn't make it up, or they get up and they're forced down. But they stay there because Decay knows I'm actually here with Izzyaki, so I can do a lot of damage. We have an Immortality field should I need it, and the Defiant have lost a couple players who've actually killed their DPS playing this high ground. So let's just stay and wait for reinforcements.
They also don't even need to really kill anything up there. They just need to be present, right? I mean, just the amount of pressure they were putting on Kalush is like he's standing there on the cart. Birdring is coming around the corner, right, with the payload. You also have some damage coming in from above. Like, it kind of forces him into like a, that closed off little room there, which makes it difficult for him to kind of play. Like, so I think didn't even need to like go push further and, try and even get some kills coming off spawn. They just need to occupy that space.
4 seconds on the clock. We've seen some ridiculous Circuit Royal games that have gone to extra innings this season. And you still have to feel pretty good about Toronto's composition. Hydron, at the end of the round, is 5 and 6, pretty respectable. Spectre, though, is a little bit quiet. Just the 3 final blows, and with Marjed not playing the LER anymore, not really taking a foundational damage-dealing role, he's not able to have the output that's needed in the event that either Spectre or Hydron goes off the boil.
No, I mean, well, we used to think of Zen as like your, damage-dealing support, right? And then
if only we knew.
Ilari showed up. if only we knew. But hey, I mean, Surgeon here's at the start. That gets rid of Izzyaki, which is like the group healing here for the Uprising. So they're going to be really weak.
Hydron's been keenly aware that Decay has been trying to take that high ground and just sort of sit there. And Hydron hasn't really been able to push up there sort of aggressively yet in the round.
This is weird.
Yep, they've swapped places. They have done this, and I guess the Defiant get to defend again.
Izzyaki coming from the high ground there. You see this? Like, Hydron has to know that Izzyaki
this is over. This fight's over.
To his right, yeah.
He's hardly the focus because Hydron knows that Izzyaki can't heal anyone from there, so why pay him any heed?
I mean, what do you do if you're Boston? Do you just die straight away, right? And at least reset with Izzyaki? Like, I mean, that is just a free first point.
And look, the time bank that you get from that can't be underestimated. Now the Toronto Defiant as well have a great comp to assail this high ground because Hydron can wait for peaks, put pressure on anybody who tries to show themselves. How's Birdring supposed to challenge this from the high ground when there's 2 hit scans looking up there?
Yeah, I mean, I
Just doesn't.
Yeah, no, right? I mean, especially when one can, both hit scans really can just kind of one-shot you. As Hydron takes some damage there from Birdring. Gets it all healed up. But
He's got Harmony.
Even look at like...
He caught them all! Great reactive flux there, and Birdring gets collapsed upon. Still might be hard to stop the uprising as they were all in on this fight. But the idea was good.
They had the sound barrier going. The sound barrier's huge there to keep everybody up. And the one thing that was really interesting is that like Hydron has this angle where like even Smurf comes up to like contest the payload. Like he's able to just get 3 shots down on Smurf too, make it really difficult. But still a ton of time for Boston. I mean, Toronto, right? And you get that first checkpoint really fast. I mean, that opens the door up for hey, we can lose 2-3 fights and we're still good.
Yeah, worth bearing in mind, you can still shoot under and between those barriers, right? Leech, God, it's just a hair-brained attempt to get into the fight there, but it works out. Smurf came in with a rampage. That's not going to be any good. It's now after the anti-heal expires, the Transcendence was in play for Sir Margin, and hey, we're still dealing with over 3.5 minutes of time for Toronto. They're sitting nicely here, approaching the second checkpoint.
I mean, let's see how they deal with this Blade, though, right? I mean, Blade and Overclock, nothing to work with here. I mean...
Someone's in their bag.
It's the idea to just, maybe let Hydron push up, maybe get it hit early.
The one might be enough. Look how low Smurf is already. Birdring trying to go for the overclock. He gets a good hit on Hydron, and guess Lee Jae-gon is able to follow it up. But you lost 2 plays. You lost Smurf at the start of that fight. Lee Jae-gon gets back, though, with a vengeance, by the way. Dealing with Hydron, and the Boston Uprising win that with like at first it was 3 and then 4 plays, but short-handed fight. Birdring comes alive.
Yes, Hydron takes some big damage, and he kind of like goes around the corner, and I think he goes to peek it again, but
the Cheerios
like free-firing it there as Lucio, just hits him with the Cheerios and ends up getting the kill. So maybe you just needed to wait like another beat there to be able to kind of get healed up, but that's tough. Look at how aggressive they're getting behind the speed.
Yeah, nicely done here. Decay with the Blade.
They let them get to that first corner, and then as soon as that corner hits, the Lee Jae-gon just goes high with a speed boost, and they come right over the top.
Also worth reminding you that waiting the lower brackets, not just the London Spitfire, it's also the Vancouver Titans. Like, let's not forget about, like, who is waiting for you there. I know Jake on the desk said that, both of these teams he expects to qualify, but you have quality opposition. So it's not just like you fall down out of this game, then you have your next chance. You've got to do some serious work, and I'm curious to see how that London and Vancouver game goes. Some people reminded me, thank you, Mr. Gilchrist. Always want to correct me if it comes to the Vancouver Titans, but that is right. They are waiting for their chance as well to throw their hat in the ring.
Speed boost, sound barrier, they just get engaged right on top of them, and I mean, they just can't deal with this pressure, right? If the Widow is like not going to be able to, there's like multiple targets on the screen, right? Not going to one-click everybody, right? And same, with the Sojourn, like when the fights are going that fast. So you get this speed, you get right up, and they're just cycling the ults right that time. Sound barrier, go in. What do they have this time? You'll have that, Smurf Rampage, you'll be able to use that. No Transcendence on the other side, right? Even if it's an anti-heal. What do you do after that, right? You have an overclock, you probably have a Blade.
All right, Infrasight there for Hydron, but all he sees is a silhouette of the Uprising running at them full tilt. Lee Jae-gon, though, not able to get back to the rest of his team. He's caught by Spectra's overclock. Now the Defiant have the advantage. They still have info that's just expired, that Infrasight, but Toronto have seen all they need to. Now there's a Transcendence and an Amp Matrix in play. There's much more to be played here on Circuit Royal. Now we're going to set this up for a guaranteed take with the Rampage. Comes through a Court 3. Marty goes for the Transcendence, but he can't save Ultraviolence. Now there's only 3 left. The Defiant with 37 seconds left in the game have to flip this on its head, and they do it. Spectra finds 2 kills. Majid able to hang in there with the rest of his team as well. And Toronto against the odds in that fight. That was a nasty Rampage from Smurf. They hang on.
Oh man, I was gonna say they needed that kill onto Decay. I don't know if you saw how weak they got Decay, and he was able to make it out with his life. But man, they end up bouncing back in a big way. And Sorached goes over to the Illari. So Hydron gonna play Tracer. Don't know if this was just to get back towards the cart and the the last push, but maybe he stays on it, and you'll have Sorached pick up the Illari. So some extra damage.
Okay, from the high ground they come with the commanding shout. The Boston Uprising What a play from this causeway here. Hydron switches to the Tracer. It doesn't feel like anything but a concession every time we've seen it today. But a minute 15 now, Toronto just want to get this map done, if at all possible. Decay works around the accretion and is going to go for the blade now. We spot Spectre in the distance and the slide was already used. It's easy pickings for your boy. Decay wants that championship more than almost any other. And so Majid can't get away with the outburst. It'll be Hydron nudging it forward. And then he'll be discovered too.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, do you stay on the Tracer? I mean, towards the end here, right? The Widow's not really going to pay off. I feel like they would just collapse on you so fast. With how fast they were collapsing on them, you know, in the last point, right? This one is just even easier, right? So the Tracer maybe be able to put some pressure on the support's not the worst idea.
Lee Gon getting past that disruptor shot here. Sound barrier, that's important. That's what's allowed the Uprising to go so aggressive on this Defiant comp that really wants to hold them at arm's length for as long as possible. There's 20 seconds for the attackers to get the map done. This is crucial. There's a lot available for the Uprising here. Sound barrier straight away. They're going to go forward. Spectre disintegrates. Kaluge about to become a red mist now as Smurf surges ahead. The pulse bomb from Hydron gets good damage and claims the immortality field. And Hydron's able to finish Smurf off, but it's going to take more than that. Recall. Majid and Ultraviolet are still alive. They're close to their ultimates too. Majid hangs on and he's the captive Sunny lays it down. Izayaki got to get hit one more time to poke that, but the healing's just too good. Izayaki brings Sir Majid down, but Hydron's still a problem on this Tracer. He comes out of recall and Smurf now gets hacked. It's a switch to Sombra for Spectra, and Ultraviolet takes to the skies. Kaluge is back on the Doomfist here. Toronto will not give up. They will not succumb. And they're going to get themselves over the line. Bergeron can't touch it. He's punched back. We have ourselves extra innings.
Dude, you see Ultraviolet's reaction. He just like sits back in his chair like, oh man. I gotta say, Hydron, look, Sir Majid with the, you know, doing a nice job staying alive as well with Ultraviolet, but Ultraviolet being able to keep Hydron up and Hydron being able to just stay alive, like, you know, on the payload long enough, put down some damage for Spectre and Kaluge to get back into the fight. That is enormous stuff there. I mean, keeps their automatic, you know, playoff, you know, qualification hopes alive, right? I mean, if they don't, you know, when Hydron falls, if he falls a little bit earlier than what he did, I mean, those players aren't coming back off a spawn like that. That's GG there. I mean, insane stuff.
Going back 3 weeks, would you have given the Defiant the slightest chance in a matchup against the Boston Uprising? Let's go back 3 weeks, a month.
The slightest chance?
Like, give me a percentage.
I mean, you know, I would have said this is like pre-Alari, right? I guess you're talking about. I'd say like you're gonna give him probably like 30%, right? 30%
I think 25 would have been fair. At
25,
the time.
Yeah.
And the Boston Uprising are a team that's, you know, like standing up to squads like the Atlanta Reign, Houston Outlaws, Florida Mayhem, giving us those kind of games. We do see them fall just below that tier break between those top three and the rest of the league, but they're a serious competitor. The Toronto Defiant has come from nowhere in this meta. Like we've said it multiple times, this may well be their time. It's a May for Spectra.
This might catch Boston off guard a little bit as well. Playing the May Bastion here when the Uprising are playing this Junker Queen, right? I mean, you catch Junker Queen off. I mean,
that was massive.
That's what's going to happen.
All of the Uprising stuck inside that room except for Smurf, and they flatten them. Hydron comes out on the beat boot mofo. It's Bastion. What a turnaround for the Defiant, and the Uprising are reeling.
So do you need wholesale changes here, or do you just feel like, okay, so they're going to go with just the Orisa here, thinking that this could potentially be enough?
The May is a huge problem because even on this low ground, Matt, you can easily section people off with this wall. If they try and push you inside that room, if they try and fall back, play off the point, this is dangerous. How do you play against the May? You have to figure it out now if you're Boston, but this could get out of hand. Healing turret working overtime there from Sir Martin. Here's the Amp Matrix, and Birdring is already down. The May is the pick that completely blindsides the Boston Uprising, and they just hand over this checkpoint.
Oh, I mean, that is the first checkpoint gone. Everybody, somebody stay on the payload. Thank you, Sir Jed. As he will have the captive Sun for that next fight. But yeah, I mean, especially when they're running Junker Queen, right? To catch them, just split the Queen off and then have the wheels mode. I mean, no shot the Queen's going to be able to live through that.
Dangerous here. Look how far forward the Toronto Defiant have pushed. That healing pylon. Hard to pick off from that position now. They're going to try and push ahead of it. It's a Maywall that comes out straight away, though. Ice block for Spectra here. Martin with a captive silent. Can Izzyaki avoid those mortars? He can. Exo Boots send him up. Can't still the move. Hydron got speared to the wall there. Has to be an immortality field to keep him alive, but Ultraviolet doesn't save it for himself. The Blizzard allows him to claim Smurf, and now the Terror Surge Izzyaki. There's no way he's getting out of that. A sound barrier for 3 players and a blade and a dream for Decay. That's all they've got to work with here. But Birdring from the back has found 3. What a massive moment for Boston to finally put this to bed for Toronto. I thought after that Blizzard, they were in trouble.
It still feels good for Toronto, though. I mean, a minute on the clock. It's not like, you know, that they finished with a ton of extra time, Boston, right? You now are in a spot where, what, you need like two fights really to go your way. The Defiant here early on, and then you play for OT, right? I mean, they're in a spot where they can definitely win.
Oh, man. Oh man, okay. That is an extremely long push though for about a minute of time. You've done very well pulling the May out, the Bastion of your own here. It was perfect the way that the Uprising were stuck inside that room while Smurf is exposed to the full brunt of the damage. Do you have the opportunity to try and take your opponents by surprise now, or do you stick to your protocols? This was Birdring those last couple of moments, so he gets around that barrage, throws one down. Look at this spear that comes in here.
He kills Ultraviolet with it.
Well, because Ultraviolet has to use his immortality field on the Bastion, not himself.
I think he hit him in the sky.
Direct hit. No holding back. So if you're in the air, they come down like little globes, right? So if you're in the air, you can obviously avoid the explosive damage. But if you get hit direct by it, it's curtains, Bozo.
What do you think about going with the Zen Widowmaker on D yet again?
Look, a lot of pressure.
Like they were on.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. May not even be relevant.
Well, I was gonna say it seemed like when they were on offense, the Toronto Defiant, like with this type of composition, Boston had figured it out, right? Speed and get aggressive. I don't know if you can really do that as well, you know, on their offensive side, right? They were able to do it on defense, but now being on offense, right? You can't just like speed everybody around this corner and just, you know, zerg down the Widow at a distance. I mean, it's just not easy.
These body shots on Smurf when he's hit with a Discord Orb are also nothing you can just shrug off. Like, you've really got to respect it. Hydron could be a serious threat to the tank here. Look at everyone from the Boston Uprising. They cross to the right side, out of that Widow line of sight, to assume this high ground position as the cart moves through the choke.
Just takes one shot from the Widow. So you see Hydron just holding this angle, right? Already down at 10 seconds. Think about how much more progress they got after this as well. One headshot here could send the Defiant realistically to the playoffs.
One kill, one headshot. That's all. There it is! Hydron's found it! Lee J gone! Headshot as he tries to cross the point. It's traded out instantly though because Decay shut Spectra down with that deflect. Hydron still playing from a safe spot though. Still a lot of time to work within a 4 versus 4, and your opponents don't have the mobility. You need to respect the Amp Matrix from Izzyaki, but Ultraviolet has one and he pops it down pretty much at the same time. Kinetic Grasp from Kaluj eats up a lot of that damage. His own shield will mitigate even more of it. Izzyaaki's lost an immortality field and has to play safe as Lee Jack on is discorded and pressured down in the back. Kaluj needs to be careful, not overextending him, and Martin did just that. Lee Jack on beelines for him and takes the Zen out, but it's Hydron again finding Izzyaki, only to get traded out instantly. Lee Jack on at 50 HP. Decay has the blade right now. This could be where it happens, or save it for later, because the Uprising are not done.
Oh man, this starts to look scary here for the Defiant. You're gonna have first sight, you're gonna have overclock. You might, probably gonna get the Transcendence here, but they have Rampage, Sound Barrier, Blade. How do you combat those three?
Well, first, Infrasight lets you know where the Genji's trying to set up from. You slide away, you use your mobility. You need to kill the Genji in that blade. Hydron, an early pick here, could be massive. Smurfs under a lot of pressure, but here's a sound barrier. Here's the blade. This could be it. The Boston Uprising reaching for glorious spot of playoffs, and the swings come in. Spectra finally brought down. The immortality field won't stop the bleed. It won't stop the avalanche, and the Boston Uprising secure their spot in Toronto. And the would-be hometown heroes will have to try again. But they've been thrown to the Sharks in that lower bracket. The Vancouver Titans and the Spitfire are hungry too.
Man, what a comeback there at the end for the Uprising. I know Hydron kicks things off. That headshot onto Lee Jae-gon, but still that fight just extends for so long. It just wasn't enough. And then once they actually get that first checkpoint, you start to take kind of stock of what everybody has. And you're like, oh, this is such a sick combination. The sound barrier, the blade, the rampage. I mean, there is just no way you can counter that as Boston clutches up at the end.
Toronto, they get the chance to pick the last map. It's not the map where Hydron set the world on fire. Not Dorado, no, it's Circuit Royal. They say, we've got the Sigma comp, we've got the Zen player. We're perfectly equipped to win the match here. Boston say, well, we have Decay. We have Sound Barrier, Lee Jae-gon. I mean, there was a moment there, Matt, where Majed is playing a little out of position just in front of that first checkpoint. Off to the side, he dropped down from the low ground for whatever reason. Immediately, Lee Jae-gon, Decay, dive him, find the kill on the Zen. All of a sudden, Kalush is on the back foot. Let's do a play of the match here. That was an exhilarating series, to say the least. And one of the players that brought this about was Decay, still playing the Genji against all these teams that are sort of opting out, going for different looks, whether it's with Nano or without. This guy was breaking these fights open.
Yeah, I mean, just really strong performance from Decay all series long. Look, we obviously saw some great stuff out of Birdering as well in terms of the damage dealers, but these blades came up big time and time again, just like Alfie in the series before against London. Just not enough for Alfie to get the job done, but oh man, Decay did get the job done for the Uprising today.
Yeah, tough ask going up, against the Iliari Baptiste combo. Also the double hit scan. He had to be very wary of Widow and Sojourn at all times. But when he was called upon to really start the fight off, when Boston said, hey, we need to force this. We need to brawl this poke comp, which is such a frustrating thing for so many teams to do. They got it done. Yeah, 10 deaths, I'm not surprised. It's a tough comp to push into, but hey, 20 final blows, don't lie.
I mean, this is just on Circuit Royal right here at the end, right? So, I mean, just the seal the deal, put it away. And a lot of those, I mean, Lee Jae-gon does a tremendous job, right, on the defensive side of things and even on offense there towards the end, using that speed, getting everybody in that position. And Defiant, they have no way to disengage. Surmajed on the Zen, it's a pretty easy dive target, right? Especially when you're playing like a Widow and a Sojourn, right? Not a lot of like upfront damage, like make people pay the price to get that close in terms of HP. And man, they just pull it out in the end.
A really competitive match played by two teams with very different styles. That's the beauty of the metagame right now. You can craft a strategy to suit yourself, but I'd love to hear our disc's opinions on the Sharks waiting in the waters there in that lower bracket, because the trials, the tribulations are far from done for this Toronto Defiant team. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be an incredible day of games. We're going to step aside now. We're going to head over to the desk and break down the day that was and set our sights ahead to the finalization of our play-ins.
위도 궁이야. 계단 쪽인데. 봐야 될 듯. 와줘. 나가자. 이어가 좀. 못 볼게. 오리사. 거점 밟아줘. 거점 줘. 오리사. 거점. 거점 도와줘 이제. 바티.
Welcome back, one and all. Your final moments here, of course, as the Boston Uprising got the W.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just all cheering. It was actual comms. They start off by saying, the Widow ult is on. Be wary. And then they were all constantly reminding each other, touch point, focus on this person. And then they just kept saying, touch the point. Don't get it.
At some point, you're at like 3 kills. The only thing that matters is sticking on the point.
Like three people on the team were just constantly saying, touch the point. Like, don't get off the point. Point. Yeah.
They know. They're pros. That's experience. You've seen that a few times in your career. Let me tell you, in those moments, you say, somebody stay on the card.
Also, you have Lee Jae-gon on your team. You're like, Lee Jae-gon, please send us a card. It's one time, bro.
I'm begging you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously super intense last few moments there. Boston Uprising keeping the composure, staying on that point, getting the kills when it really mattered. But what a match this was. Toronto Defiant playing so close. These are definitely two of the favorite teams heading into the play-ins. But as Mitch already said, as they wrapped up the cast, like there's sharks in the water there for Toronto Defiant. It's going to be such a hotly contested lower bracket run that the Toronto Defiant have to go up against. Vancouver Titans, London Spitfire, one of those two teams will be their next opponents. But let's talk about Boston Uprising in a second. They punched their tickets. They will be in the playoffs in Toronto. And before we're going to dissect all the action, let's head straight to the winner's interview with Lee Jae-gon.
All right, thank you, Zoe. As Zoe said, I will be talking to Lee Jae-gon from Boston Uprising. Lee Jae-gon, big congratulations on getting this win. This was such an important match, but you guys finally did it. You guys are going to Toronto. So how do you feel right now? 자, 일단 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 굉장히 중요한 경기였습니다. 오늘 당연히 되게 너무나 다행히 승리를 거두셨기 때문에 이제 토론토에 풀업 진출이 확정이 되는데요. 일단 소감 한 말씀 듣고 싶습니다.
사실 오늘 경기가 상대적으로 좀 많이 힘들 거라 생각했는데 이제 왜냐하면 토론토 조합을 쓰는 팀도 없고 연습할 길이 없어서 오늘 이긴 게 더 뜻깊게 더 기쁜 것 같습니다.
I mean, going into today's match, I knew that today was going to be a difficult battle to win against Toronto Defiant, mainly because there's not a lot of teams that utilize Toronto's composition, so it's really hard to practice against, and we couldn't really scrim, so that was a worry. But so that's why getting this win really means has more meaning. It's a lot more meaningful to get this win today against Toronto Defiant. I mean, just diving a little bit more to that because this was such a close battle. How did Boston Uprising defeat the Toronto Defiant today in your eyes? 자, 방금 이제 굉장히 어렵고 어떻게 보면은 좀 힘든 경기였지만 그래도 끝에서 승리를 하셨기 때문에 오늘 경기 좀 대체적으로 좀 어떻게 해서 이기신 것 같으신가요?
사실 우리사 조합 상대로 조금 대체하자는 생각이 좀 있었는데 그냥 다 같이 팀업을 맞춰서 들어가기만 하자. 상대 그냥 뒷라인만 탁 보자 해서 팀업이 맞춰져서 잘 이긴 것 같습니다.
All right. I mean, going up against the Orisa Cup was our main focus. I think our key to our victory was sort of working on our teamwork and really sort of consistently diving into their backline and trying to cut off their backline was our strategy, and that is how we got the win. All right, final question. You guys are going into playoffs. You guys are going to Toronto. Is there a certain team that Lee Jae-gon you sort of want to really face off against in Toronto? 자, 마지막 질문은 이제 프로에 가서 토론토에 가서 좀 이재곤 선수가 고를 수 있다면 좀 어떤 팀과 좀 첫 대결을 하시고 싶으신가요?
저는 가장 이제 센 에트를 고르고 싶고요. 이제 왜냐하면 어차피 강한 상대 만나서 이제 저희가 증명을 해야 된다고 생각하기 때문에 빨리 만나는 게 좋지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
Right. It will definitely have to be the strongest team currently in the Overwatch League, the Atlanta Reign, because end of the day, we're going to have to face them. So I think it's easier for us to just face them early on and to really prove that we are better than the Atlanta Reign. All right, I'm going to end the interview here. Lee Jae-gon, thank you so much, and I'll be seeing you in Toronto. 자, 그럼 토론토에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
No, thank you. You and your team. What a performance. What a fantastic match. What a worthy winner of this one as well. Can't wait to see them in Toronto. Love the answer there as well. You know, get the big one out of the way. Yeah, why not?
Prove your dominance.
Exactly. Like step in with some alpha energy right from the bat. Let's actually take a look at some highlights and chat about how they got it done. It was a back and forth there for a lot of different reasons.
You know, I think Lee Jae-gon's absolutely right. Against this Orisa comp, against what Toronto plays, you have to get in and punish those squishy backliners, especially when it's double flex support. Their issue is survivability, but that's so much easier said than done. I think most pro teams would have the same read of like, yeah, we need to get to the backline and like kill these people off. But without dying, I mean, very few teams have accomplished that against the Toronto Defiant. Boston have been one of the only teams we've seen do it consistently so far and actually get the win in the end against Toronto. So really impressive performance from, I think, Decay and Lee Jae-gon. Those are two halves of the dive in a lot of these comps.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so funny to watch Lee Jae-gon play the game. Like sometimes, you know, Lee Jae-gon got picked early, you know, the aggressive play style, it lends itself to you dying early, of course. But Lee Jae-gon also finds so much value by being there with Decay in the backline and finding picks. Like, for example, in that overtime on Circuit Real, right? He comes in clutch like that. Also, the damage players, both Birdring and Decay, some really good play from them to, it was not a reverse sweep, but, you know, getting these crucial two maps here on Push, and then also on Circuit Real as well. It was tough for the Boston Uprising, but I feel like their damage players really came in clutch here on Colosseo, and then finally Circuit Real as well. Some like really good blades from Decay. So Boston Uprising, I mean, that was as close as it gets. That was a really good match. And, you know, for a team that, again, has a lot of players with championship titles. You could see the relief on their faces when they won that match. That was high stakes. That was a really difficult match, and you could tell that it meant a lot to the Boston Uprising to get it done and finally qualify for Toronto and the playoffs.
I think, like Ijeon said in his interview, like their key to victory today was their teamwork, and I think it really shined, especially on Circuit Royale, where for me, when I saw Toronto's comp with the Sigma composition that they usually run, I thought that was like the favorable, that's like the meta comp to use on Circuit Royale. But on the other side, Boston went with a Junker Queen comp, and I was sort of confused if that's gonna work. But I think they really made it work because they had that teamwork down.
Yeah, and I mean, it all came down to those last few fights on Circuit Royale in that first overtime round. I mean, Jake, you just screamed, comp diff. It really looked like Toronto got it.
I mean, I think that Bastion Mei comp was really, really well executed. I mean, they only lost the fight in overtime when Boston had like an overwhelming ult stack to play with. And so honestly, I think maybe that's a slip up in the end. Maybe they could have played that on defense. But at that point, you're starting to get really, heavy into the gambles of like, okay, what if Boston plays something unexpected on attack and we're stuck on this comp? What if they come out on the snipers? Maybe we feel bad about this matchup. So, I think it's easy to poke holes in either team, but ultimately they're playing on instinct. They're playing on what they feel can work, adapting to each other in the moment because, like Lee Jang-un said, they haven't prepped each other out. They don't know exactly how all the swaps go, and so it's up to the players' intuitions to make the right choices in the moment.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the bracket to see how we got here as Boston takes the W and the tickets to Toronto. And now Toronto Defiant, of course, they have to wait in that lower bracket for their next opponent. It's going to be either the Titans or the Spitfire. Both of those could go, that could be so explosive. I'd love to see a Spitfire Defiant, like two such different styles, and they all are so individual.
Orisa versus Ryan.
Like, this could, but like Titans as well. They're playing so solid. Which of these two would you prefer?
I feel like Spitfire might have a better chance because the matchup is so unexplored, and honestly, I think these sim comps are kind of hard to play Toronto style against. Because of that, I think that sim ultimate, that wall across the map, you're not really going to be breaking that without like an Amp Matrix Bastion. And for Defiant, the teams who have done well against the Spitfire, they've been running this Lucio, Genji, Bastion, Orisa style that doesn't really fit Toronto's wheelhouse. And I think all those poking heroes spreading out of the map is great in theory, but when you get like a Rhine teleported onto you with a speed boost, it can break down really quickly. And so honestly, I think London might have a better shot where Titans is I think Defiant understands the Titans a little bit better.
Yeah, what we did not understand is how to make a bracket. Ours aged okay.
No, we're okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if Spitfire pull through, then we can just scrap the rest of the bracket.
Well,
and
okay,
just focus on those last two.
Shock.
Yeah, just forget about that, guys.
But yeah, that's not on us. That's on them.
Yeah.
It's funny because although I just said I think London might have a better chance against Defiant, I feel like Vancouver is going to beat London. Honestly, I favor them because I think people have shown the answers to London, and I think Vancouver's actually a team very well suited to that.
Yeah, it could be a very scary matchup there for the Spitfire, but maybe they have some more aces or rings or something up their sleeves. Either way, we are done here for the day, but that means that there is a lot of great Overwatch still on the horizon because tonight down in the Eastern region, the play-ins continue and we will find out who will get their way, who will have their way paid to Toronto. Which of these is the most likely candidate?
Oh, I mean, well,
Dallas Fuel, right?
Dallas Fuel beat Seoul Dynasty 3-0 overnight, right? So surely they'll do it again.
Yeah, because it's the Eastern region, so surely it's logical.
Will be consistent in the East region.
Of course.
That's how
they do only have to win one game, so I would say they're the obvious favorite.
The Eastern brackets always make sense.
Yeah, it always goes how you'd expect.
Every time.
Every time.
Yeah, just something you can rely on. You can also rely on us being back again, same place, same time.
Damn, that was
Take
a
a
good
look
one,
at.
Zoe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Let
so
her
much.
finish.
I was just impressed.
You're so impressed. You just ruined it for everyone.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's
My excitement
okay.
got to me.
It was a perfect segue, but alas, speaking of perfection, lots of that was on display on the server today. There we go, bringing
Another
it back.
one.
Another one.
Let's
take a look at the best of the days because we had plenty to choose from. Of course, we kicked things off with a double vengeance for good old Hisang, and they made sure to let the world know over on socials.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh.
Send them
Express
home.
yourself.
See you next year.
I mean, honestly, it's gonna feel good as a player, Jake.
Oh yeah. oh yeah, this is what you live for as a player. When like a team who let you go, you get to play them. Especially when if you left the team, you joined a better team, you're like, okay, well, I don't feel, I beat you, but that's okay. I knew I was better. When they let you go, that's when you've got a bone to pick. You gotta prove something. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's when you post that picture with you and your new partner looking all happy. Right?
The jilted lover.
Exactly, that's where we at. Well, we got there. We got there.
Okay, for my best of the day. I got some Orisa action. I mean, we saw 2 really good Orisa ultimates, pretty much back to back. First from Smurf. Fired up. Bam! 3K? Love to see it.
Look at that, Lee J.
It's not every day.
Assist.
You're in a corridor, you're against an Orisa, fired up. And then Kulush wins this fight for the Toronto Defiant by getting 1 back. I mean, you're down 3 versus 5, no problem. Kulush gets 3, 2 with the ultimate. Then a 3K to win that fight as well. So, some Orisa highlights, I'm all for it.
Great positioning from the ults, great team play. For me, my best of the day, we've got a vintage hottie play, just a classic.
I love you calling it vintage.
One for the stores. This will age well. Look at this. So you get one off the map. This is nothing special for hottie. It's a day at the office. He's okay. I'll grab a pack. Okay. What's going on? My team's capping. I'm just making space. And then they overstepped. They thought they had him, but no, he was in control the whole time. 2 pins off the map, back to back. This is unique. I don't think I've ever seen that in all Overwatch history.
Yeah,
2 in a row.
Two in a row.
Back.
They thought they had him, but he hottied them.
Oh, he hottied them.
He hottied, okay.
I tried really hard, Zoe. I tried really hard.
All right. My best of the day, guys, my best of the day. Today was
my worst of the day, but
my best of the day.
You're welcome.
Just to remind you guys, today was a very special day, right?
I'll be doing it again, right?
Yeah.
Special day for a special someone. Our fearless leader, Zoe, was her birthday.
I love you guys so much.
Happy birthday, Zoe.
I was waiting for it. It's like, okay, well, why not?
Is that the same cake that Jake got?
I was just about to say
It was very good. It was very good, and I am very happy to see its return.
That is a beautiful cake.
No, this was my birthday cake too.
It's okay. They're really good.
They only have 1 cake. What can you do? No, guys, I appreciate you so much.
Happy birthday.
I love you all. Wouldn't have wanted to spend it with anyone other than you guys, my family. Which I will see in just a little bit because we are done for today. We will be back again tomorrow to finish out the play-ins and get ready for the playoffs. I can't wait to see which team will come out on top. It's going to be so exciting. Make sure, of course, to tune in for all the action over in the Eastern region as they find out which team will advance to the playoffs. We thank you all so much for watching, and we can't wait to see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
Happy birthday, Zoe!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, me!
Bye, everyone.